It was therefore natural that his most characteristic and also most lasting contribution to political thought should have been contained in the Essay on Liberty, 1859. This essay struck a definitely new note in utilitarian literature. As Mill himself said in another place, the utilitarians of his father's generation had desired liberal government not for the sake of liberty but because they thought it would be efficient government, and it was indeed true that Bentham had changed nothing but details when he turned from benevolent despotism to liberalism. For Mill, freedom of thought and investigation, freedom of discussion, and the freedom of self-controlled moral judgment and action were goods in their own right. They aroused in him a warmth and a fervor that hardly appeared in his other writings but which placed the 708 Essay on Liberty beside Milton's Areopagitica as one of the classical defenses of freedom in the English language. Mill believed as a matter of course that intellectual and political freedom are in general beneficial both to the society that permits them and to the individual that enjoys them, but the effective part of his argument was not utilitarian. When he said that all mankind has no right to silence one dissenter, he was really affirming that freedom of judgment, the right to be convinced rather than coerced, is an inherent quality of a morally mature personality, and that a liberal society is one which both acknowledges that right and shapes its institutions in such a way that the right is realized. To permit individuality and private judgment, as if they were tolerated vices, is not enough. A liberal society puts positive value on them as essential to well-being and as marks of a high civilization. This valuation of free personality affected profoundly Mill's valuation of liberal government. He did not defend popular government because it is efficient. He had grave doubts whether it always is, and he had quite lost his father's confidence that the apparatus of liberal government, such as the suffrage, would always be rationally used for beneficial ends. The real argument for political freedom, he thought, is that it produces and gives scope to a high type of moral character. To hear public questions freely discussed, to have a share in political decisions, to have moral convictions and to take the responsibility for making them effective are among the ways in which reasonable human beings are produced. The reason for constructing this kind of character is not that it serves an ulterior end but that it is an intrinsically humane, civilized kind of character. If it were felt that the free development of individuality is one of the leading essentials of well-being, that it is not only a coordinate element with all that is designated by the term civilization, instruction, education, culture, but is itself a necessary part and condition of all these things, there would be no danger that liberty should be undervalued. Point 3. It is a striking characteristic of Mill's argument for liberty, and even of his essay on representative government, that strictly __ political questions are no longer in the foreground. His argument was addressed not to the state but to society. The Essay on Liberty was an appeal not for relief from political oppression or for a change in political organization, but for a public opinion that is genuinely tolerant, that values differences in point of view, that limits the amount of agreement it demands, and that welcomes new ideas as sources of discovery. The threat to liberty which Mill chiefly feared was not government but a majority that is intolerant of the unconventional, that looks with suspicion on divergent minorities, and is willing to use the weight of numbers to repress and regiment them. This was a possibility that had never troubled the older generation of liberals, indeed that they had never thought of, as long as their problem had been to take government out of the hands of an entrenched minority. The elder Mill had supposed that the reform of representation and the extension of the suffrage, given a moderate degree of public education, would solve all serious problems of political liberty. By 1859 it was apparent that even after substantial reforms the millennium did not follow, and that the achievement of liberty was more than a problem in the mechanics of political organization. What Mill recognized, and what the older liberalism had never seen, was that behind a liberal government there must be a liberal society. This recognition that political institutions are part of a larger social context which largely determines the way in which they work was in itself an important discovery, and it indicated an important addition to political concepts. Society or the community becomes a third factor, and a preponderating factor, in the relationship between the individual and government and in securing the individual's liberty. Mill's fear of an oppressive and intolerant public opinion was in part a realization that the individualism of early liberal theory was inadequate. At the same time, it is difficult to say what precisely this phase of Mill's thinking connoted. That it was a note of disillusionment, as compared with the high hopes of his father's generation, is evident. Probably in part it reflected also the shrinking of a sensitive, fastidious, and highly intellectual personality from the contact with mediocrity implied by practical politics. Perhaps it indicated also a half-expressed fear that the democratizing of society might 710 prove to be incompatible with individual distinction. Such a fear was common enough in the mid-19th century. Yet it is quite certain that Mill had not lost faith in the traditional lines of liberal reform, that on the contrary he valued some of them, like the enfranchisement of women, out of all proportion to their importance. In his representative government he hailed as a great discovery that ignis fatuus of doctrinaire liberalism, proportional representation. The total impression produced by Mill's theory of liberty is therefore a little indefinite or perhaps even negative. While he affirmed an ethical valuation of liberty that had been quite lacking in earlier liberal writing, he identified liberty with no new lines of approach to political problems. In particular, he never really faced the problems of individual freedom that are peculiarly characteristic of an industrial society, or the problems of freedom that press most heavily on wage earners in such a society. When Mill went on from his general estimate of the moral worth of freedom to his practical rule for deciding what limitations either society or the state is justified in imposing on it, his essay was at its weakest. What he proposed was that it is possible to distinguish a class of self-regarding action which affects the interests of no persons besides the agent and with which neither society nor the state ought to interfere. Taken literally, this would reduce freedom to a triviality, since an act that affects no one but a single person probably will not affect him very much. Mill's argument avoided the appearance of triviality only because it was circular, as no doubt Bentham would have pointed out. For an act which concerns only an individual really means an act for which he ought to take the responsibility and which therefore ought to be left to his own decision. But it was just this area of private decision that Mill proposed to define. His argument would be convincing only if there were a body of natural rights which belong intrinsically to individuals and of which they ought never to be deprived, but obviously no such line of reasoning was open to a utilitarian. On the other hand, it was equally clear, in view of the intrinsic value which he had attached to freedom, that Mill could not fall back on Bentham's reasoning and hold that rights are creatures of the law and that individuals 711 have only such liberties as the state gives them. The fundamental difficulty with Mill's argument was that it never really analyzed the relationship between freedom and responsibility. At times he retained the traditional view derived from Bentham that any compulsion or even any social influence is an abridgment of liberty. Yet he never supposed that there could be any important freedom without law, and when he identified liberty with civilization, he did not imagine that there could be civilization without society. What Mill's theory of liberty required was a thoroughgoing consideration of the dependence of personal liberty on social and legal rights and obligations. It was this which Th. Green tried to add to liberalism. The unclearness of Mill's criterion for defining the proper limits of legislation became apparent when he went on to discuss actual cases. His conclusions conformed to no rule at all but depended on quite subjective habits of judgment. Thus he regarded prohibition of the sale of alcoholic liquors as an infringement of liberty, though compulsory education is not a conclusion that certainly could not be justified on the ground that a man's education affects other persons more than himself, and he was prepared to accept a large and ill-defined regulation of business and industry in the interest of public health and welfare. However unclear the principle, the important result emerged that Mill had abandoned economic laissez-faire. Even Bentham's maxim that legislation is inherently bad and so must be kept at a minimum has lost the connotation that it had for Bentham. For all practical purposes, Mill simply laid aside the dogma of earlier liberalism that the largest amount of freedom coincides with the absence of legislation, and accepted the evident fact that there are many forms of coercion other than that exercised by the law. But one of two results must follow: either legislation cannot be judged at all by the liberal purpose of diminishing coercion, or liberal theory must be extended to considering the relation of legal coercion to the effective though non-legal coercion that would exist if the state abstained from acting. This was the issue that Green tried later to meet with the theory of positive freedom. So far as Mill was concerned, he merely accepted the need for social legislation, probably on humanitarian grounds, with no clear theory of its justifiable limits. 712. Mill's economic theories showed like deficiencies of logical clarity and therefore are subject to like criticism. He started indeed from the economics of Ricardo and the classical theorists, and in principle he never definitely abandoned this position. He became convinced, however, that the classical economists had confused certain general and inescapable conditions of production with conditions of distributing the products of industry which arise from the historical development of economic and social institutions. The latter, therefore, he conceived to be matters of public policy and hence within the province of legislative control. Indeed, in his later years he was willing to contemplate a degree and kind of control which he called socialism. This criticism of classical economics indicated one aspect of a general deficiency which Mill came to attribute to the social philosophy of the early liberals, namely, that it neglected the institutional nature of society and the historical growth of institutions. His criticism of classical economics was sound insofar as it merely pointed out a tendency to regard all economic concepts as absolutely general, without regard for historical conditions, and therefore as derived from universal properties of human nature and unchangeable physical conditions of human life. Mill's distinction between historical institutions and general psychological laws of human behavior, however, or between institutions and unchangeable physical conditions, did not coincide with the economic distinction between production and distribution. Consequently, it did not really bear upon the economic difficulties of combining a capitalist system of production with a socialist system of distribution. The significant feature of Mill's economics was that he substantially abandoned the conception of natural economic laws and in consequence the dogma of a self-regulating competitive economic system. Thus he opened the whole question of the relation between legislation and the economy, even its relation to the maintenance of a free market. The practical implications of this change, however, were far from clear. Like liberals in general, Mill retained a considerable suspicion of government and all its ways. What it did, he suspected, would probably be done badly. Hence he preferred individual initiative and feared paternalism, though his objection to the latter was ethical and not economic. Mill's economic thought, like his social philosophy in 713 general, was really directed by a generous moral indignation against the injustices of a capitalist society which, as he said, distributed the product of labor almost in an inverse ratio to the labor. A just and at the same time a sympathetic estimate of Mill's liberalism is very difficult. Nothing is easier, for reasons that have been explained, than to represent it as a typical example of the futility of putting new wine into old bottles. His expressly stated theories of human nature, of morals, of society, and of the part to be played by government in a liberal society were always inadequate to the load that he made them carry. Yet this kind of abstract analysis and criticism is neither sympathetic nor historically sound. The clarity of his writing, though it was too often a superficial clarity, his manifest generosity and candor, which often made the worst of his deficiencies, and his almost hereditary position as the successor of the first generation of liberals, all gave weight or influence to his opinions out of proportion to the philosophical argumentation that he was able to put behind them. Paradoxical as such a judgment seems when applied to a thinker who concerned himself continually with the rationale of evidence, Mill's most important insights were intuitive, the outcropping of a fine moral sensitiveness and deep consciousness of social obligation. Without reference to the defects of coherence that marred Mill's systematic philosophy, his contribution to a liberal philosophy may perhaps be summed up under four heads. First, his version of utilitarianism rescued that form of ethics from the desiccation to which it was condemned so long as its theory of moral value ran in terms only of a calculation of pleasures and pains. The central moral idea in Mill's ethics, like Kant's, was really respect for human beings, the sense that they must be treated with a due regard for the dignity that moral responsibility deserves and without which moral responsibility is impossible. Mill's ethics was utilitarian chiefly in the sense that he thought of the value of personality not as a metaphysical dogma but as something to be realized in the actual conditions of a free society. Second, Mill's liberalism accepted political and social freedom as itself a good, not because it contributed to an ulterior end but because freedom is the proper condition of a responsible human. 714. Being. To live one's own life, developing one's own native traits and capacities, is not a means to happiness, it literally is a substantive part of happiness. A good society must, therefore, be one which both permits freedom and opens up the opportunity for free and satisfying ways of life. Third, liberty is not only an individual good but also a social good. To silence an opinion by force both does violence to the person who holds it and also robs society of the advantage it might have had from a free investigation and criticism of the opinion. In fact, these two claims, that of individual right and of public utility, are closely connected. For a society in which ideas live or die by a process of free discussion is not only a progressive society but is in truth the only kind of society that can produce persons fit to enjoy the rights of free discussion. Fourth, the function of a liberal state in a free society is not negative but positive. It cannot make its citizens free merely by refraining from legislation or assume that the conditions of freedom exist merely because legal disabilities have been removed. Legislation may be a means of creating, increasing, and equalizing opportunity, and liberalism can impose no arbitrary limits upon its use. Its limits are fixed by its ability, with the means at its disposal, to preserve and to extend to more persons those conditions which make life more humane and less coercive. The principles of social study. Mill's theory of political and ethical liberalism, developed chiefly in his utilitarianism, the essay on liberty, and the representative government, remained for the most part within the circle of subjects and of ideas native to his English tradition. The very important changes which he made were considered by him, mistakenly, to be amendments and additions. But Mill came also to believe that there were general deficiencies in this social philosophy, and with his usual open-mindedness he tried to understand and make use of other points of view. These deficiencies he believed could be summed up under two principal heads. First, the politics and economics of Bentham's age tried to proceed from a few general laws of human nature, believed to be universally the same in all times and places, directly to the political and economic behavior of men in specific societies, at 715 specific times, and within the framework of specific systems of legislation. Hence the older utilitarians had not sufficiently recognized the importance of institutions or the fact that institutions are, so to speak, a third reality between individual psychology and the concrete practice of a given time and place. Second, because institutions were not recognized as independent realities, the factor of historical growth or development was not given the importance it deserved. Mill associated both these additions to social philosophy with foreign influences, somewhat vaguely with German idealism and the Coleridgians, definitely with the philosophy of Auguste Comte. What was needed and what Mill thought that Comte supplied was a general science of society, to support more limited sciences like politics and economics, and the formulation of a general law of social growth. These were, in short, sociology and the law of the three stages. These two projects were highly characteristic of social thought in the mid-19th century, and in the event they led to important consequences, but for the time being they signified a change in point of view rather than any specific achievement. In one sense, Comte's philosophy was a culmination of social speculation that had begun with Rousseau's enigmatic idea of the general will, the concept of society as a collective entity which has its own properties and values and which overarches the purposes and wills of its members. The reaction against the French Revolution gave this conception a central place in the social philosophy of the early 19th century. Comte himself encountered this reaction primarily in Roman Catholic traditionalists such as Bonald and de Maistre. The social philosophy of Hegel, however, was actuated by the same general tendency in a different form, and Marxism was still a further elaboration of it. What Comte contributed was not so much a new discovery as the hope that speculation might be replaced by science, that the concept of society might be analyzed and its laws discovered by methods that would conform to canons of empirical verification, and that the relationships might be traced in detail between social institutions and human nature. In another sense, therefore, Comte's philosophy was not a culmination but a beginning, the midpoint from which might be dated the whole vast effort to bring the so-716 Chale studies within the sweep of modern science. Considered in this light, it merely opened up a task whose complexity was only dimly realized and which even yet has achieved no startling success. Its history from Comte's time to the present has been one of new problems and new methods, new fields of investigation, and even of whole new sciences such as cultural anthropology or social psychology. This fundamental purpose of Comte's philosophy was one that for obvious reasons appealed strongly to Mill. It was an enlargement of a belief that had always been central in liberal doctrine, the conviction that human relations are amenable to intelligent understanding and control. For the time being, Comte's general plan for a science of society appeared to be bound up with his second and, as it turned out, very dubious idea that the main result of such a science would be the discovery of a law governing the growth and development of societies. Such a law, it was assumed, would mark out a normal or standard line of evolution to which every society might be expected in general to conform, allowing for some degree of variability according to circumstances. This fascinating speculation, which Leon Brunswick called the darling vice of social thought in the 19th century, drew support from several different and indeed logically discrepant sources. It was already assumed by the belief in progress which had been inherited from pre-revolutionary thinkers like Turgot and Condorcet. In a different form it was implicit in Hegel's philosophy of history and in the historical method which Hegelianism introduced into social studies. And as Herbert Spencer was to show, it at least seemed to join hands with biological evolution, which after Darwin became a scientific preoccupation of the 19th century. Under the guidance of these several ideas, which appeared for the moment to converge upon a single point of view, the comparative method became a commonly accepted procedure in nearly all branches of social study. In general, the result, though it enormously extended the range of information about varieties of social and political organization, was wholly disappointing so far as concerned the main purpose. Probably few if any anthropologists would now accept the presumption that cultures do in fact follow any normal line of growth. 717. Or that, in view of what is known of the causes of social change, there is any reason to expect them to do so. 4. When Mill encountered the philosophy of Comte, however, speculations of this sort were quite definitely a part of the climate of opinion. He was eager to supplement and fill out an inherited social philosophy which he had come to regard as limited and insular. Accordingly he accepted, with some reservations, both the idea of a general social science and the hope for a philosophy of history, though they came to him too late to be interwoven with the older native strands of his thought. In his autobiography he enumerated the most important conclusions to which Comte and the Coleridgians led him. That the human mind has a certain order of possible progress, in which some things must precede others, an order which government and public instructors can modify to some, but not to an unlimited extent, that all questions of political institutions are relative, not absolute, and that different stages of human progress not only will have, but ought to have, different institutions, that government is always either in the hands, or passing into the hands, of whatever is the strongest power in society, and that what this power is, does not depend on institutions, but institutions on it, that any general theory or philosophy of politics supposes a previous theory of human progress, and that this is the same thing with the philosophy of history. 5. To write a complete gloss on this sentence would require a commentary on a substantial portion of the evolutionary ethics and evolutionary sociology of the second half of the 19th century. Much of which was undertaken from the point of view of a liberal social philosophy derived from Mill and Green. 6. In that sense Mill's thought was programmatic. Liberalism had always claimed that it rested on an empirical foundation, but empiricism had been understood to mean an individual psychology developed from the new way of ideas that Locke had conceived underscore 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 aired to be the original insight of his essay. Now it appeared that an individual psychology was not enough but must be supplemented by a study of social institutions and particularly of their growth. The method would still be empirical, but the empiricism would be on a much larger scale. The program therefore had tremendous scope, and certainly Mill had little conception of all that was involved. If the mind has a certain order of possible progress, it must be possible to show by historical induction what that order has been. If there are different stages of human progress, it must again be possible to show an evolution of moral ideas and a growth of the social institutions in which moral ideas are expressed. And finally it must be possible to show by far-reaching comparisons that the growth of mind is correlated with the advancement of civilization. If all this were accomplished, it would then indeed be proved that liberalism depended upon a theory of human progress, that it was a culmination and a summation of political development. In 19th century Europe it was possible, perhaps even plausible, to entertain the expectation that political institutions everywhere would be liberalized by a process of gradual evolution. And as yet anthropological investigation had not revealed the difficulties, not to say the fallacies, that lurked in the comparative method. However little of this ambitious project Mill may have foreseen when the passage quoted was written in 1873, he had grasped two ideas that were both sound and important. The first was the dependence of political upon social institutions, and the second was the psychological nature of society. The first point corresponded to his general criticism of the older liberals, that they had been unaware of the extent to which general laws of individual psychology are adaptable to a wide range of institutions and historical circumstance. Thus in jurisprudence they had construed sovereignty as a mere habit of obedience to specific persons, and in economics, as Mill believed, they had erroneously referred the practices of a capitalist society to unchangeable psychological necessities. In his essay on liberty Mill had tacitly developed the same criticism by regarding liberal government as dependent on a social and moral respect for individuality. The awareness of society and the sense that individual behavior always is in some sense socialized was in fact an im.719. Important property of Mill's thought, even though he did not always see clearly how much was implied. The second main idea, that psychology, rather than biology, is the basic science of social behavior, was one in which Mill differed from Comte. In this respect he adhered to the position which had always prevailed in English social studies. Possibly his conclusion was in part determined by the fact that his thought took form before biological evolution was a factor to be considered, but in any case it was sound. The attempt to tie social and moral development directly to organic evolution was an error that served to confuse both, as Spencer's evolutionary philosophy demonstrated. On the other hand, it is impossible to see how Mill could have explained the certain order of possible progress that he attributed to the mind by the associational psychology which he always professed. For the association of ideas meant substantially that the sole process required to explain mental development was the formation of habits, and what ideas habit associated depended not on the mind but on circumstances. At this point also any effective development of Mill's thought would have involved complete reconstruction. Mill inserted in his Logic a special section, the sixth book, dealing with scientific method in the social studies. The mere inclusion of the subject in a work on logic which dealt mainly with the methodology of the inductive natural sciences was significant. It showed the need that Mill felt for enlarging the scope of social studies, of making their methods more rigorous, and particularly of giving them a place besides the natural sciences. In general he took the position that the method of the social sciences involved a twofold use of induction and deduction, which was no doubt true but did not distinguish social studies from other subjects. This conclusion was at once a concession to criticisms directed at the deductive procedure of the philosophical radicals and a reaffirmation of the necessity and justifiability of that procedure. In 1829 Macaulay had printed in the Edinburgh Review a rather contemptuous article on James Mill's Essays on Government, attacking the book for its highly rationalistic method and apparently taking the position that political science ought to be purely empirical. Mill in the Logic rejected both exclusive views in favor of one which used both. 720. Deduction and induction. Politics required, he argued, psychological laws of behavior which can rest only on induction, but the explanation of political events must be largely deductive since their explanation means referring them to psychology. Mill followed the same line of argument in trying to make his own procedure accord with that of Comte. He accepted the possibility of establishing inductively some laws of historical development, though with some traces of skepticism about the extent and certainty of this procedure, but he still regarded such laws as explainable only by their deduction from psychology. Mill's general conclusion, therefore, was that there are two methods of procedure for social studies which should supplement each other. The one he called the direct deductive method, which was his own, and the other the indirect deductive method, which he credited to Comte. Herbert Spencer. For the purpose of gauging the state of liberal theory in the third quarter of the 19th century, it is both interesting and instructive to compare the philosophy of Mill with that of Herbert Spencer. The two men were generally recognized as the most important exponents of the philosophy of political liberalism and of the native British philosophical tradition. Both had their intellectual origins in philosophical radicalism. In the case of Spencer this was not quite as evident as in the case of Mill because he put at the center of his philosophy the new conception of organic evolution. Yet all of Spencer's important ethical and political ideas were derived from utilitarianism and had no close logical dependence on either biology or evolution. The Social Statics was published 9 years before Darwin's Origin of Species, and to a considerable degree Spencer's later evolutionary ethics consisted in constructing speculative psychological ties between pleasure and biological survival. The fact that both Mill and Spencer went back to philosophical radicalism and yet differed very widely from each other reinforces the conclusion reached in the preceding chapter that two strains of thought had been incoherently joined in that philosophy. Mill was in the main the intellectual descendant of Bentham, an empiricist who put few a priori limitations on the social functions of legislation. 721. Spencer carried on into the latter part of the 19th century the rationalist tradition of the classical economists and utilized evolution to reconstruct the system of a natural society with natural boundaries between economics and politics. Yet a substantial part of what both Spencer and Mill did for social philosophy was to reach out for new intellectual connections and to break down the insularity of the older liberalism. In the case of Spencer this consisted in bringing it into relation with biology and sociology and with biological and social evolution. Spencer's synthetic philosophy was an astonishing system of 19th-century rationalism, covering the whole range of knowledge from physics to ethics, worked out through 35 years and in 10 volumes, and constructed with no important change of plan between the prospectus and the concluding volume. Nothing analogous to it can easily be found short of the great systems of natural law that flourished in the 17th century, and indeed the intellectual affinities between these and Spencer's philosophy were close. For Spencer the modernized version of nature was evolution. From von Bayer's embryology he took the law of differentiation and integration, from an indefinite incoherent homogeneity to a definite coherent heterogeneity, and erected it into a cosmic principle which manifests itself in 1,000 subject matters while preserving identity of pattern. Assuming the instability of the homogeneous, Spencer undertook the amazing task of deducing organic evolution from the conservation of energy. And from this beginning the system proceeded successively to the principles of biology, of psychology, of sociology, and of ethics. Allowing for temporary eddies of dissolution, nature advances upon a straight line from energy to life, from life to mind, from mind to society, from society to civilization and to more highly differentiated and integrated civilizations. It need hardly be said that this kind of logical tour de force was not notable for its scientific rigor or for the cogency of its deductions. In a large measure it was in its own day an astonishingly successful popularization, and it has suffered the fate of obsolete popularizations. In a sense it was typical of its period, even though few thinkers attempted a philosophical synthesis so broad. Spencer's evolution was another version of the philosophy. 722. Of history already mentioned. It expressed again the hope that the growth of society would provide clear criteria of lower and higher stages of development by which to distinguish the obsolete from the suitable, the fit from the unfit, and therefore the good from the bad. With Spencer this hope was given the appearance of having behind it the established fact of organic evolution, since moral improvement was made to seem merely an extension of the biological concept of adaptation, and social well-being appeared to be equated with the survival of the fittest. In addition to involving many logical ambiguities, this conflation of ideas was a source of serious scientific confusion. The only way in which Spencer could pass from biological adaptation to moral progress was by supposing that socially valuable behavior, once established by moral prescription as habits, is translated into anatomical changes that are transmitted by inheritance. This belief, of which Spencer was a lifelong exponent, was not only biologically baseless but was the source of endless confusion about the nature of culture and of social change. Yet when all this has been said about the deficiencies of Spencer's philosophy, it must still in fairness be added that it contributed to important changes in the social studies, quite without reference to the validity of particular conclusions. It brought psychology into relation with biology, and this was a first step toward breaking down the dogmatism of the old associational psychology. It also brought politics and ethics into the context of sociological and anthropological investigation and therefore into the context of cultural history. The age of the synthetic philosophy was also the age of the scientifically more original and important work of E. B. Tylor and L. H. Morgan. 7 Spencer, like Mill, though in a different way, broke down the intellectual isolation of the older utilitarian philosophy and of social studies in general, making them a part of the broad sweep of modern science. In this respect his philosophy, like that of Comte, had in its day a profound intellectual significance. Spencer's political philosophy on the other hand was merely reactionary. He remained a philosophical radical after philosophical radicalism had been obsolete for a generation. The theory of evolution provided him with the concept of a natural society, and this turned out to be only a new version of the old system of natural liberty. The deduction presented some difficulties, since it might seem that evolution would make the state, like society, more complex and more highly integrated, while Spencer had to prove that a society which grew steadily more complex would support a state that simplified itself practically out of existence. He solved the paradox by supposing that most functions exercised by government originated in a military society and that war would become obsolete in an industrialized society. Hence he inferred that, with increased industrialization, more and more would be left to private enterprise. Indeed, Spencer's theory of the state was very largely a list of functions that the state should at once abandon, since they had been assumed in the first place by some of the innumerable sins of legislators, or of functions that will be made unnecessary by the progress of evolution. Most legislation is bad, because it mars the perfection which nature tends to produce by the survival of the fittest, and virtually all legislation will be rendered obsolete as evolution approaches a perfect adaptation of the individual to society. Hence Spencer opposed consistently all regulation of industry, including sanitary regulations or the requirement of safety devices, all forms of public charity, and public support for education. Indeed, in the social statics he proposed that the state should turn over the mint and the post office to private enterprise. The philosophies of Mill and Spencer taken together left the theory of liberalism in a state of unintelligible confusion. Mill restated its philosophy in such a way as to suggest that he departed in no important way from the principles of his father and of Bentham, but he so qualified the conclusions that they gave little or no support to what had always been deemed to be the characteristic line of liberal policy, namely, the limitation of control by governments, the encouragement of private enterprise, and the widest possible extension of freedom of contract. Spencer, on the contrary, had given to liberalism a new philosophy that purported to depend upon a scientific discovery unknown to any generation before his own, but the new philosophy turned out to teach more rigidly than ever before a policy that practical liberals, who were not overly concerned about logical consistency. 724. Had already discovered to need substantial modifications. In either case the French proverb seemed to apply, plus ca change, plus c'est la même chose. Liberalism seemed to be a set of formulas that had ceased to mean what they had always been thought to mean, and a set of policies that corresponded to no formulas at all. Yet two facts were evident to any clear-thinking person of liberal sympathies. One was that the enfranchisement and organization of labor were giving political power to a class that had no intention of accepting without a struggle anyone's demonstration that its standard of living was fixed permanently at the level of existence and reproduction, without the amenities that industrialism was producing in ever larger volume. The other was that public opinion, whether on ethical or religious or humanitarian grounds, was prepared to countenance and support this claim. With the results of unregulated industrialism before it, a new generation of liberals was not prepared to acquiesce in the belief that government has only a negative role to play in making men free. It was this frame of mind that made John Stuart Mill, despite the insufficiency of his formal philosophy, the most convincing liberal of the middle period of the 19th century. What was evidently needed was a re-examination of the philosophy which supported the ideals of a liberal society and the function in it of a liberal government. The idealist revision of liberalism. This revision of liberal theory was accomplished in the 2 decades following 1880 by the Oxford idealists, of whom Thomas Hill Green was the most important representative, at least in political philosophy. In the United States there was an analogous and related movement in philosophy of which Josiah Royce was the best known representative. The pragmatism of John Dewey was a later development from idealism which carried on its liberalism but rejected its metaphysics. With the exception of Dewey, this loosely related group of thinkers was usually described as neo-Hegelian, though no very exact meaning ever attached to this description. Certainly none of them ever regarded the dialectic as an exact instrument of logical analysis, as Hegel and after him Marx imagined it to be, and none of them accepted the authoritarian strain in Hegel's political theory. If 725. Some leaned toward conservatism, as contrasted with liberalism, it was still a conservatism that had no misgivings about representative political institutions, and the most radical of them were quite without any leaning toward a theory of class antagonism like Marx's. What related their social philosophy to that of Hegel was chiefly the very general idea that human nature is fundamentally social. Oxford idealism was the culmination of the vague body of intellectual influences that came from outside the British empirical tradition, chiefly from post-Kantian German philosophy, and that had been associated with the names of Coleridge and Carlyle. But there was one important difference. This earlier idealism, because it was largely a criticism of industrialism and its social effects, had never been liberal in its political outlook. What Green accomplished, then, might be described as a twofold reversal of position. On the one hand, he captured for liberalism a movement of thought which was to dominate Anglo-American philosophy for a full generation at the turn of the century. On the other hand, he revised liberalism to meet the valid objection that, as a one-sided statement of class interests, it had stood for a conception of liberty which, in fact if not in intention, amounted to a reckless disregard for social stability and security. To a considerable degree this revision had only to make coherent and explicit the qualifications by which Mill had in effect explained away the individualism and the egoism of Bentham's form of liberalism. The principal purpose of idealism was to reconstruct a system of philosophy, while the purpose of directing a political movement was incidental. Looked at after the event, it is easy to see that its main achievement in philosophy was critical aid. It released British thought once and for all from what had become a burdensome tradition, the associational psychology and its supposed implications for logic, and in ethics the pleasure-pain theory of underscore 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 motivation and value with its individualist implications for social philosophy. With respect to the latter, the idealists developed and made coherent the criticism of individualism that began with Rousseau's theory of the general will, and that they found still further elaborated in Hegel's theory of freedom. The fundamental philosophical problems of idealism, therefore, were the nature of personality, the nature of the social community, and the relationship between the two. Its purpose was to show that personality is realized by finding a significant part to play in the life of society. Its problems were conceived in terms of logical analysis and metaphysical construction, which was responsible for some of the strength and a good deal of the weakness of idealism. On the one hand, it was a fairly effective critic of a form of mechanistic dogmatism that was commoner in science 50 years ago than it is now. On the other hand, the idealist argument moved on a high level of abstraction that often prevented it from exerting its due influence either on scientists or on persons primarily engaged in politics. Idealism tended always to be an academic philosophy and to be stated in a cumbersome, Germanized terminology that kept it esoteric. Nevertheless, its central problem, the mutual dependence between the structure of personality and the cultural structure of its social milieu, was one that has steadily increased in importance over the whole range of social studies. Idealism was the agency through which this problem emerged into social psychology and impinged upon a more concrete conception of a liberal society. There were special circumstances that make the study of T.H. Green's philosophy difficult. He died relatively young, and the only books which he completed and published hardly mention any political or concrete social question. His lectures on the principles of political obligation was put together and edited after his death from his notes and from those of his students. Moreover, Green's own experience was in the main academic, though he was concerned throughout his life with the improvement of secondary education. He had at first hand almost no acquaintance with the social problems created by industrialization, though he had been able to observe something of its indirect effects on agricultural labor, and his remarks upon them are always a little remote. Green's direct influence, therefore, was 727. Measured almost wholly by the effect of his teaching upon his students, and while this was very great, it could hardly be inferred from his published writings. At its root lay a strong sense of the moral injustice of a society that withheld from large portions of its members the goods, partly material but chiefly spiritual, which the culture of that society created. As Green once said, the underfed denizen of a London yard has hardly more share in the civilization of England than a slave had in that of Athens. In some measure this feeling was like that which actuated Mill's rejection of a competitive economy, but it was also different. There was in Green's ethics, and in idealism generally, a religious element that had no counterpart in utilitarianism, and also Green did not think of the deprivation as primarily economic. Abject poverty, he felt, is likely to entail some measure of moral degradation. Full moral participation in a social life was for Green the highest form of self-development, and to create the possibility of such participation was the end of a liberal society. The source of this conviction with Green was not Hegel. It represented on the one hand his understanding of Christian brotherhood, and on the other hand a liberalized conception of Greek citizenship, not reserved as in Aristotle for a privileged few but made available to all men. Accordingly, for Green, politics was essentially an agency for creating social conditions that make moral development possible. We content ourselves with enacting that no man shall be used by other men as a means against his will, but we leave it to be pretty much a matter of chance whether or no he shall be qualified to fulfill any social function, to contribute anything to the common good, and to do so freely. 9. The most concrete statement of his liberalism that Green ever made was in a lecture which he delivered in 1880 entitled Liberal Legislation and Freedom of Contract 10. The lecture was occasioned by Gladstone's proposal to regulate contracts between Irish tenants and landlords. This plan posed a question which, as Green said, had arisen repeatedly in respect to liberal legislation. It purported to be liberal and yet it abridged the right of contract. Earlier liberal policy had in general followed the rule that freedom of contract ought, for the purpose of diminishing legal restraint, to be extended as far as was compatible with public order and security. Is liberalism then inconsistent in pursuing opposite policies in different cases? The question clearly must be answered in the affirmative if the position taken by Bentham is correct, namely, that all legislation is intrinsically a restriction of freedom and that freedom is always greater where a relationship is not regulated by law but is left to voluntary agreement between the parties. But as Green said, Bentham's position tacitly assumed that law is the only restriction on liberty, and this is not true unless freedom is arbitrarily identified by definition with the absence of legal restraint. Against this conception, which Green called negative freedom, he set up a positive definition: liberty is a positive power or capacity of doing or enjoying something worth doing or enjoying. Freedom must therefore imply not merely a legal but an actual possibility, in view of existing circumstances, of developing human capacities, a genuinely increased power on the part of an individual to share in the goods which a society has produced and an enlarged ability to contribute to the common good. Freedom of contract may be a means to this end and, if so, is a good, but it is not an end in itself. It may, for example, in cases where the bargaining power of employer and employee is grossly unequal, merely reduce the general practice in a trade to that of the least scrupulous employers. The freedom of an Irish tenant to contract with the owner of his land becomes a mere formality when eviction means starvation. In such cases the actual coercion which an employer or a landlord can exert under the legal form of a contract is in fact, Green argued, far more oppressive and far more destructive of effective freedom than the legal coercion exerted by the state when it abridges the right of contract to protect the weaker party. The choice of the latter course is not, Green argued, a reversal of liberal policy. For the law has always recognized that some contracts are subversive of the general good and hence are to be prevented as contrary to public policy, and there is nothing illiberal in putting other contracts into this category if they too jeopardize general interests such as public health or a respectable standard of public education. 729. Green's argument in this lecture was an effective analysis, on a limited scale, of liberal purposes in legislation. It brought out the fact that liberal theory in the past had been largely ad hoc, controlled by the purpose of repealing obsolete legislation, and it argued cogently that liberalism could not be placed permanently on so narrow a foundation. Liberal policies have to be flexible to meet changes of circumstance, and if they are genuinely liberal they have always to follow the guidance of moral purposes. They are essentially an effort to open a humane way of living to a larger number of persons. Consequently, he inferred, at the center of a liberal philosophy is the idea of a general good or common human well-being which is capable of being shared by everyone and which provides a standard for legislation. This standard cannot be individual liberty alone, or the least possible legal restriction of free choice, because free choice has always to be exercised in a situation, and some situations are such that they reduce choice to a mockery. Choice means opportunity, and opportunity means a society that is not coercive beyond need either in its legal and political structure or in its economic and social structure. Freedom is really as social as much as it is an individual conception. It refers at once to equality of society and equality of the persons that make up a society. Hence it is impossible that a government should be liberal merely by standing aside and refraining from legislation, or that a liberal society should come into being merely, so to speak, by political inadvertence. The function of a liberal government is to support the existence of a free society, and while government cannot make people moral by law, it can remove many of the obstacles that may stand in the way of their moral development. Green's ethics and political philosophy were an elaboration and reinforcement of these ideas, which his lecture on liberal legislation applied to the specific case in hand. The central principle of Green's ethics was the mutuality of the relationship between the individual and the social community of which he is a member. As he put it, the self is a social self. By this he meant, much as Aristotle might, that the highest form of community is one in which equal is associated with equal and in which the bond that holds the community together is the loyalty of the members for the group and its purposes. At the same 730 time to be a member of such a group, to share its work and have a significant part to play in it, is both the condition of achieving a well-rounded personality and also the highest satisfaction that a human being can gain. Within limits, Green believed, Any social group is of this sort. Even the most powerful and the most despotic government cannot hold a society together by sheer force. To that extent there was a limited truth in the old belief that governments are produced by consent. Government, Green said, depends on will and not on force, because the tie that binds a human being to society is the compulsion of his own nature and not the penalties of the law or the calculation of ulterior advantages. The unanswerable argument for a liberal society is that it recognizes this fundamental social impulse in human nature, which is at the same time a moral impulse, and tries to give it realization in a form adequate to the full ideal meaning of morality. This ideal requires that the members of a society meet as moral equals, that they treat each other with respect, that all are free to think and act for themselves, and that their thought and actions are guided and controlled by full moral responsibility. For this reason coercion ought to be reduced to a minimum, and this is no truer of coercion exerted by the state than of any other form of coercion which has the effect of making persons less than free moral agents. For Green as for Kant, a community of persons is a kingdom of ends in which everyone is treated as an end and not merely as a means. Because this is inherently the ideal nature of a community and of a person, the opportunity ought to be open to everyone to realize such a life up to the limit of his capacities. Hence a really liberal society cannot aim at less than to give to all men the right to moral self-determination and to the moral dignity which is at once the condition and the due of personality. Green developed this conception chiefly in his analysis of right. A right, he argued, has always two elements. It is in the first place a claim to freedom of action, which is in substance the assertion of an individual's impulse to realize his own inner powers and capabilities. A hedonist psychology, he argued, is fundamentally false because human nature is a mass of desires and tendencies to actions which are directed not toward pleasure in general but toward concrete satisfactions. The claim, how? 731. Ever, is never morally justified merely by the desire, but only by rationalized desire, which takes account of the claims of other persons. What justifies it is the fact that the general good itself allows of such freedom of action. It is a claim to participate and contribute. In consequence, the second element in a right is a general social recognition that the claim is warranted, that the individual's freedom really does contribute to the general good. A moral community from Green's point of view, therefore, is one in which the individual responsibly limits his claims to freedom in the light of general social interests and in which the community itself supports his claims because the general well-being can be realized only through his initiative and freedom. Ideally it is, as Rousseau said, a form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and goods of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone. There is, therefore, a general social good or welfare which is the criterion of the individual's rights and duties, what Plato called the health of the community, but it is neither distinct from nor opposed to the happiness of the individual, because it is one in which the individual can share and because the participation is itself a significant part of the individual's happiness. The fundamentally liberal element in Green's ethics consisted in his refusal to contemplate a social good which demanded merely self-sacrifice or self-abnegation on the part of the persons who share and support it. The obligation and the right of the community matches the right and the obligation of its members. Green's meaning was well stated by Leonard Hobhouse, in a book designed to refute what Hobhouse regarded as the illiberal, or Hegelian, tendency to lift society or the state above the interests of its members, which he attributed to Bernard Bosanquet, Green's most distinguished student. The happiness and misery of society is the happiness and misery of human beings heightened or deepened by its sense of common possession. Its will is their wills in the conjointment result. Its conscience is an expression of what is noble or ignoble in them when the balance is struck. If we may judge each man by the contribution he makes to the community, we are equally right to ask of the community what it is doing for this man. The greatest happiness will not be realized by the greatest or any great number unless in a form in which all can share, in which indeed the sharing is for each an essential ingredient. But there is no happy. 732. Ness at all except that experienced by individual men and women, and there is no common self submerging the soul of men. There are societies in which their distinct and separate personalities may develop in harmony and contribute to a collective achievement. Point 11. This mutual interdependence of individual claim and social recognition was with Green an ethical and not a juristic conception. He explicitly rejected Bentham's definition of rights as the creatures of law. The reason for this lay in Green's conviction that a liberal government is impossible except in a society where legislation and public policy are continuously responsive to a public opinion which is at once enlightened and morally sensitive. This was the truth which, he believed, was contained in the theory of natural law. It held up to the law an ideal of justice and equity and humanity to which it ought to approximate. By this he did not mean that law can try to make men moral, because morality, being mainly a matter of character, cannot be produced by legal coercion. Law necessarily deals with the externals of conduct and not with the spirit and the intention behind it. Yet in order that government may be truly liberal there must, Green believed, be a continuous reciprocity between law and morals. This interchange is twofold. On the one hand, the rights and obligations that are actually enforced by law are never up to the level of what would be possible. The moral judgment of society is the indispensable means of holding government up to the best that it might accomplish. On the other hand, though the state cannot make men moral, it can do much to create social conditions in which they are able to develop a responsible moral character for themselves. At the very least, it can remove many hindrances to such development, as it does, for example, by recognizing that children have a right to education. Governments that profess to be liberal have in fact, Green argued, fallen far short of what they ought to undertake in this respect. The moral obligation of the state to create opportunity is not diminished because men cannot be compelled to make the best use of opportunity, and it is both idle and cruel to hold men to a moral standard that they have no opportunity to meet. The most characteristic element in Green's liberalism was his belief underscore 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 in the reality of a social conscience which both regulates law and is supported by law. This was the meaning which he attached to Rousseau's general will. But he argued that Rousseau was merely confused when he tried to find out where in a society the general will is located. Moral judgment cannot in the nature of the case be located anywhere, because no man and no social institution is infallible. Every man must follow his intelligence and his conscience, and a liberal society is one which both respects his right to judge and also enhances the probability that his judgments will be socially trustworthy. This moral freedom, which Green conceived to arise from the metaphysical nature of the self or personality, was for him the foundation of political liberalism. It is meaningless to inquire in general, he argued, why a human being is subject to rules created by social institutions or why as a member of society he has rights. His liberties and his obligations are two sides of the same social relationship which gives him at once the duties of his place in the social structure and provides him with a personality that can be invested with rights. A human society, therefore, is a complex of institutions within which human beings live their personal lives, and their personalities consist largely in the sharing and participation which such membership implies. The part to be played by government in this social complex is that of regulation and control in the light of this ideal of free participation. A liberal government aims at minimizing coercion, but coercion is of many kinds and can depend on many circumstances. In general, any situation is coercive when it frustrates the spontaneous self-expression of native capacities and substitutes compulsion for moral self-control. The justification of legal coercion is precisely that it offsets and neutralizes other forms of coercion which are less tolerable. The right to freedom of judgment and action Green extended to all men, without distinctions of rank or wealth, in so far as they rise to the acceptance of social responsibility, and he believed that all men do rise more or less to this level in so far as they are given the opportunity to share in the moral culture provided by civilization. Hence he regarded education as the most important social function, and he conceived that the chief difference between ancient and modern civilizations lay in the degree in which the modern nation opens. 734. To all men goods which in antiquity were reserved to an aristocracy. For the present, Green thought, the nation is probably the largest unit that has the social cohesiveness needed to make the idea of a common good effective, but he was convinced that states ought to direct their policy with due regard for the general human welfare. War, he argued, can never occur without moral fault somewhere, and while it may sometimes be unavoidable, it is always a confession of moral failure. Liberalism, conservatism, socialism. Green's restatement of liberalism did away with the rigid line between economics and politics by which the older liberals had excluded the state from interfering with the operation of a free market. From Green's point of view, even a free market was a social institution rather than a natural condition, and quite possibly it might require legislation to keep it free. The political and the economic, instead of being distinct areas, are interlaced institutions which are certainly not independent of one another and which ought ideally both to contribute to the ethical purposes of a liberal society. In political theory, this change implied a radical departure from the attitude toward the state and legislation which had been characteristic of liberalism. Liberalism had always looked with suspicion on the state and had kept its activities within narrow limits, whether by a rigid list of constitutional guarantees or by the assumption that legislation is likely to be an undesirable interference with freedom. Green's liberalism, on the contrary, was a frank acceptance of the state as a positive agency to be used at any point where legislation could be shown to contribute to positive freedom, in short, for any purpose that added to the general welfare without creating worse evils than it removed. It is true that Green himself, and indeed the whole generation of liberals to which he belonged, made no sudden shift of attitude to conform with their change of theory. They remained even nervously fearful of paternalism and the undermining of individual responsibility by social legislation. But from Green's point of view, this issue no longer implied a difference of principle but became one merely of fact and of the probable effects of legislation. The major purpose of his revision was to force the state into lines of legislation from which 735. It had previously abstained on principles avowedly liberal. Thus Green himself was convinced that the state must go further than it had in financing public education and making it compulsory, though in this area almost no liberal except Spencer had stood on a platform of laissez-faire. He was convinced also of the need for an extension of sanitary regulation in the interest of public health, of standards of housing in the interest of decent living conditions, and of control over labor contracts. And since he argued in general that all rights of private property can be defended only if they contribute to the common good, his theory opened up very wide possibilities of legislative regulation. To be sure, he believed that no great change in property rights was needed, because he argued, rather vaguely, that the growth of large-scale capitalism does not interfere with the parallel growth of small-scale capitalism. But this too was a question of fact, and if he had been convinced that he was mistaken, he could have altered his belief quite logically. This quality of Green's liberalism tended to obscure or to blur any sharp lines of distinction between alternative political theories, as long as they were not incompatible with his ethical conception of a liberal society. Or to put the case a little differently, Green's liberalism ceased to imply any single and invariable line of political and legislative policy and implied rather a combination of different lines of policy to safeguard a variety of social interests all accepted as contributing to the general welfare. Thus the differences between liberalism and conservatism, or even between liberalism and a liberal form of socialism, cease to be matters of principle. Green's social philosophy, like Mill's, might be described as an enlarged and idealized form of utilitarianism. In one sense this change was not contrary to the general temper and bias of liberalism, but was merely an enlargement of the concept of the greatest happiness. In point of fact, however, Green really appropriated for liberalism a body of social values and policies which in the tradition of English politics had characteristically belonged to conservatism. It was this which caused some of his contemporaries, Mark Pattison for example, to regard his political philosophy as merely confused. The conservatism of Disraeli, derived substantially from Burke, had publicized itself as the protector of stability and security. 736. Against too rapid and too drastic change, the principal cause of change being the expansion of trade and industry, which was a typical policy of liberalism. The revision that Green made in liberal theory amounted in part to an insistence that stability and security are themselves important elements of general welfare and are necessary conditions of liberty. Green's philosophy attempted to state a moral platform so broad that all men of social goodwill could stand on it, and in a measure he succeeded. Its purpose was to transform liberalism from the social philosophy of a single set of interests seen from the point of view of a particular class into one which could claim to take account of all important interests seen from the point of view of the general good of the national community. Obviously, however, this purpose could not be wholly successful. The generality, not to say the vagueness, of Green's ethical terms, was such that it did not obviate differences in view even among younger men, all of whom considered themselves to be in substantial agreement with him. Idealist political theory was capable of two constructions, the one more authoritarian or possibly more conservative, the other more definitely liberal. To a considerable extent the difference depended upon the closeness with which Green's philosophy was regarded as following Hegel. The Hegelian elements in Green's philosophy were selected and emphasized, in part with the purpose of correcting Green, by his most distinguished student, Bernard Bosanquet, in the Philosophical Theory of the State, 1899. Under the stress of the First World War this book was subjected to a drastic criticism by Leonard Hobhouse, himself strongly under Green's influence, in his Metaphysical Theory of the State, 1918. In substance what Hobhouse did, under the stimulus of the war, was to throw into relief some of the anti-liberal implications of Hegelianism that English and American Hegelians had considered to be of only passing importance. The issues between Bosanquet and Hobhouse turned chiefly upon 2 points, both obscure in Green: the ethical relationship between the individual and the community and the relation of society to the state. Green's assertion that the self is a social self was indeed an important statement as long as anyone was inclined to neglect it, but once it was admitted the question still remained, what 737 exactly did it mean, and in particular what did it imply in cases where an individual came into conflict with accepted social beliefs or practices. Bosanquet, like Hegel and unlike Green, attached little value to the social criticism of the moral dissenter but assumed that changes in institutions take place by the inherent logic of social growth. Accordingly, as Hegel had identified individual inclinations with caprice, so Bosanquet tended to identify them with ordinary trivial moods and the narrow, arbitrary, contradictory will. And as Rousseau sometimes represented the general will as that which gave men's actions the morality they had formerly lacked, so Bosanquet ascribed to society a real will with which the individual's will would be identical if he were fully moralized and fully intelligent. Taken literally, this would amount in practice to the assumption that society is always right and the individual is always wrong, or to the practical conclusion that private conscience ought merely to conform and be submissive to authority. Some such view was in fact implied if not asserted when F. H. Bradley said in his chapter on My Station and Its Duties, "We should consider whether the encouraging oneself in having opinions of one's own, in the sense of thinking differently from the world on moral subjects, be not, in any person other than a heaven-born prophet, sheer self-conceit." 12. A conclusion of this kind is consistent with much of Hegel but certainly not with Green, who always regarded the give and take between private judgment and social institutions as mutual. Social pressure, of course, as Bosanquet argued, continually holds individuals up to higher standards of conduct than they would achieve if left to themselves, but it is equally true that personal ideals constantly hold law and government up to standards that they would not achieve without criticism. A political philosophy which denied the second of these two statements would certainly be very defectively liberal, for without it free thought and free speech would largely lose their political significance. The introduction into English usage of the word state, overtly as a technical term, with connotations drawn from Hegel, was uniformly unfortunate. Before the idealists no English political thinker had used the word in any special sense or indeed ____ had made any common use of it at all. Nor for that matter did the idealists give it any exact meaning. In Green, and still more in Bosanquet, it was a source of constant confusion not only in terminology but also in thought. Sometimes it meant government, sometimes it meant nation, sometimes it meant society, all vague words but certainly not interchangeable, and sometimes it meant an ideal entity which, like Rousseau's general will, is always right but which cannot be identified with anything on earth. This last meaning in particular, when combined with the others, had the effect of investing some institution with a moral dignity and authority to which it need have no claim, and it was this which Hobhouse attacked as a metaphysical use, or misuse, of the word. He showed that it might be used to justify either political regimentation or long-established social stratification, and in either case it would contravene the spirit of liberalism. In another work Hobhouse argued that one mark of a liberal society is that the claim of every man to a morally significant place in the community is admitted to rest on justice and not on charity, and that in consequence there is a broad moral distinction between liberalism and philanthropy. Point 13. Though Green's liberalism might thus be bent toward conservatism, it was consistent also with a liberal form of socialism, provided the latter did not depend on a theory of class antagonism. No sharp difference of principle separated Green's liberalism from the socialism of the group of young men who organized the Fabian Society in 1884. This does not appear to have been due to a direct influence of Green's teaching upon the Fabians, or indeed to the influence of abstract philosophical theories of any kind. Both Green and the Fabians reflected, probably independently, an important change in the climate of British political opinion, namely, a loss of confidence in the alleged social efficiency of private enterprise and an increased willingness to use the state's legislative and administrative power to correct its abuses and to humanize it. Like Green, the Fabians defended their program as an extension of liberalism. In the Fabian Essays, 1889, Sidney Webb asserted that, the economic side of the democratic ideal is, in fact, socialism itself, and Sidney Olivier underscore 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 said that socialism is merely individualism rationalized. Its morality is only the expression of the eternal passion of life seeking its satisfaction through the striving of each individual for the freest and fullest activity. Socialism is not the suppression but the realization of personality and individuality. Indeed, it would not be difficult to represent Fabian socialism as an effort to implement Green's positive freedom on the basis of a much wider knowledge of economics and of industrial and political administration than Green possessed. And while the Fabians proposed to go much farther than Green in the direction of nationalizing basic industries and controlling production and distribution, they based their plans, as Green did, on the observed bad effects of leaving the economy uncontrolled, and not like Marx on the dialectic of economic development and the inevitability of the class struggle. Fabian economics was for the most part not Marxian but an extension of the theory of economic rent to the accumulation of capital, on lines already suggested by Henry George. Fabian policy was based on the justice and the desirability of recapturing unearned increment for social purposes. These purposes depended on the conviction, essentially similar to Green's, that liberty is impossible without a reasonable degree of security and that in consequence social security and stability are as much an object of political policy as liberty. Accordingly, the socialist principles for the reorganized British Labour Party, stated in Sidney Webb's Labour and the New Social Order, 1918, took the form of national minima of leisure, health, education, and subsistence, below which it was contrary to public policy that any large proportion of the population should fall. This purpose has continued to be defended as an extension of liberty. In 1942 the party executive reaffirmed its confidence that a planned society can be a far more free society than a competitive one, because it can offer those who work in it the sense, on the one hand, of continuous opportunity for the expression of capacity, and the power, on the other, to share fully in the making of the rules under which they work. The present meaning of liberalism. An estimate of the meaning of liberalism and its present position in political theory must take account of the fact that the 740 word is used, with some consistency, in two senses, the one more restricted and the other more general. This usage, however, is not arbitrary, for there are valid historical reasons for both. In a narrower sense, liberalism is used to mean a political position midway between conservatism and socialism, and one that is favorable to reform but opposed to radicalism. In this sense it is thought of as congenial with the outlook of a middle class rather than of an aristocracy with a vested interest in the status quo, or of a working class with a policy of regulating or even supplanting business enterprise. This restricted meaning of liberalism is perhaps more characteristic of continental than of recent Anglo-American usage. Marxists regularly describe liberalism as a capitalist political theory aiming at economic laissez-faire, or at least at the closest practicable approximation to laissez-faire. In a more extended meaning, liberalism has come to be used as nearly equivalent to what is popularly called democracy, in contrast with either communism or fascism. On a political level, the sense of liberalism implies the preservation of popular institutions of government, like the suffrage, representative assemblies, and executives responsible to the electorate, but it means more generally political institutions that acknowledge certain broad principles of social philosophy or of political morality, by whatever methods these may be realized. In this extended sense, liberalism cannot, of course, be identified with the ideology of any social class or with any restricted program of political reform. It may be spoken of as the culmination of the whole Western political tradition or the secular form of Western civilization. 14. Far apart as these two meanings of liberalism are, both are related naturally to the history of liberalism in modern politics. In its early history, English liberalism was quite literally a middle-class political movement which reflected the effort of a rising industrial class to gain a political position consonant with its increasing importance in an economy rapidly becoming more industrialized. Its policy was directed largely toward abolishing obsolete restrictions on industry and trade, and its opponent was a landowning class with a vested interest in retaining these restrictions. Laissez-faire was a not unnatural slogan for a liberal program. It is not unfair to say that this early liberalism was doctrinaire in its theory and sometimes reckless in its policy. It was doctrinaire especially in holding a psychology which was largely a stereotype of behavior in a competitive market, but which it imagined to be a scientific account of human nature at large. It was reckless especially in overlooking the social destructiveness of unregulated capitalism and in merely taking for granted a backlog of security and stability without which its own program of political and economic liberty would have been impossible. By exaggerating the fact that law always limits freedom, it minimized the more important fact which it tacitly assumed, that freedom without law is impossible. Nevertheless, after all these criticisms have been given full value, it is a gross exaggeration to say that even early liberalism was motivated solely by the interests of a single social class, to imply, for example, that the long-run benefits of Bentham's legal reforms accrued only to middle-class Englishmen. Moreover, even when laissez-faire was a dogma of liberal philosophy, it never covered the whole program of liberal legislation. Labour legislation in England is usually dated from 1802, and though it went slower than it should, by the end of the 19th century liberal legislation meant social legislation more typically than it meant legislation to enforce economic competition. From John Stuart Mill on, no important liberal thinker except Herbert Spencer defended a theory that even approximated laissez-faire. To identify liberalism with a purely negative theory of the relationship between government and the economy is a tendentious exaggeration, not worth discussing. A reasonable discussion of this relationship might be addressed to the question, at what point would the regulation of business enterprise become a hazard for political liberalism? For a liberal may reasonably doubt whether a totally planned economy can be made compatible with political freedom. The period between about 1850 and 1914 was extraordinarily stable compared with what either preceded or followed. Party differences which then seemed large covered in fact a considerable degree of substantial agreement. It is no truer to call. 742. liberalism the philosophy of an industrial middle class than to call conservatism the philosophy of a landed gentry, yet neither thought of their differences in terms of a Marxian class struggle. English conservatives opposed liberal reforms, but few of them had any hope, or any serious wish, to reverse them, and it was in fact a conservative government that in 1867 enfranchised the English working class. At the opposite end of the political spectrum, the Communist Manifesto was indeed the program of a revolutionary working class movement, yet Marxism never had more than a marginal effect on either the theory or the practice of English trade unionism. In Germany, where socialism was in theory both Marxian and revolutionary, and where the Socialist Party gained considerable voting strength, its successes were gained through legislation. By the end of the century, revolution had ceased to be a serious part of its policy. The age was one in which men could flatter themselves that evolution had replaced revolution, and could believe, with a show of reason, that some kind of representative institutions, or at least some kind of popular government, would gradually inherit the political world. For the time being, all parties within the range of practical politics were content to keep their aims within limits that could be approached by these methods, and conversely, movements that transgressed these limits remained for practical purposes marginal. A philosopher like Nietzsche, who denounced the whole period as a triumph of complacent stupidity, could be dismissed as an eccentric literary man. Across this era of good feeling, the war of 1914 to 1918, with its aftermath of communism and fascism, drew a line as sharp as that which the French Revolution drew across the 18th century. Both communism and fascism were avowed, even blatant, enemies of liberalism in deserting the practices of liberal politics and in claiming to possess new philosophical principles. Both claimed to be the exponents of true democracy and branded liberalism as sham democracy, yet both overrode the civil liberties that democratic constitutions had been designed mainly to protect and destroyed the political liberties that had been the supports of democratic government. Both denied that the protection of rights and liberties is a primary purpose of government, and also that the individual human being is a competent. 743. Judge either of his own ultimate interests or of the policies and practices which governments ought to follow in order to protect a general or social interest. Both set up a collective entity, the race in the case of fascism and society or the community in the case of communism, as the possessor of a higher value than the individual, and described human beings as agents or organs of the collectivity. Both, therefore, described politics as a mystery above the grasp of ordinary men and conceived it as the function of an elite endowed with a special capacity or faculty. Fascism represented this capacity as instinct or intuition or genius beyond the range of ordinary intelligence. And communism represented it as a higher type of science and therefore the prerogative of experts trained to recognize the necessary course that historical progress must follow. These claims were obviously incompatible not only with the policy and the program of liberal governments but with the philosophy on which liberalism was built. The claim that politics was the prerogative of geniuses or supermen violated the liberal assumption that problems which arise in the political and social relations between people must be solved by intelligence and goodwill, simply because human beings possess no faculties higher than these for solving any kind of problems. The claims of the fascist leader to higher powers seemed to the liberal to be nothing better than the claims of a charlatan, which in fact they turned out to be. The communist claim to a higher form of scientific knowledge was in form a rational claim, but it violated another principle fundamental to liberalism. For social relations between human beings had always been taken by liberals to be moral relations and therefore to be settled in the last resort by moral judgments, which by their nature could not be merely matters of scientific knowledge. From the standpoint of a liberal, the concept of a moral expert was, as Kant had said, a contradiction in terms. That there is in politics a necessary place for experts was not only a principle of liberalism, on good historical grounds it might even be claimed as a discovery of liberalism. But liberal politics had always believed that the political expert was ancillary to the policy maker, whose final decision was not simply an estimate of causes or a calculation of chances, but a judgment of fair play or justice. 744. or long-run interest or general well-being, hence in the last resort an ethical judgment about what ought to happen rather than a factual judgment about what will happen. To a liberal, therefore, the communist idea that moral judgments can be geared to the course of history, that the concept of progress could be made to do duty for the concept of right, seemed to be a roundabout way of saying that anything is right if it succeeds. Because political decisions are ultimately moral choices, it had seemed to liberals that they ought to be reached by a free interchange of ideas and an open airing of differences, in what Justice Holmes called a free market of ideas. For human experience has revealed no better way of arriving at a reasonable consensus. Analysis of these claims seems to show that liberal political philosophies have depended on two postulates, assumptions, or axioms, whatever is the proper expression. One may be called individualism, in contrast with any form of collectivism, though the word has been used in too many senses to be self-explanatory. The other, for which there is no obvious name, is that the relationships between individuals in a community are irreducibly moral relations. To these should perhaps be added a third postulate, namely, that the first two are not mutually contradictory, or as Green said, that the nature of a human individual is such that he is intrinsically a social being. While these postulates were in fact generally made in modern ethical philosophy, so that they do in fact represent the Western political tradition, there is not and has never been a standard or generally accepted way of stating them. Individualism in some form or other has usually been regarded by liberals as an axiom of any theory of value. For liberals who stood in the Christian tradition, it would perhaps have seemed as well stated by Jesus as by any philosophical system when he said, "The Sabbath is made for man, and not man for the Sabbath." In modern ethical philosophy it was stated in two different ways, according as the theory leaned toward an ethics of the good or toward an ethics of obligation or duty. The first might be represented by Bentham's statement, individual interests are the only real interests, and the second by Kant's principle that respect for persons, treating them as ends rather than as means, is the essence of morality. The two forms of statement are by 745. No means interchangeable, but they have a common core in both being individualist. The idea behind Bentham's statement was that if anything has value at all, the value must accrue to someone, somewhere, in the form of an actual human experience. His greatest happiness principle was little more than a corollary of the axiom, and his pleasure-pain psychology was an elaborate, and quite irrelevant, effort to underwrite it with a pseudo-scientific theory of behavior. Kant's ethics, different as it was from the ethics of the utilitarians, was still at one with them in being individualist in the sense here in question. For Kant's principle meant that human personality is uniquely valuable. If the worth of a social practice, an institution, or a form of government were in question, its effect on people taken as individual persons would have to provide the standard of measure. The self-realization principle of idealist ethics was Kantian at least as much as it was Hegelian, and apart from Bentham's pleasure-pain calculus, there was no reason why Green's political philosophy might not have been said to accept a greatest happiness principle as its standard of public well-being. Like Bentham's jurisprudence, English idealism based its analysis of any political question on a presumption in favor of individual liberty, or put the burden of proof on the side of restraint or coercion, assuming that coercion had to justify itself by a net gain in freedom when everybody's interests are counted. In substance, this was an individualist theory of political value, in that it took any requirement to be means, relative to its effects on human individuals as ends. Some such assumption was very deeply embedded in the tradition of modern political theory, and it had been expressed in a variety of philosophical idioms. The most forthright expression of it had been the theory of natural rights, with its assertion that men are created equal and that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. When this mythological or allegorical mode of expression became offensive to Bentham's common sense, he did not really clarify liberal theory by substituting the standard of utility. For utility is a relative standard, it means getting the largest result with the least expenditure of energy, and Mill was probably right when he said that the early liberals were more interested in efficiency. 746. Than in liberty. The authentic liberalism of Bentham's jurisprudence depended on the vitality of the natural rights tradition long after it had become an old-fashioned political idiom. Mill's introduction of qualitative differences between pleasures and pains was an attempt to rectify the relativism of utility and was logically required to keep Bentham's theory unambiguously liberal, even though Mill's reasoning on this point was never very clear. The attempt of the Oxford idealists to adapt Hegel's philosophy to the support of liberalism was in reality more questionable, for in important respects Hegel's social philosophy was not liberal. His blunt assertion that human beings are expendable in the interest of their nations is in fact more in the spirit of Marx's equally blunt assertion that they are personifications of economic categories. Because of the nature of English politics, the idealists could close their eyes to the authoritarian aspects of German Hegelianism, but even so, the differences that developed among Green's students showed that the alliance with Hegel was not altogether an easy one. At the same time, Hegel's philosophy was a very powerful and important analysis of society, stressing its institutional nature, which English social philosophy had never adequately appreciated. It served temporarily as a corrective which the idealists could profitably use, even though it was not a stopping point for a liberal political philosophy. Apparently such a philosophy must postulate the human individual as uniquely the source of value, and by whatever name it is called, this postulate serves the same purpose as a natural right. Presumably this is the reason why liberal philosophies have again and again reverted to some type of natural rights theory, even though they have never agreed on the best way of stating it. The second postulate mentioned that the relations between human beings in a community are irreducibly moral relations means that a community exists because the people in it do more or less recognize each other as ends or sources of value, and therefore as beings having rights and with a moral claim on the obligations that mutual rights impose. In Kant's language, a community is a kingdom of ends. A political problem in the last resort is therefore a problem in human relations to be solved with a mutual recognition of rights and obligations, with 747. Self-restraint on both sides but equally with determination on both sides to stand on one's rights. Within such a relationship issues and disagreements will evidently be perennial, set by the problem of finding a livable footing on which to conduct the innumerable transactions that constitute a human community. The liberal presumption is that their solution can be found by discussion, by interchange of claims and proposals, by negotiation, adjustment, compromise, always on the presumption that both sides honestly recognize rights and perform obligations in good faith. And the institutions of such a community are thought of as primarily providing the means by which discussion can end in a meeting of minds that reduces sheer coercion to an unavoidable minimum. They exert authority, but it is still a kind of loose-fitting authority which is only rarely burdensome and on the whole is largely self-applied by the people concerned. For a community with its settled practices is as natural as the private notions of the people in it. They are born in it, adjusted to it, and more inclined to feel at home in it than to find it oppressive. Still, at points, it always can be oppressive, but this is a problem of piecemeal refitting rather than a problem of pulling down the structure and rebuilding it on a new plan. Its history is an endless patching up, but one in which the continuity of the community is never broken or lost, in which it would always be less than true to say that the community is merely a means to an extraneous end, and yet in which the fate of its human material is always a primary claim. This, it may be supposed, is a simplified version of what Green meant when he called his philosophy a restatement of natural rights but also reiterated that human beings are by nature social. Green's version of liberalism did indeed take something from Hegel, and yet it remained profoundly different from Hegel. What made Hegel's social philosophy important for the 19th century was its representation of a society as a constellation of institutions. Institutional history and an institutional treatment of economics and politics were relatively novel discoveries, and Hegel's philosophy embodied the discovery. This was an insight almost lacking in early liberalism, which virtually assumed that a society has no structure or history at all. It could. 748. Therefore imagine a laissez-faire economy in which unlimited self-interest, if only it is intelligent, works out automatically to a provision for all public interests whatever. In a sense, institutions are impersonal. Parliament can go on for centuries, subduing its members to its own settled modes of operation, even though these never exist except in the behavior of the members themselves. Yet Hegel's concept of a society as merely a system of forces generating change by their internal tension was as one-sided as the laissez-faire concept of a market without an institutional structure. Its virtue consisted in being one-sided in the opposite way. Similarly, Marx was quite right in saying that conditions peculiar to an industrial society create a class of wage earners who in turn create labor unions that are new institutions, but this does not mean that they thereby act like personifications of economic categories. They act like human beings with a problem, who propose to do something about it, and they can form an institution because they are able to specialize their behavior into the role of membership in an organization, which is a characteristic of human behavior. It is precisely this tendency to think of societies as combinations of personified abstractions that makes the theories both of Hegel and Marx illiberal. It is expressed in their describing all kinds of oppositions as contradictions, a yes against a no. The solution has to come by way of a struggle, between nations in the case of Hegel, between social classes in the case of Marx. For Hegel, civil society was a system of mechanistic regularity without intelligence or self-direction, much as capitalism was for Marx an anarchy of production. Nothing reduced Hegel's civil society to humane proportions except the imposition on it of a state, just as nothing made capitalism tolerable to Marx except that it was to be destroyed and superseded by a different kind of society and a different kind of person. Green's insistence that human beings are naturally social was really quite different. It amounted to saying that the organization of society is no more external to people than the organization of their own characters. It exists solely in the fact that in general people do meet their obligations, play the parts their institutions require, and that they can do this solely because they are people and have personalities. The defect of Green's analysis was its excessive abstractness. 749. And generality, as if instead of being a matter of everyday experience, human sociability was a rare feature of human behavior that had to be superimposed by argument on human self-sufficiency. He habitually uses social in the singular number and sometimes with a capital S. The fact is, of course, that society is an abstraction, a general term for an incredible complication of interlocking groups and associations into which human beings fall, some temporary and insignificant, some, like the family for example, enormously older and humanly more important than any kind of political organization. Social groupings are no more unusual or mysterious than the biological mechanism of an individual human organism, though both are mysterious. For every normal person is a member of innumerable such groups, or stands in a variety of relationships with other persons, with whom he more or less identifies himself and his interests. He shifts from one such set of relations to another without a jar and usually without any elaborate or self-conscious preparation. None absorbs him completely, and he doubtless retains a native capacity to be a member of many others that in fact he never is a member of. His loyalty to one may, of course, conflict with his loyalty to another, but this is the exception rather than the rule, for usually two groupings fit together quite smoothly without friction and without unusual effort. A family may, of course, carry on a continuous vendetta with its neighborhood, but this is hardly characteristic. The individuals in them may get split personalities by trying to belong to both, but this is not the rule. The personal or private interests of an individual may and often do conflict with his obligations or his interests as a member of a group, but they are not conflicting per se. Belonging to a family may be a difficult or disagreeable job, but most human beings accomplish it without a sense of irreparable loss. In short, the relation between egoism and altruism, private interest and public interest, is a logical problem because these are abstractions. How one and the same human being has both kinds of interest is quite a different matter, because in fact he always does. An overall problem about how human beings come to be social is both artificial and gratuitous. They are social simply because they are human. The implication of this analysis for political liberalism is that 750. Society or a community is one thing and a state is a wholly different thing. Society is all-inclusive, but it is also pluralistic, needing no single overarching organization or authority to hold it together, while a state is an organization but for that reason is not all-inclusive. Instead, it is one of the innumerable forms of association that people belong to, with limited functions and consequently limited powers. The function of society is an absolutely meaningless combination of words, just as the function of a human being in any overall sense is meaningless, unless the expressions are given some sort of theological meaning. The function of a state is a perfectly appropriate expression. And even if a state is defined as having a monopoly of legal authority, it is still not inconsistent to suppose that its authority is exercised by legal processes and within the limits of constitutional guarantees. The framework of legal rights and obligations that a state supports within a community is still a framework and not a straitjacket. It can leave an area of privacy within which an individual can do as he likes at his own responsibility, and it can leave functions and rights to other associations and groupings of people, even if the state exercises specific regulatory powers over them. A crucial characteristic and perhaps the most important characteristic of a liberal government is the negative quality of not being totalitarian. Historically, liberalism grew up in a European community with a relatively high degree of cultural unity but also with relatively independent centers of power. It included not only states but a church or churches. It always included a great and a growing variety of corporations and voluntary associations that had a considerable range of free action and that also exercised in fact very effective disciplinary powers over their members. The right of voluntary association was an extremely important aspect of individual freedom. The picture of a liberal political community as a mass of unattached individuals combined only by common citizenship in a state was never approximately a fact, but only a figment of a few philosophers under the stimulus of the French Revolution. Obviously, corporations other than the state can be as oppressive and as illiberal as the state, but this does not justify the idea that people would be free if they had no organization. It is a question also whether any human community, even a very 751 primitive one, was ever simple enough to have only one organization. Certainly no modern society can even approximate such a condition, and both fascism and National Socialism demonstrated that experiments in this direction were both fictions and disasters. If then a community is bound to include a multitude of associations that are all at least potential power centers, on what terms can it be governed? It is possible to assume, as Hegel more or less did and as Lenin definitely did, that all the directing has to be concentrated in one place, the state, or the party, and that regulation and direction are practically synonymous with dictation. The liberal assumption, on the contrary, is that government can more reasonably be made a matter of continuous consultation, discussion, and negotiation, with a frank acceptance of the fact that a state has to content itself with limited objectives and the employment of limited means. It depends on assuming that, though a human community depends on agreement, one useful form of agreement is just agreement to differ. It depends also on assuming that, given intelligence and goodwill, a consensus can be reached which provides enough agreement to support collective action, and that the latter can be reasonably effective without being oppressive. It makes the generally empirical assumption that open discussion is after all the best test of an idea, and it has therefore candidly to accept the conclusion that politics is intrinsically controversial and its procedures partisan. For entirely legitimate interests even in the most homogeneous society in fact often conflict, and again, empiricism leans toward the position of the common law, that letting each side state its own case, even at the cost of bias or a degree of mendacity, is after all the best way of getting at the truth or reaching a fair decision. From this liberal point of view, a government is first and foremost a set of institutions designed to regularize public reflection and discussion, and the weighing of contrary claims to the end of evolving a workable policy. A government is undoubtedly an organization of power, and Bentham was quite right when he said that law exists to make people do what they would not do without it. But power exerted after a rational weighing of claims is morally different from naked force, and it may well be more intelligent. For human 752 Wisdom consists less in certainty than in a built incorrigibility. It is obvious that these presumptions of liberal government in particular cases may not be true. They posit conditions, especially moral conditions, that often do not exist. They presume on the part of a government a fair recognition that it acts on a consensus that is almost never complete, and that in acting on the will of a majority, it has still to keep a decent regard for the minorities it does not represent. They presume that government will give to minorities the right to organize and propagandize, that minorities will observe the line between opposition and subversion, and that both sides will observe self-restraint in contaminating the sources of public information. The system requires sincere acceptance of that fact that no party's tenure of power ought to be perpetual, that an organized opposition is a necessary part of a liberal government, and that only legitimate methods may be used to keep it out of power. It requires a set of constitutional institutions to support, and as far as possible to enforce, this kind of political morality. And above all, it requires a community with a strong sense of its own solidarity and concern for the public interest, with a generally educated population, and probably with a degree of experience in working the required institutions. Chapter XXXIII. Marx and Dialectical Materialism. Liberal political thought developed largely as an elaboration of two fundamental social or moral ideas, that politics is distinctively an art of reaching non-coercive adjustments between antagonistic interests, and that democratic procedures are the only effective ways for making such adjustments. Consequently, though its later history undertook to take into account Hegel's valid critique of individualism, it never accepted the two major assumptions in Hegel's social philosophy. These were, first, that society is a moving balance of antithetical forces which generate social change by their tension and struggle, and second, that social history is an internal or quasi-logical evolution of the forces themselves. These elements of Hegel's thought, however, played a large part in the political theory of the 19th century and later. This was due in the main to the transformation of Hegel's philosophy effected by Karl Marx. Marx removed from Hegel's theory the assumption that nations are the effective units of social history, an assumption that never had any close logical relation to his system, and replaced the struggle of nations with the struggle of social classes. Thus he took away from Hegelianism its distinctive qualities as a political theory, its nationalism, its conservatism, and its counter-revolutionary character, and transformed it into a new and very powerful type of revolutionary radicalism. Marxism became the progenitor of the more important forms of party socialism in the 19th century, and ultimately, with very important modifications to be sure, of present-day communism. In important respects, however, Marx's philosophy was continuous with Hegel's. In the first place, he continued to believe that the dialectic was a powerful logical method uniquely capable of demonstrating a law of social development, and in consequence his philosophy, like Hegel's, was a philosophy of history. For both men the ground of any social change is its necessity or 755. Inevitability, and this term was as ambiguous in Marx as it had been in Hegel, combining as it did the concepts both of causal explanation and of moral justification. Though Marx construed his philosophy as a form of materialism, he still used the dialectic to support a theory of social progress in which higher moral values are necessarily realized. In the second place, for Marx as for Hegel, the driving force of social change is struggle, and the determining factor in the last resort is power. The struggle is between social classes rather than nations, and the power is economic rather than political, political power being in Marx's theory a consequence of economic position. But for neither Marx nor Hegel was the struggle for power amenable to peaceful adjustment for the mutual advantage of the contending parties. Marx shared with Hegel a profound skepticism about the ability of human foresight or good intentions to modify the action of social forces, and both temperamentally and by reason of his social philosophy he had almost no belief in the power of legislation to remedy economic abuses. It is true that Marx hoped and expected that his revolutionary radicalism would issue in a form of socialism, in social equality and a genuine liberty, which would complete the equality and liberty of political democracy. But in fact he offered no good reason to believe that the power politics of radicalism would prove to be less authoritarian in practice than the power politics of conservative nationalism. His social philosophy, therefore, harbored a discrepancy between his democratic aspirations and the internal logic of the system. In Marx's lifetime this remained latent, because the social revolution he envisaged was never a practical political issue. It became explicit in the communist version of revolutionary Marxism. The proletarian revolution. Marx's social philosophy depended upon and first clearly brought into the focus of attention a social change of absolutely first-rate importance which occurred in the 19th century, the rise to political self-consciousness and finally to political power of an industrial working class. This, as was said in the preceding chapter, became responsible for changing the course of liberal thought, but Marx perceived its importance far sooner. 756. Than the liberals. Especially in the historical studies which formed an integral part of his philosophy, he presented capitalism for the first time in what might be called its human aspect, as an institution that had produced and was continually enlarging a class of men who must live wholly from wages and who were therefore related to their employers only by a cash nexus. Their power to work is a commodity, the only economically valuable commodity they have, which must be sold in a competitive market where the only obligation of the purchaser is to pay the current price. The relationship of employer and employee in industry tends thus to be stripped of human significance and of moral obligation and becomes simply one of power. Marx rightly saw in this situation potentially the most revolutionary fact in modern history: on the one hand a class defined by its ownership of the means of production and motivated chiefly by the necessity of creating profits, on the other an industrial proletariat having no power except through the pressure of well-organized masses and obliged to set as its end not political liberty but the maintenance or improvement of its standard of living. Understanding this as an historical fact, Marx was aware of capitalism as an institution, not the result of timeless economic laws but a phase in the evolution of modern society. Starting therefore from the fact of divergent class interests, already made abundantly clear by the classical economists, he set himself both to interpret political liberalism as the ideology characteristic of the middle class and also to create a social philosophy for the rising proletariat, suitable for its use in the struggle for power. This project, like Hegel's theory of the state, depended upon an estimate of the historical importance of the French Revolution. Like Hegel, Marx believed that the revolution had signaled the collapse of feudal society, but while Hegel believed that the revolution would be consummated in the emergence of national states, Marx regarded it as preliminary to a more drastic and thoroughgoing revolution. The revolution, he believed, had been at once fundamentally important and yet in a sense superficial. It was important because it realized a necessary stage in the development of civilization, and yet it was superficial in the sense that it merely opened the way to a higher stage. The abolition of feudalism meant for Marx the rise to 757. Power of the middle class and the creation of a political system which made its power effective. In its most developed form, as yet only partially reached, this system would be the democratic republic. The French Revolution, therefore, had been essentially a political revolution. It had transferred social dominance from the nobility and the clergy to the industrial and commercial middle class. It had created the state as a typical organ of middle-class repression and exploitation, and its philosophy, the system of natural rights in politics and economics, was the ideal justification and rationalization of the middle-class right to exploit the worker. The manifest next step beyond the political revolution was a profounder social revolution. This must be the work of the rising proletarian class of workers, which must displace the middle class from power as the middle class had displaced the older feudal class. The rising class, too, must have its philosophy, and as the philosophy of the middle class was in substance a claim to the natural rights of property, so a proletarian philosophy must be a socialist claim to the human rights of men without property. But just because the proletariat lay at the bottom of the social structure, with no class below it to be exploited, a proletarian revolution would not merely transfer the power to exploit but would abolish exploitation. It would be the first step to a society without distinctions of social class and a true beginning of history as a record of full human self-realization. This was the grandiose mission which Marx's philosophy set for itself. In intention, therefore, Marx's philosophy was profoundly practical, as indeed Hegel's had been. Both men believed that effective political action depended on understanding the general direction in which history is moving, what Marx called the natural phases of evolution, and upon accepting the tasks imposed by one's position in it. Whereas Hegel had supposed that European history culminates in the rise of the Germanic nations and anticipated the rise of Germany to a position of spiritual leadership in European civilization, Marx believed that social history had culminated in the rise of the proletariat, and he looked forward to the advance of that class to a dominant place in modern society. In Hegel's philosophy of history, the driving force was a self-developing spiritual principle that embodied 758 itself successively in historic nations. In Marx's it was a self-developing system of productive forces that embodied itself in basic patterns of economic distribution and in the social classes consequent thereto. For Hegel the mechanism of progress was warfare between nations, for Marx it was antagonism between social classes. Both men regarded the course of history as rationally necessary, a pattern of stages unfolding according to a logical plan and advancing toward a predetermined goal. This majestic march of human civilization invites men to cooperate and to serve. Both philosophies were powerful incitements to action and most effective forms of moral exhortation. While Hegel appealed to national patriotism, Marx appealed to the fidelity of workers to their fellow workers. In both cases the appeal was quite different from the individualism of liberal political philosophies. It was addressed to loyalty rather than to self-interest, to duties rather than to rights, and it offered no reward except the hope that one's private life would gain meaning through service to a cause greater than oneself. Marx's philosophy was conceived by him as providing a plan and a motive for a social revolution that should free the workers from poverty and exploitation. This union in Marx of a program of revolutionary action with a philosophical theory of the necessary course of social development is unintelligible unless one understands the peculiar sense which the dialectic imparts to words like necessary and inevitable. If they meant merely the relation of cause and effect, human cooperation with the course of history would be meaningless, its implication would be political quietism. But obviously neither Marxian communists nor Hegelian nationalists have been quietists. On the contrary, they have been determined or even ruthless activists, often at the cost of their private interests. The distinction that commentators have often drawn between Marx the social philosopher and Marx the organizer of party socialism is one which no Marxist, indeed no Hegelian, would ever draw. The necessity which both men attributed to history calls for participation and active cooperation. It is a goad to action and to self-dedication. It has less affinity with scientific cause and effect than with the predestination which Calvinists attributed to the will of God. Like the latter, history 759 provides the Marxian revolutionist with his vocation, with his assurance of ultimate success, and perhaps with absolution for the crimes he commits in history's name. Historical necessity, therefore, means not merely cause and effect, or desirability, or moral obligation, but all three at once: a kind of cosmic imperative which creates and guides human interest and human calculation and makes them its servants. But while Calvinists called this theology, Hegelians and Marxists call it science. Marx's social philosophy fell into two periods divided roughly at about 1850 or a few years thereafter. To the earlier period belongs the plan of the system, an outgrowth of Marx's study of Hegel at the University of Berlin. By this time, some 5 years after Hegel's death, the school was divided into an idealist wing, largely concerned with religious apologetics, and a materialist wing led by Ludwig Feuerbach. In later years Marx described Feuerbach as a small figure compared with Hegel, but epoch-making after Hegel, because he freed Hegelianism from its idealist mystifications and thus, as Marx believed, both relieved it of its conservative implications and brought it into line with science. When Marx left Germany for Paris he was already deeply involved with French socialism, which was part of the whole revolutionary ferment that culminated in 1848. This convinced Marx that socialist theory had been superficial because it lacked understanding of the dynamics of social evolution, which, he believed, was supplied by Hegel's dialectic. The product of this line of thought was dialectical or economic materialism, the theory that social development depends upon the evolution of the forces of economic production. This theory was sketched in a variety of works, largely occasional and controversial, of which the Communist Manifesto, 1848, was the most notable, but neither then nor later was it stated systematically or freed from vagueness or ambiguity. With the cessation of revolutionary outbreaks after 1848, Marx's life as an active revolutionist ended and the remainder of his life was spent as an exile in England. Here he devoted himself to the writing of his great work Capital, the first volume of which he published in 1867, the second and third volumes were put together from his papers by his friend Friedrich Engels after Marx's death in 1883. Capital took economic matter. 760. Idealism for granted, but here too the theory was never developed. Marx had now conceived the idea of underpinning his philosophy with a thoroughgoing critique of classical economics, which he took to be a valid theory of a capitalist economy. Against this Marx set his own theory of surplus value, designed to show dialectically that a capitalist system is inherently self-contradictory. In consequence, discussion of Marxism in the latter part of the 19th century turned almost wholly on Marx's economics. His earlier revolutionary pamphlets tended to be overlooked, and economic materialism hardly began to be much discussed until after Marx's death. Thus it happened that Marx's social philosophy was never systematically expounded by him and is contained in a few very compact pronouncements in occasional writings, while the systematic theorizing in Capital, as distinguished from the historical chapters, can hardly count today as more than economic scholasticism. Yet it can hardly be denied that Lenin was right when he said that economic materialism is the central point around which the entire network of ideas, expressed and discussed, turns. The theory of surplus value may therefore be left to the history of obsolete economic theories. Considered as a social philosophy, Marxism depends upon the meaning and the validity of Marx's main thesis, that the evolution of economic production in a society determines its institutional and ideological superstructure. The sources for the study of economic materialism fall into two groups. First, there are several works by Marx written before 1852. These are polemic writings written while he was formulating his theory of social revolution and occasional pamphlets analyzing the failure of revolutionary movements in France. Second, there are several works by Engels, including a number of important letters written after Marx's death, explaining the theory and criticizing what he regarded as distortions of it by younger socialist writers in Germany toward the close of the century. Since an interval of more than 25 years separated these two groups of works, it is desirable to deal with each by itself. While it is certain that Engels never intentionally departed from Marx's meaning, his explanations were sometimes rather different. 761. Dialectical materialism. Marx's first statements of dialectical materialism were made in a group of works written between 1844 and 1848 under the stimulus of Feuerbach's materialist interpretation of Hegel and as incidents in Marx's career as a revolutionary socialist. It should be noted that Marx used the word materialism in a specialized sense that may be misleading, since the word already had, and after Marx retained, a meaning quite different from Marx's. Pre-evolutionary French works like Holbach's System of Nature had used materialism to mean a philosophy which purported to depend on physics and chemistry, and which held that the mechanical explanations given by these sciences could be extended to all subject matters, vital, mental, and social. This conclusion was not at all shared by Marx, and in his Holy Family he distinguished his materialism sharply from the French materialism of the 18th century. For Marx the qualification dialectical was the essence of the matter. Like Hegel, he regarded mechanical explanation as suitable to physics and chemistry because these sciences deal with subject matters which involve no problems of historical development. Marx never believed their methods could be adopted by social studies. The dialectic he regarded as a logical method uniquely capable of dealing with a continuously developing subject matter and of revealing the necessity of its development. Like Hegel, Marx also regarded mechanical explanation as belonging to a lower form of logic because it deals with a lower stage of reality. At a later date, to be sure, after the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, Marx sometimes claimed for his theory of social development an affinity with organic evolution, and there is in fact a underscore 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 dash 762. Superficial similarity between the class struggle and natural selection. What impressed Marx on a first reading of Darwin's book was the crude English method of development, and this was indeed a characteristic reaction for a Hegelian point. 2 For Darwin's theory of evolution was strictly an empirical generalization, a causal theory of change with no implication of progress, while the dialectic was for Marx as for Hegel a law of logic. It provided an a priori theory of progress which was at once a principle of explanation and an evaluation. Marx's materialism in no way displaced the Hegelian assumption of an underlying force which is the hidden reality behind a multiplicity of more or less ephemeral manifestations and appearances. The metaphysical model appropriate to it was not mechanism but a kind of naturalistic vitalism. At the same time there were several implications of materialism which were important for Marx. In the first place, he tended to equate the word with scientific, and though he had no belief that social studies could imitate physics, he did believe that they could be made equally precise and certain. Hence he was readily convinced by Feuerbach that Hegelian notions like absolute spirit or the spirit of the age were merely imaginary, and that the real motive forces in the history of a society are its material conditions. Marx wholly lacked the contemptuous arrogance towards science that Hegel occasionally displayed. Indeed, one gains the impression that the native bent of Marx's mind was essentially matter of fact and empirical. Few politicians have buttressed their policies with a body of historical and economic scholarship equal to Marx's. Perhaps it was this quality of mind that imparted a kind of vagueness to the sweeping generalizations of Marx's philosophy. Sometimes expressions like tendencies that work out with an iron necessity toward an inevitable goal, which occurs in the preface to Capital, are used as if they were sheer dogmas, but again they may be used as if they were suggestive working hypotheses. Sometimes he speaks as if dialectical materialism were a formula that could be applied mechanically to any period of history. Underscore 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 2. Letter to LaSalle, January 16, 1861, Marx-Engels correspondence, 1846-1895, 1934, p. 125. Cf. Capital, Volume I, ENG Trans. By E. and C. Paul, p. 392, n. 2-763. But at other times he protested violently against this way of using it. And though he might be very free in making predictions, he was also free in making exceptions to them. Thus he could say that revolution was inevitable but also that it might not occur in England or the United States, or he could assert that capitalism was a necessary stage of social development, but he could also entertain the idea that perhaps in Russia socialism might grow directly from the village communities. In general, the dialectic imparted a looseness to Marx's logic that prevented him from distinguishing between probability and rigid implication, or from recognizing that necessary statements are characteristically conditional. In the second place, materialism implied for Marx a radical rejection of religion, indeed a militant atheism. Since religion is unquestionably one of the great conservative social forces, materialism had for Marx, as for many others, a connotation of radicalism. The dissident Hegelianism with which Marx was allied had already produced, in 1835, David Friedrich Strauss's Life of Jesus, in its day regarded as a scandalous book because it construed the scriptural story as merely myth. And though the implications of Hegel's philosophy had been in general conservative, Marx was convinced that its correct implication is revolutionary. For the dialectic can be taken as a solvent of every supposed absolute truth and every transcendent value, since it shows them to be relative social products that grow up in the life of a community in the course of its temporal and historical evolution. All such so-called truths, Marx concluded, are fictitious supports for whatever class controls a society and exploits its subordinate classes. Religion supplies imaginary or fantastic satisfactions that misdirect any rational effort to find real satisfactions. Thus Christianity, with its distinction of soul and body, imparts to men a double life and offers the imaginary joys of heaven as a solace for the real miseries of this life. It is the opium of the people, a soporific that prevents the oppressed from making any effort to better their lot by resisting their exploiters. Materialism meant for Marx, as it has continued to mean for Marxists, an anti-religious secularism regarded as the precondition of any thoroughgoing social reform. 764. The third meaning that materialism and the dialectic had for Marx was the suggestion of a new and more far-reaching revolution. The French Revolution had indeed abolished feudalism, as Hegel said, but the natural rights of man which the revolutionists claimed as its consequence are no more absolute than the dogmas of religion. Nor can Hegel's spiritualized state be the ultimate synthesis that the dialectic requires. Beyond the freedoms of the democratic republic, though this is indeed the highest form of middle-class society, and beyond the state as it has yet evolved, is a higher form of society in which the state will be superseded, and to reach this higher stage a new revolution is required, a social revolution as contrasted with the political revolution that has already occurred. In the past, revolutions have transferred power from one class to another, but they left the fundamental abuse, the power to dominate and exploit. Like Christianity, the political revolution leaves men still with a double life, imaginary freedom and real servitude. For the root of servitude is not political, it lies in a system of production which permits one class to monopolize the means of production and in the division of labor which private ownership entails. Beyond the political revolution, therefore, there is the social revolution which by socializing production will wholly unite the man with the citizen and will once for all uproot the sources of exploitation and of social inequality. And as the middle class was the active force that produced the political revolution, so the proletariat, the product of middle class dominance and the final class below which no exploited class remains, is the force which by freeing itself will free society, and by abolishing social inequality can create a classless society. The division of labor implies the contradiction between the interest of the separate individual or the individual family and the communal interest of all individuals who have intercourse with one another. For as soon as labor is distributed, each man has a particular, exclusive sphere of activity, which is forced upon him and from which he cannot escape. While in communist society, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes, society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow. 3. Thus in the last resort materialism had for Marx an ethical meaning, the root of social inequality is economic, by comparison all political reform is superficial, leaving the source of inequality untouched, and only by abolishing private ownership can any substantial change be made, and by this change the whole inequitable structure of society will be changed at once. The classless society is both the final goal of social development and also the logical next step beyond the middle class freedoms already achieved by the middle class revolution. For Marx, as for Hegel, the unlimited relativism which the dialectic seems to impose on history is crowned by a last and absolute end to which his philosophy will show the way. Economic determinism. Feuerbach's claim that the motive forces in social history are material meant for Marx that these forces are economic. The economic, moreover, meant for him the method of economic production, for he was convinced that any system of production carries with it a corresponding way of distributing the social product, the way which alone will keep the system operating, and in turn the distribution creates a structure of social classes, each of which is determined by its position in the system. the method by which a society utilizes natural resources and produces the goods by which it lives is therefore for Marx the mainspring of its existence. Its mode of production at any given time explains its political and indeed its whole cultural condition at that time, and changes in the system of production explain the corresponding changes that occur in its politics and culture. This in bare outline is Marx's theory of economic determinism, which is the concrete social and political meaning that he attached to dialectical materialism. Considered in relation to the future, this theory provided Marx with his program for a new working class revolution, which is to abolish social inequality and ultimately to create a socialist and a classless society. Considered in relation to the past, the theory provided him with his interpretation of the French Revolution. This was a middle-class revolution by which the new capitalist class of an industrial society destroyed the political privileges of the nobility and the clergy and swept away the ram. 766. Nance of feudal law and government which had hampered the rising system of capitalist production. It had rationalized and sanctified its purposes in the name of the rights of man, which it described as eternal and self-evident natural truths. From the point of view of a working class, however, the civil and political liberties of the democratic government are not the rights of man, they are the rights of the middle class. This does not mean that they are valueless, for the democratic republic is a higher stage of social evolution than the feudal society which it replaced. It is indeed the typical stage of a middle-class society and the highest it can attain, though still far from the highest stage possible. Marx's attitude toward political and civil liberty was thus always ambivalent. In comparison with the undefined liberties which he imputed to a socialist society, he described rights like the suffrage, and political methods like representation, as mere formalities or mere concealments of an underlying class despotism. In general, however, he assumed that socialism would continue and extend political liberty. But this never depended on an analysis of socialism but only on an a priori belief that in a developing society nothing valuable can be lost. Thus Marx arrived at an evolutionary theory of society in which the whole system of natural law fell into place as the ideology appropriate to a specific stage of development. The normal course of social development is feudalism, capitalism, socialism, with a form of political organization fitted to each. Moreover, his theory of revolution made evident the mechanism by which political change takes place. It is the incompatible interests of social classes and the struggle between them to dominate society in their own interest. The French Revolution relieved the middle class from exploitation by the older classes but left it an exploiting class. The wage-earning proletariat is an inevitable product of capitalism which rises pari passu with the bourgeoisie. The success of the bourgeois revolution opens the way for the more thoroughgoing proletarian revolution which in the end will sweep away the new exploiting class. But the final step will complete the process by abolishing classes and exploitation altogether. Marx made it quite clear that he did not regard himself as having originated the theory of class antagonism. He took over 767 and extended a theory created by French historians to explain the revolution. In a letter to Engels he referred to Augustin Thierry as the father of the class struggle in French historical writing. What Marx objected to in the middle-class historians was the presumption that the class struggle had ended with the rise to power of the bourgeoisie, just as he objected to the economists' presumption that the laws of a capitalist economy were eternal and immutable. In the revolutions of his own day, Marx believed that he saw a new type of revolutionary uprising which had as its spear point not a middle class intent upon political rights but a working class rising to the consciousness of its own degradation and confusedly determined to alter not the political superstructure but the underlying economic causes of social inequality. What I did that was new was to prove, 1. That the existence of classes is only bound up with particular, historic phases in the development of production, 2. That the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat, 3. That this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 5. The final step in Marx's argument, therefore, is that the structure of classes that exists in a society at any given period is itself an historical product which changes with the forces of economic production that the society is able to utilize. This he regarded as the ultimate cause to which the whole social, legal, and political framework of society can be traced back, while changes in this framework are to be correlated with changes in the methods of economic production. Writing in 1859, in one of the few autobiographical passages that occur in his works, Marx explained how a brief editorial experience with economic questions, for which he felt inadequately prepared, drove him back to a reconsideration of his Hegelian studies in philosophy and jurisprudence. I was led by my studies to the conclusion that legal relations as well as forms of state could neither be understood by themselves, nor explained by the so-called general progress of the human mind, but that they are rooted in the material conditions of life, which are summed up by Hegel. Under the name of civic society, the anatomy of that civic society is to be sought in political economy. 6. This then was the final significance which Marx attached to materialism in contrast with Hegelian idealism. Hegel's civil society and not his state is the primary factor in social evolution. The legal and institutional relations that make up the state, and all the moral and religious ideas that accompany them, are only a superstructure built upon the underlying economic foundation of civil society. The phantoms formed in the human brain are also, necessarily, sublimits of their material life process, which is empirically verifiable and bound to material premises. Morality, religion, metaphysics, all the rest of ideology and their corresponding forms of consciousness, thus no longer retain the semblance of independence. They have no history, no development, but men, developing their material production and their material intercourse, alter, along with their real existence, their thinking and the products of their thinking. Life is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life. 7. The order of importance and of causal efficacy is reversed. It is the economic order that produces while the mind merely reflects. As Marx said later, in Hegel dialectic stands on its head, dialectical materialism turned it right way up by removing the mystifications of idealism and substituting for them the substantial and tangible realities of the industrial system. Thus the dialectic no longer moves in the realm of logical abstractions but in the realm of real forces. It is important to note, however, that it was not the dialectic which Marx changed but rather a metaphysical interpretation of it. The dialectic was a method, and it is quite clear that he meant to retain the main outline of Hegelian methodology. The purpose of the method in Hegel had been the essentially metaphysical one of establishing an order of precedence or of degrees of reality by which thought can rise from appearances to the absolute idea. What Marx turned right way up was the order of precedence, while his forces of production remained a kind of material analog to Hegel's absolute spirit. Thus the actual facts and events of social, legal, and political history were still conceived by him as the phenomenal forms, the appearances or manifestations of this underlying reality, a kind of surface play of transient and largely accidental circumstance which draws its necessity from the hidden force out of which it arises. On purely empirical grounds, the fact that political institutions and moral ideas are products of economic conditions would in no way entail the conclusion that they cannot in turn affect these conditions. In short, economic factors in dialectical materialism do not act merely as scientific causes which produce empirical consequences. They are more nearly creative energies that operate like semi-personalized agents, though it is only fair to say that when Marx dealt with an actual problem of historical analysis, he was almost always better than his method. But the important critical question still remains, whether the dialectic was not a pseudo-method. In fact, the sociological importance of Marx's materialism depended on the degree in which it ceased to be in any definite sense dialectical and became simply empirical and causal. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx applied his new point of view to the criticism of economic science, both the classical economics and the economics of contemporary socialism. For the former he had a high admiration, being convinced that as an account of capitalism it was substantially correct. His objections against it were aimed largely at the incredible naivete of the economists in respect to the historical aspects of their subject. As Engels said later, they argue as if Richard the Lion-Hearted, had he only known a little economics, might have saved 6 centuries of bungling by adopting free trade, instead of wasting his time on the Crusades. As theologians divide religions into true and false, viz., their own and all others, so the economists treat all economic systems as if they were blundering approximations to capitalism, while they treat capitalism as if its relations and categories were natural and eternal. Against this Marx defended the thesis that economics is an historical science. Its laws are applicable only to the stage of economic production to which they belong. Its categories, such as profits, wages, and rent, are theoretical expressions, the abstractions, of the social relations of production. 770. These ideas, these categories, are as little eternal as the relations they express. They are historical and transitory products. 8. Thus economics became for Marx a combination of history and analysis of the relations prevailing in any given system of production, supplemented by the history of the rise and development of that system. Toward humanitarian, utopian, and reformist criticisms of classical economics Marx was less tolerant. Such projects, in his opinion, offer palliatives, sentimentality, and idealist dreams without either history or analysis. In substance they all reduce to some plan for separating the good from the bad in capitalism, usually to some impossible way of uniting capitalist production with socialist distribution. Utopian socialism, he believed, refuses to face the hard fact that, given a system of production, distribution of the social product follows, and the whole class structure and political system with it. In fact, he was much less than just to the utopian socialists, for his own theory of the classless society was as utopian as anything in Proudhon. He merely postponed utopia to an indefinite future. Marx shared with Hegel a contempt for any personal ideal or desire, which he identified with mere caprice. The ideal is all to be attributed to the internal drive of the system itself, and is good merely because it is inevitable, that is, the final goal of the system's evolution. The practical effect of this prepossession was that Marx discounted any attempt at reform. He considered legislation to be incapable of changing the industrial system in any important respect, and hence he valued social legislation merely as a step toward revolution. The capitalist system must in the end be smashed, and Marx never abandoned the essentially utopian idea that smashing one system is a sure way to create a better system. Ideology and the class struggle. It was characteristic of Marx that he was interested less in perfecting dialectical materialism as a philosophy of history than in applying it to concrete situations, especially with the purpose of finding a program of action for a consciously revolutionary -771. Proletariat. Thus in 1848 he and Engels used the class struggle as the key to all hitherto existing society in the Communist Manifesto, which became one of the great revolutionary tracts of all times. A little later he wrote 2 pamphlets to explain the failure of the revolutionary struggle which had just occurred in France. They applied the economic interpretation to a problem in contemporary history. 9 These pamphlets illustrate the singular combination of dogmatism with shrewd observation and detailed realistic information characteristic of Marx. They give a very able and incisive analysis of the economic affiliations of the several parties in the revolution and also a clear insight into the inchoate state of the proletarian parties. They are indeed much the kind of analysis of a revolutionary situation which any first-class journalist would now try to make, a clear indication of the extent to which Marxian interpretation has gained general acceptance. At the same time Marx's description is underlain by a largely a priori theory of social classes, and the pamphlets certainly do not justify the extravagant claims which Marxists often make for the dialectic as a means of prognosis. Marx's prophecy, that the recurrence of a business depression like that of 1847 would start the revolution anew, was mistaken and, as Engels candidly admitted later, Marx quite failed to appreciate the possibilities for development contained within the capitalist system. The pamphlets serve also to make clearer Marx's conception of the relation of social classes both to the course of history and also to their own mentality. The class had for Marx a collective unity as the nation had for Hegel. It acts in history as a unit and it produces its characteristic ideas and beliefs as a unit, acting under the compulsion of its place in the economic and social system. The individual counts mainly through his membership in the class, because his ideas, his moral convictions, his aesthetic preferences, even the kind of reasoning that seems to him convincing are in the main a reflection of the ideas generated by the class. Underscore 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 9. Die Klassenkämpfe in Frankreich, 1848-1850, articles in the Neue Rheinische 1850, published by Engels, 1895, ENG Trans, ed. By C. P. Dude, The Class Struggles in France, 1848-50, New York, 1934. Der Brumaire de Louis Bonaparte, 1852, ENG Trans, ed. By C. P. Dude, The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, New York, 1935. 772. Upon the different forms of property, upon the social conditions of existence rises an entire superstructure of distinct and characteristically formed sentiments, illusions, modes of thought and views of life. The entire class creates and forms them out of its material foundations and out of the corresponding social relations. The single individual who derives them through tradition and education may imagine that they form the real motives and the starting point of his activity. Point 10. This passage suggests the peculiar sense in which Marx used the word ideology. Ideas reflect and more or less misrepresent an underlying economic reality, they are mystifications of it, at least in so far as their origin has not been unmasked. As ideal motives or reasons for conduct, they are merely appearances or manifestations of something which is in its real nature quite different. And though they seem valid and compelling to their unsophisticated possessor, their compulsive force is really something which is not in his consciousness at all but is concealed in the social position of his class and in its relations to economic production. The theory evidently depends upon Hegel's contrast of appearance and reality. Marx's orcs of production, like Hegel's world spirit, are infinitely cunning in creating all manner of illusions and mystifications to realize their inherent purpose, and Marx's classes give birth to their appropriate ideologies much as Hegel imagined that the spirit of the nation gives birth to a national culture. An expression like modes of thought and views of life, however, may be very misleading. It can cover a spectrum of beliefs and practices ranging from superstition to science, and the fact that a belief originates in a social class or is characteristic of it does not imply that it is either valid or invalid. Marx no more than anyone else supposed that all beliefs are on the same level of truth or that all practices are equally moral. The notion of ideology was at once one of Marx's most pregnant ideas and also one of the vaguest and most subject to abuse. That people are biased by social position is obvious. It may even be true that bias sometimes helps them to see evidence that other people overlook, but the notion that bias piled on bias adds up to evidence is merely a myth. Ideology as Marx used it was a powerful controversial weapon, but one that can be used with equal force. Underscore 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 underscore. By all contestants until every theory, including Marxism itself, is unmasked as a form of special pleading. The arbiter of every such controversy is power. The two pamphlets on the revolutionary movement in France laid down also the main outline of Marx's theory of class structure in modern industrial societies. This theory was pretty clearly suggested to him by his observation of French society and his experience with French socialism, though Marx's conception of industrial capitalism and of an industrial proletariat depended in the main on the history of English industry. For no very cogent reason he assumed that this combination provided a type to which all industrial societies would in general approximate. The theory postulated a middle class mainly urban and commercial in its interests and devoted politically to the civil and political liberties of the revolution, and an industrial proletariat also mainly urban but concerned more with economic security than with political liberty. These classes Marx regarded as the active political forces in a modern society, the forces between which the class struggle mainly takes place, so that the issue is fundamentally the dominance of one or the other. The other classes that the theory recognized, the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie, he regarded as politically inert, though they may, under proper circumstances, be able to affect what the two active classes can do. Marx also considered the ideology of the peasant class and of farmers to be characteristically petty bourgeois. This theory is obviously tailored to fit the dialectic, which obliged Marx to have two main opponents who generate change by their mutual tensions. For this reason it was largely a priori, even though it embodied his penetrating perception of the revolutionary consequences of the Industrial Revolution. Because the dialectic runs in terms of the logical contrariety between two types, details are regarded as merely variations on a theme, and minor differences do not count. Hence the theory records observations of society at large but not detailed observation of any single society. What is left over from the two main classes is merely lumped, with the result that what he calls the petty bourgeoisie is a heterogeneous collection of elements that have little in common except that they resist being classified as capitalists or workingmen. Thus it puts farmers and peasants with independent artisans and small shopkeepers. It has no place for professional people or the increasing number of white-collar workers whose jobs were created by industry. In consequence, though Marxists have always believed the class struggle to be the only reliable guide to political strategy, the vagueness of Marx's concept of a social class was responsible for some of his worst errors in prediction. Throughout the 19th century, farmers were the despair of Marxian theorists and organizers, and peasants became industrial laborers only under compulsion. No empirical sociology would count independent artisans and office workers as having the same type of work experience. And the expectation that every kind of salaried employee would be absorbed into the class of wage laborers was wide of the mark. It is impossible not to believe that Marx's far-sighted predictions of some trends in capitalism were made in spite of the dialectic rather than because of it. Marx's summary. The fragmentary manner in which Marx worked out the theory of dialectical materialism justifies the quotation at some length of his only summary statement of it, which was not written, however, until several years after the theory took shape. In the social production which men carry on, they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rise legal and political superstructures and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material forces of production in society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing, with the property relations within which they had been at work before. From forms of development of the forces of production, these relations turn into their fetters. Then comes the period of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, the distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. No social order ever disappears before all the productive forces, for which there is room in it, have been developed, and new higher relations of production never appear before the conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society. Therefore, mankind always takes up only such problems as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, we will always find that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions necessary for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. Point 11. Marx's theory of cultural development, then, as presented in this passage, included four principal propositions. First, it is a succession of stages, each of which is dominated by a typical system of producing and exchanging goods. This system of productive forces generates its own characteristic and appropriate ideology, which includes law and politics together with the ideal or so-called spiritual products of the civilization, such as morals, religion, art, and philosophy. As an ideal pattern, each stage is complete and systematic, a coordinated whole in which the ideological factors are adjusted to the underlying forces of production and to each other. In actual use, as for example in the descriptive and historical chapters of Capital, Marx relaxed the logical rigidity of the theory. At any given time, the development of the forces of production has run unequally in different countries and in different industries of a single country. There are remnants of the older economy and beginnings of the newer. Consequently, there are correspondingly different ideologies in different strata of population. Second, the whole process is dialectical. Its motive force is supplied by the internal tensions created by disparities between a newly evolving system of production and the persisting ideology appropriate to an older system. A new method of production finds itself in a hostile ideological environment which must be dissolved before it can grow. The ideology appropriate to the old system becomes more and more restrictive of the new, and the internal stresses and strains build up until they reach a breaking point. A new social class, with an ideology appropriate to its social position in the new system of production, comes into sharper conflict with the older classes having ideologies bred by the obsolescent system. The general pattern of development, therefore, is cyclical, an alternation of periods of evolution, in which a new system of production is gradually formed and new ideologies are gradually created, and periods of revolution in which the whole constellation of forces breaks down and recrystallizes, so to speak, in another pattern. Third, the forces of production, the methods of producing goods and of distributing the products of industry are always primary as compared with their secondary, ideological consequences. The material or economic forces are real or substantial, while the ideological relations are only apparent or phenomenal. Fourth, the dialectical development is an internal process of unfolding or of vitalistic realization. The productive forces inherent in any society develop completely before the dialectical transformation or recrystallization of forces takes place. And since the ideological superstructure merely reflects the internal growth of the underlying metaphysical substance, the problems that appear upon the level of consciousness will always be soluble with the further unfolding and the progressive realization of the substratum behind them. In this imposing speculative structure, at once so suggestive and so puzzling, it is the third item, the primacy of the forces of production, which belongs most characteristically to Marx and is also crucial for any empirical use of the theory. For this thesis is what labels the system materialism, in Marx's sense of that word, and also underlies the claim that the theory provides an especially scientific approach to social problems. If the theory is to be used in explaining any historical series of events, it is evidently necessary that the forces of production should be clearly distinguishable from the relations of production, or the foundation from the superstructure. But this distinction is never clearly made by Marx, and seemingly it is impossible in principle that it should be made clear. For a society's forces of production must include at least available raw materials and trade routes, yet they cannot exclude technology, because technology determines whether raw materials are in any effective sense available. The mere presence of iron or coal does not affect a culture which lacks the technique of smelting. But technology depends, in part at least, on skill and knowledge, or on science, and science must belong to consciousness or to the superstructure. Or to put the difficulty the other way around, the superstructure clearly includes legal institutions that govern the ownership of tools or the accumulation of capital, yet these may determine how raw materials are used or whether they are used at all. Thus when Marx himself used his theory to explain the rise of capitalism in England, he cited the expropriation of the monasteries as a source of capital, and the emancipation of the serfs as a factor in creating a class of free laborers, but these were obviously political or legal changes or, in the case of the monasteries, depended on a change of religious belief. In a tangle of social institutions it is meaningless to insist that some single change is always the cause of all other changes. The truth is that Marx's distinction of superstructure and foundation was not empirical. His model was Hegel's metaphysical distinction between appearance and reality, as is evident from his singular conclusion that every social problem must be soluble. The obscurity of Marx's theory became more evident in its elaboration by his collaborator, Friedrich Engels. Engels on dialectic. The theory of dialectical materialism was completed by Marx about 1850. From that time forward it was presumed in all that he wrote, but even in Capital it was nowhere stated. The treatment of socialism in that work turned discussion toward intrinsically less important economic theories such as surplus value. It was not until later in the 19th century that the economic explanation of history began to assume the importance it deserved and to extend its influence beyond the circle of professed Marxists. In the meantime the public had been prepared to take an interest in it by the spread of biological evolution, though inherently there was little if any logical relation between the two. Anthropologists like Lewis Morgan, apparently without depending upon Marx, had stressed the importance of technology in primitive cultures. The development of historical scholarship among socialists, especially in Germany, caused the economic 778 interpretation of history to be applied and re-examined. By this time Marx was already in failing health, he died in 1883, and the further exposition of his theory fell to his friend, Friedrich Engels. 12 Unfortunately, Engels, though he was a man of strong common sense and transparent candor, was philosophically not very acute and in no sense original. He elaborated Marx's fragmentary texts, but he left the underlying obscurities almost exactly where they were. In their understanding of the general nature of dialectic and the kind of necessity which it discloses in history, it is clear that both Marx and Engels relied on Hegel. They objected to particular uses of it by Hegel, which Engels said were nearly always arbitrary, and they rejected of course the idealist interpretation of it as a self-development of thought. It is, on the contrary, a self-development of nature itself reflected in thought. But this implied no very serious change of Hegel, since he also believed that the dialectic revealed a development implicit in reality. Hegel's metaphysical logic, therefore, was an assumed major premise in the whole Marxian argument, with this difference only, that Marx and Engels substituted a materialist for an idealist metaphysics. For Engels as for Hegel the value of dialectic lay in the fact that it permitted the discovery of a necessary evolution in history. From this standpoint of Hegel's philosophy the history of mankind no longer appeared as a confused whirl of senseless deeds of violence, all equally condemnable before the judgment seat of the now matured philosophic reason, but as the process of development of humanity itself. 13. In his Feuerbach Engels attributed rationality to nature in exactly the Hegelian sense. The real or rational cannot be equated with existence because much of what exists is irrational and underscore 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 dash 779. Therefore unreal. For example, in 1789 the French monarchy existed but was not real. In other words, for Engels as for Hegel real means not existent but significant or valuable. The process of history is inherently selective and self-realizing rather than causal, and in effect the important is regarded as bringing itself into existence simply because it is important, after the manner of an Aristotelian entelecheia. The whole conception was fundamentally vitalistic or teleological, just as it was in Hegel. Despite their so-called materialism, the necessity of history for Marx and Engels as for Hegel was really a moral necessity, the progressive development, as Engels calls it, of civilization by the expansion of its inner forces. The supposed necessity reflected their faith in the inevitable success of the proletarian revolution, as for Hegel it reflected his faith in the mission of Germany. According to Engels' account of the dialectic in his Feuerbach, the important difference between Marx and Hegel lay in the fact that Marx adopted a materialist version of dialectic. Ideas are not forces, as Hegel supposed, but pictures of real things, the conscious reflex of the dialectic evolution of the real world. Engels' account of ideas as pictures got a posthumous importance when it was reproduced by Lenin in his Materialism and Empirio-criticism. Quite obviously the word picture, used as a collective term for every kind of idea from a scientific theory to an hallucination, was nothing but a meaningless figure of speech. Apparently it was intended to have two connotations. It suggested, first, that ideology is relatively insubstantial as compared with economic forces and that any form of philosophical idealism is a mystification whose real purpose is to support reaction. It suggested, second, that ideas do have real counterparts in the world. In this sense it was a figurative way of denying subjectivism. And while subjectivism has never been a serious philosophical position, it was convenient for Engels to regard Kant and Hume in that light. His treatment of modern philosophy was therefore summary in the extreme. He merely assumed that every philosophy must be either idealist or materialist, and thus with hardly more than a sentence he dismissed the whole anti-metaphysical tradition from Hume to Kant. AP 780. Apparently Engels really believed that their argument could be refuted merely by pointing out that there is such an operation as empirical confirmation. The truth is, of course, that the critical question about dialectic was not metaphysical at all. The question was whether Hume and Kant were right in making the methodological distinctions they did between causal statements and valuations. Engels made it clear in the Feuerbach that what chiefly commended the dialectic to him and to Marx was its power as a solvent of dogmatism. It was this, he said, which made Hegelianism a revolutionary philosophy. Truth, the cognition of which is the business of philosophy, became in the hands of Hegel no longer an aggregate of finished dogmatic statements, which once discovered had merely to be learned by heart. Truth lay now in the process of cognition itself, in the long historical development of science, which mounts from lower to ever higher levels of knowledge without ever reaching, by discovering so-called absolute truth, a point at which it can proceed no further and where it would have nothing more to do than to fold its hands and admire the absolute truth to which it had attained. 14. There are neither self-evident truths in science nor natural and inalienable rights in society. Nothing is absolute, final, or sacred. The most that can be said is that a scientific theory or a social practice is suitable to its time and conditions, and all theories and practices that prevail are suitable, as is shown simply by the fact that they do prevail. But it is certain that with the passage of time and change of conditions they will pass away and be supplanted by something higher. He merely assumed, quite uncritically, that civilization as a whole always will progress, or more specifically, that socialism will be an improvement over capitalism. Both Marx and Engels occasionally played with the idea that dialectic is merely a working hypothesis which implies no substantive conclusion whatever. This was perhaps a mark of deference to Kant that was hard to avoid in Germany in the third quarter of the 19th century. It was also a deviation that revisionist Marxists were prone to and that Lenin felt it necessary to refute in 1909 when it occurred among Russian ________________________ Marxists, for if the dialectic were only a working hypothesis, its moral appeal would largely evaporate. Thus Engels in Antideutung said that the dialectic proves nothing but is merely a way of advancing to new spheres of research, and that it does away with the need for a metaphysics or a philosophy of history. Marx was even more explicit. In a letter which he wrote in 1877 to a Russian correspondent he said that the account of primitive accumulation in capital did not pretend to do more than trace the path by which capitalism emerged from a feudal economy in Western Europe, and he protested against a critic who, in applying his account to Russia, had metamorphosed an historical sketch into an historico-philosophic theory of the marche générale imposed by fate upon every people. By studying each of these forms of evolution separately and then comparing them, one can easily find the clue to this phenomenon: different historical results from apparently similar conditions, but one will never arrive there by the universal passport of a general historico-philosophical theory, the supreme virtue of which consists in being super-historical. Point 15. If this statement were taken literally, the dialectic would mean about the same as the comparative method so popular in anthropology during the last quarter of the 19th century. In the same strain, Engels in his letters criticized the younger German socialists who, he said, used historical materialism as an excuse for not studying history. Yet it is certain that Marx did not regard the history of capitalism merely as empirical history. Had he done so, he would hardly have spoken in the preface to Capital of tendencies which work out with an iron necessity toward an inevitable goal, or of the natural phases of evolution, or said that a country more highly industrialized than others simply presents those others with a picture of their own future. Either the dialectic is a method that makes historical prediction possible, or else the Marxian historian has at his command only the same methods that other historians use. Certainly, if the dialectic is only a working hypothesis, it does not warrant the assertion that the proletarian revolution is inevitable. Underscore 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 underscore. Engels on economic determinism. Apart from the philosophical principles entering into the dialectic, Engels' elaboration of dialectical materialism dealt mainly with the use of economic interpretation in history. In the letters already referred to, written between 1890 and 1894, he discussed the extent to which such interpretation is possible or useful, his main purpose being to correct what he thought to be the exaggerated claims made for it by younger members of the party. He acknowledged that he and Marx, in putting forward a new idea, had overstated the extent to which economic causes could be found for political and legal institutions. He asserted that it would be pedantic to seek economic causes for all history, instancing the High German consonant shift as one for which no economic origin could probably be given. The example was a little strange, and one wonders whether he realized that he was taking the history of language, with all its implications for differences of national culture, quite out of the region of economic explanation. He suggested that in the case of religion and mythology, economic forces may act negatively rather than positively. He admitted that, within a general framework of economic forces, political or even dynastic relationships may exert a large historical influence, as in the rise of Prussia from Brandenburg rather than from some other small German state. And he acknowledged that legislation can close some paths of economic development and open others, though it cannot alter its main course. It had never been Marx's belief, he said, that economic forces are the sole causes of historical change, but only that they are ultimate or fundamental. The economic factor is the strongest, most elemental, and most decisive. Finally, Engels now argued that it was the special merit of dialectic to take into account the interaction of all the different factors that are present together in a historical situation. According to the materialistic conception of history, the factor which is in last instance decisive is the production and reproduction of actual life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. But when anyone distorts this so as to read that the economic factor is the sole element, he converts the statement into a meaningless, abstract, absurd phrase. The economic condition is the basis, but the various elements. 783. Of the superstructure, the political forms of the class contests, and their results, the constitutions, the legal forms, and also all the reflexes of these actual contests in the brains of the participants, the political, legal, philosophical, the religious views. All these exert an influence on the development of the historical struggles, and in many instances determine their form. 16. With all these concessions, it is hard to see what there is about the economic explanation of history that the most bourgeois historian would have any concern to deny, or that calls for dialectic to explain it. What Engels says amounts in substance to little more than that Marx emphasized a factor in social studies that had been overlooked or undervalued, namely, that in any society prevalent ways of producing or exchanging goods are intricately related to economic, political, and moral institutions and practices. Few if any historians would now question this or deny its importance or refuse to acknowledge Marx's originality. He has been called, perhaps with some exaggeration but certainly with some justification, the true father of economic history. 17. At the same time, it is obvious that Engels meant to claim a good deal more than this for Marx and for the theory of economic determinism. He insists that the economic factor is the most elemental, even while he admits that legislation can sometimes control it, and he retains the distinction between foundation and superstructure even while he argues that the superstructure causally influences the foundation. But Marx's philosophy depended on the presumption that the two can always be clearly discriminated, and also that there is a clear sense in which the foundation causes the superstructure but not vice versa. Without these presumptions there is no sense in calling Marx's philosophy materialism, or in assuming that only a revolution will modify capitalism. On Engels showing there is no reason why a moral idea, a conscientious revulsion against a 15-hour workday for women and children, for example, should not lead to a legal restriction on hours of labor, or why the law should not be effective. In effect, Engels has undermined any meaning that Marx attached to historical inevitability. Underscore 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 dash 784. Engels' letters also expanded somewhat the brief account that Marx had given of ideology and its dependence on the economic system. Even more explicitly than Marx, he treated science in a wholly different way from law, morals, philosophy, religion, and art, though all ought logically to count as part of the superstructure. In substance, both men treat science simply as true, and because it is true it provides a firm basis for technology. The only senses in which Engels regards science as affected by the economy are, first, that problems investigated by scientists may have been set by industry, and second, that scientific discoveries may be socially important because they react on technology. Apparently it never occurred to either Marx or Engels that anyone would try to find an economic derivation for the concept of scientific truth itself, as should be done by a consistent Marxian relativism that treated science in the same way as morals, art, and religion. If this were done, the standard of truth accepted in a society ought to depend on its class structure, and proletarian science ought to differ from bourgeois science. Some Marxists, for controversial purposes, have indeed occasionally approached some such conclusion, but this hardly ranks as more than a desperate effort to follow the unworkable distinction between foundation and superstructure. The notion that ideology may in some cases affect what figures in a society as a standard of truth has, however, produced the rather large body of theory now known as sociology of knowledge. 18. The other parts of the ideological superstructure Engels treated very differently. The validity which men claim for law, morals, politics, art, religion, and philosophy is a false consciousness or a deceptive reflection of the interests which the system of production assigns to the various classes engaged in it. Here the thinker is not clearly aware of the motives that actuate him but imagines that his ideas are true merely in and for themselves. To this category Engels attributed especially abstractions like justice, liberty, and supposed aesthetic, moral, and religious very underscore 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 dash 785. Ties when these are not recognized as belonging in some specific social context. These are what have more recently been named rationalizations, specious defenses of wishful thinking, or the covert idealization of class interests. At the same time, Engels certainly did not regard all ideologies as equally false. The ideology of the proletariat is superior to that of the bourgeoisie presumably for two reasons. In the first place, the philosophy of Marx makes it clear to the proletarian that his ideas of morality, art, and philosophy do depend upon his class and its position in the class struggle. Hence he can adjust his morals to the cause of the revolution. In the second place, the proletariat is a rising class which present history is bringing to a position of dominance. Its ideology is therefore the wave of the future. In both cases the force of Engels' arguments depended on his faith in progress and in the accuracy of the prediction that the direction of progress is now toward a proletarian revolution and a new proletarian society. Dialectical materialism and politics. The concepts of ideology, economic determinism, and the class struggle complete the theoretical parts of Marx's social philosophy. They were to provide the stimulus to a working-class revolution and also a guide to the strategy of revolutionary parties, for the purpose of a philosophy, as Marx said, is not to interpret the world but to change it. They convey the impression of a high degree of intellectual originality and of penetrating observation, but not less of an irritating indefiniteness of meaning. The root of their indefiniteness in every case is the underlying vagueness in Marx's system already mentioned, namely, the impossibility of distinguishing clearly between the economic basis and the superstructure. Because of this indefiniteness, the claims that Marx's socialism is in some special sense scientific and that his theories have a unique predictive value are wholly exaggerated. He made several far-sighted predictions about the future of capitalism, but he also was often wrong, as might be true of any man with a great fund of knowledge and keen insight. But this is not the same as science. The great importance of the concepts mentioned merits comment at this point. The word ideology is the only term from Marx's formidable 786 vocabulary that has come into common use, and though Marx did not coin the word, he gave it more or less the meaning that it now has in common usage. The word has long ceased to have any connotation of Marxism. Its meaning hardly admits of precise definition, though it refers to a fact now generally recognized. This is the fact that any social group which acts together as a unit must have a common body of beliefs, values, and convictions that reflects its understanding of itself, of its environment, and of other social groups with which it has transactions. Such a body of common beliefs is indeed a condition of its existence as a group. These beliefs range all the way from knowledge to myth, with no very sharp dividing lines between them, because until they are questioned they all seem to those who share them to be merely the normal ways for human beings to think or believe. That every society does and must have such a body of shared ideas is now a commonplace of cultural anthropology. In Marx's usage, and to some degree in common usage, the word ideology is likely to have a faint, sometimes an explicit implication of condescension. It assumes the superior sophistication of the user as compared with the simple-minded attitude of those who merely take an idea without question. Sometimes the word has connotations like rationalization, wishful thinking, or prejudice. The distinctive claim of Marx's theory is that ideological beliefs are characteristic of social classes and reflect the position of the class in the class structure of the society, which in turn can be explained by the system of economic production. This is certainly much too limited, for any group may have its typical beliefs and attitudes, and if the word has the usual sense of rationalization, Freud's psychology can provide more examples than economics. In Marx's use the word described especially the theories of natural law in liberal political theory or in classical economics, which he regarded as typical of middle-class people. The use of ideology in politics is almost always controversial. Unmasking an opponent is standard Marxian practice. It means showing that his arguments make a pretense of reasonableness but are really covert defenses of class privilege, and seem valid only because of his class prejudices. For controversial purposes it is often very effective, but it is negative. 787. And can also be self-defeating, because, since everyone has some sort of ideology, unmasking is a game that can be played on everyone and that everyone can play. And when everything, including Marxism itself, has been unmasked, the positive conclusion has still to be drawn and defended. Any serious reasoning, on politics, or any other subject, simply must go on the assumption that good evidence can be distinguished from bad. This capacity is no more characteristic of one social class than of another. Marx's theory of economic determinism also was an idea of great originality, highly suggestive but also capable of fantastic exaggeration, which Engels himself thought it necessary to disclaim and which sometimes brought the idea into unmerit disrepute. As G.D.H. Cole, by no means an unsympathetic critic of Marxism, once said, there are Marxists who cannot see a flapper use her lipstick without producing patent explanation of her conduct in terms of the process of production and the class struggle. The difficulty of seeing the importance of the idea was largely occasioned by Marx himself, by his insistence on the priority of economic to all other explanations and by his description of economic factors as material and therefore more scientific or more open to observation than others. This was in reality a fragment of Marx's metaphysics, his predilection for materialism. But when a social scientist is talking about human behavior and what people do in economic relations is behavior, drawing a line between mind and matter is neither possible nor useful. Another obstacle that Marx set up against appreciating economic determinism was his tendency to turn it into a philosophy of history. This was a frequent 19th century speculation, quite baseless and often merely a misunderstanding of organic evolution, that there is some standard, straight-line succession of stages that every society runs through. Yet when all the objections are made, economic explanation in political and social history is enormously useful. No historian would now disregard it. Technology, transportation, trade routes, available raw materials, the distribution of wealth in a society have always been important for history and politics, and they still are. They are related to the political institutions of a society, its law, its social classes, and its morals and art. All these together form 788. An intricately related complex, and no single factor explains them all, but neither can the economy be left out. Economic determinism was one factor, certainly not the only one, in making the study of politics more realistic than was possible with the utilitarian separation of politics from economics, or with an almost wholly legalist approach to the subject. It was a step in the direction of a later tendency to bring it into contact with social and cultural history, or with anthropology and social psychology. The abuses of economic interpretation in history by socialists after Marx came, as Engels said, from those who used it as an excuse for not studying history. The concepts of ideology and economic determinism underpinned the concept of the class struggle, so that the three together were considered by Marx to provide a strategical guide for the proletariat in accomplishing the social revolution. Marx's theory of social classes was in fact largely a priori and designed to fit his theory of social revolution. He certainly never made an empirical study of the class structure of any society. His theory was indeed put together rather incongruously from his experience as a revolutionist in France, supplemented by his valid perception of the social importance of the Industrial Revolution, which, at the time when Marx wrote, was mainly a phenomenon of English society. Thus he assumed a dominant middle class, essentially plutocratic and mainly urban, sharply distinguished from a nobility which was a feudal remnant, and from a large body of peasant farmers. None of this applied at all accurately to England, where capitalist agriculture had displaced the peasant proprietor. In England also the wealthy middle class had intermarried extensively with the nobility. Marx's theory, therefore, was in many respects not at all a good guide to political strategy. It never made any significant impression on the English working class, who according to Marx's theory ought to have been its readiest recipients. Marxian party socialism succeeded far better in Germany than in France, yet Marx always looked upon Germany as a backward country in comparison with either France or England. Marx's account of the behavior of social classes presented some theoretical peculiarities. A social class is for him a collective entity, as nations were for Hegel, and their members, as 789. He said in the preface to Capital, can be treated as personifications of economic categories, representations of special class relations and class interests. As a rule, therefore, a social class acts competitively in its own interest, very much like the economic man of classical economics. But the dialectic requires that its ideology should be also at some point self-contradictory and its behavior suicidal. Though an individual's beliefs and behavior are assumed in the main to be those that the position of his class impresses on him, the class must also occasionally produce unusual individuals who break loose and provide a new ideology for a rising class that will supplant the old ruling class. As Marx said in the Communist Manifesto, there is a portion of the bourgeois ideologists, who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. The passage was written at a time when Marx thought of communists not as a political party but as intellectualist revolutionists able to spark and direct discontent from the outside. The passage provided the germ of the role that Lenin assigned to the Marxist intellectual and indirectly therefore of Lenin's theory of the party as the vanguard of the proletariat. The final disappearance of social classes, which Marx expected to happen in the final stage of socialism, seems to be logically no more than a fragment of romantic individualism that Marx never got rid of. It is quite discrepant with the collectivist bent of his social philosophy or the generally realistic temper of his thought. Both he and Engels attributed classes to the division of social labor, and how a society becoming steadily more highly industrialized can simplify its specialization defies explanation. The struggle for power between social classes provides the driving force for politics, because as Marx understands political organization, some class must at any given time be dominant. It will use its superior power to exploit classes with less power, and the state is merely the apparatus of power which it uses for exploitation, a committee for managing the common affairs of the dominant class. The law is a body of rules that upholds what the exploiting class calls its rights. The key to successful political leadership is the understanding that politics is merely a conventionalized kind of warfare, that a party is the general staff which plans and directs the strategy of whatever class it 790 represents. A conception of politics like this obviously represents the point of view of a revolutionist who regards the existing political system as so unjust that it can only be smashed. It represents also the point of view of a person so far from power that he never contemplates even in imagination what it would be like to have the responsibility of governing. After the system is smashed, however, the successful revolutionist will have nothing but law and politics to put together a new system, and he will certainly not describe that, even in his own mind, as merely a means of exploitation. Like Stalin, he will describe the relations between peasants and industrial workers in Russia as friendly, which will be as fictitious, or as true, as the same statement made about relations between the classes in any society. For if classes depend on the division of labor, it is as easy to follow Plato in describing their relations as cooperative as to follow Marx in describing them as hostile, the truth being that in some respects they are the one and in some respects the other. Pending the revolution, a party which thinks of social classes as continually at war will give its attention to planning the revolution and will have very hazy plans for doing anything constructive afterward. In general, this is what Marx did. Capitalism as an institution. The thought of Marx's early writings was heavily influenced by his early Hegelian training. The reasoning by which he constructed its framework was largely deductive, but like Hegel he tended to fit into the framework a great mass of data drawn from his historical studies. It aimed to be a philosophy of history, and following his Hegelian model, Marx assumed that all significant data would in fact fit into a sufficiently spacious framework. As Hegel said, the real is the rational, and Marx too supposed that dialectical materialism could yield a universal theory of the evolution of civilization. He never abandoned this conception, but after 1850 he devoted his life as a scholar less to this kind of speculation and more to using his ideas in a historical interpretation of contemporary society in Western Europe. In so doing he was developing the most fruitful germ in philosophical Hegelianism, its concept of institutional history, and what in substance Marx was trying to do. 791 was to treat capitalism as a social institution. He had no thought, of course, of giving up his original practical purpose of furthering a social revolution or of supplying its intellectual underpinning. Hence, without any consciousness of dividing his effort, he could at the same time engage in continuous plans to organize socialist parties. His twofold plan involved an intensive study of the economic origins of existing social classes and a thoroughgoing economic analysis of the nature of the antagonism between these classes. These two lines of investigation formed the principal subjects of his work on capital. The first took him into extensive historical research into the origins of the capitalist organization of industry, the rise of the middle class, and the formation of its counterpart, the industrial wage-earning class, which Marx rightly regarded as the major development in modern European society. The second undertook to back history with a precise economic analysis of capitalism, upon lines already set by the classical economists, to show at once the mechanism by which capitalism produces the two chief classes and the grounds for their inevitable and growing antagonism. This part of Marx's work issued in the theory of surplus value, which unfortunately tended to monopolize the discussion of Marxian socialism in its earlier stages. The historical chapters of Capital, especially those which deal with the earlier history of the capitalist organization of industry, prior to the 18th century, and with the formation of a class dependent solely upon its wages, were the best of all Marx's writings. They have scarcely been superseded even yet, despite the attention given to economic history by later writers, who were in no small degree inspired by the beginning Marx made. He opened up the main avenues of approach to the historical study of capitalism, especially as the new industrial system affected social history, the formation of a proletariat by the divorce of the peasantry from common rights in the land, the destruction of household industry by the growth of capitalist organization, the steady increase in the size and power of the units of such organization, and the acceleration of these processes by the expropriation of the church and the colonial exploitation of America and the Indies. The distinctive feature of Marx's treatment was his stress upon the changes in human and social 792 relations that result from industrial and commercial changes, and particularly upon the cramping, even the distorting, of the workers' lives by the steady advance of the division of labor. Marx's general thesis was that the working class has been subjected by industrial organization to a regimentation at odds with the profession of liberty and equality in the bourgeois democratic philosophy. In manufacture, the enrichment of the collective worker, and therefore of capital, in the matter of social productivity, is dependent upon the impoverishment of the workers in the matter of their individual powers of production. 19. Marx believed, mistakenly, that capitalism depended on a progressive reduction of workers' living standards. He was not mistaken in believing that working conditions in mines and factories when he wrote were often scandalous, that hours of labor not only for men but for women and children were outrageously long, or that machine tending involved frustrations and risks that had not existed in a more primitive system of production. The descriptive chapters of Capital opened up most of the criticisms of capitalist industry which are current even today, and reinforced his criticisms with much statistical and other factual data drawn from public reports. This part of his work was probably assisted by Engels, who had published his book, The Condition of the Working Class in England, in 1844. Marx dealt realistically with such subjects as the periodic recurrence of crises, the existence even in prosperous times of chronic technological unemployment, the destruction of the skilled crafts by new machines, the displacing of skilled by unskilled labor, the sweating of non-industrialized trades, and the growth of an unemployable slum proletariat. As with his historical studies, the novel and distinctive characteristic of Marx's treatment was his stress upon the social repercussions of industrialization, its tendency to weaken primary social groups like the family, and therefore upon the human problems that it created. The contradictory quality of capitalism seemed to him, as it had to Hegel, to be its paradoxical union of organization and anarchy, the technological organization of production united to an anarchy underscore 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 of exchange, an elaborate social coordination of the units of production united with an almost complete disregard for the adaptation of industrial means to human ends. Though the ideal received only occasional and passing statement, Marx had always in mind the contrast between capitalism and a planned and socialized economy, designed to produce and distribute goods when and where a legitimate need exists for them. The real force of Marx's book was carried not by theoretical argument but by the stark realism with which it pictured the actual conditions of labor, and by so doing pictured unregulated capitalism as a parasite that devours the human substance of society. In fact, though not in intention, capital was the first and probably the most powerful of the ethical attacks on the sheer moral ugliness of an acquisitive society without adequate protection for its industrial labor force. Characteristically, however, Marx never makes his attack on capitalism as an overt moral judgment, nor does his argument that capital exploits labor mean that the workers were better off under some earlier system of production. The dialectic was for him a guarantee, and he often says, that capitalism is an advance over the feudalism that preceded it. Nor do the cruelties of capitalism mean that capitalists personally are cruel. Capitalists and workers alike are caught in the system and in general must do what the system requires. From Marx's point of view, the system itself is inherently self-contradictory and in the end is therefore self-destructive, but what makes it self-destructive is that it contains the germs of a higher and better system that is struggling to be born. Implicitly, therefore, Marx's criticisms always look toward the future rather than the past, toward what he believes the conditions of the workers will be in a rationally planned and socialized economy. Something of this sort must, he believed, be the logical outcome of an economy from which the contradictions of capitalism have been purged. He tried neither to describe such a future economy nor did he hold it up as an ideal to be striven for. Like Hegel, he believed that the course of history is both inevitable and rational. Men will indeed strive, but in the end their striving will be for what they must desire and must create. Thus, in the guise of an arid analysis of economic causes and effects, Marx developed what in fact was an exceed. 794. Ingly powerful moral appeal, backed by a quasi-religious conviction. It was nothing less than an appeal to join the march of civilization and right, and it was this appeal that gathered armies of workingmen to Marxian socialism. The collapse of capitalism. The major purpose of capital, therefore, was to show that capitalism in destroying itself must give rise to socialism, its antithesis. The plan of Marx's argument was to accept the labor theory of value, which Ricardo had made the central principle of classical economics and which Marx regarded as an authentically scientific theory of capitalism, and then to show dialectically that it is logically incoherent. The basic concept of Marx's analysis was surplus value. The classic defense of capitalism had been the argument that in a system of free exchange everyone would, in the long run, receive back a value equivalent to that which he brought to the market and would thus receive his equitable share of the social product. Against this, Marx sought to show that in an industrial system in which capitalists own the means of production, labor will always be forced to produce more than it receives and more than is required to keep the system going. Wages, on the average, will lie close to the subsistence minimum, not as Malthus had argued because of the pressure of population but because of the system of private ownership, and the capitalist's monopolistic position in the system will enable him to sequestrate the surplus in the form of profits and rents. This argument, with its almost endless ramifications and its excessive technicalities, led to a long controversy which was celebrated in its day but which was outmoded even before it came to an end. For the Ricardian theory of value from which it started became obsolete for non-Marxian economists while the controversy was still in progress. Marx's economics in general and the theory of surplus value in particular, therefore, belong properly to the history of economic theory. It is indeed taken for granted by present-day Marxists, yet an ardent Marxist like Lenin rarely referred to it. For Marx, however, surplus value was the keystone of the argument, since it provided the ground of his conclusion that a capitalist system must ultimately be self-destroying. The theory left in its train two propositions. 795. That remain articles of faith for later Marxists: first, that capitalism must inevitably collapse, and second, that its collapse must inevitably give rise to socialism. Marx's economic analysis, therefore, produced a number of predictions about the course that a capitalist society will run through in its way to ultimate failure. Because of the competition of capitalists among themselves, industry will tend to be concentrated in larger and larger units of production. These will tend to become monopolistic, and wealth will be concentrated in fewer and fewer great fortunes. Competition to keep up profits will make exploitation more severe, and the working class will become more and more impoverished. Because labor is chronically unable to consume all that it produces, a capitalist economy will be subject to periods of overproduction, depression, and unemployment. Small businessmen, farmers, independent artisans, the petty bourgeois remnants of a handicraft economy will more and more be reduced to the level of wage-earning proletarians, and a capitalist society will tend to be polarized between capitalists, with satellite subclasses, on one side and the proletarian masses on the other. In the end, Marx argued, this must bring about a revolutionary situation in which the expropriators will be expropriated, and the means of production will be socialized. All these predictions were subjects of prolonged controversy, and judged in the light of what happened after Marx wrote they had widely different values, which suggests that they were not deductions from sound theory but, when correct, were penetrating guesses about the way capitalist industry would work. The tendency of industrial and business units to combine and grow in size and the tendency toward recurring cycles of prosperity and depression were verified, though corporate organizations tended to spread ownership and to divest it of the implications of control that Marx attached to it. On the other hand, the prediction that the working class would be progressively impoverished was wide of the mark, for industrial societies indubitably raised their standard of living. The prediction that the lower middle class would be absorbed into the wage-earning proletariat also proved to be wrong, for industrialization greatly increased the so-called white-collar class, which in Marx's classification must 796 be called petty bourgeois. Though capitalism assumed international proportions, as Marx expected, the working class of the more highly industrialized countries showed no tendency to unite for an international class struggle, as Lenin in 1914 confidently expected them to do. Nor does it appear that capitalist industrialism sharpened class antagonism. If this kind of broad comparison is to be made, it seems nearer the truth to say that industrial societies are less stratified than handicraft societies, that their class lines are easier to cross, and that they are extraordinarily stable. Social revolutions occurred in Russia and China, not in England or Germany. Marx's certainty about the validity of his method induced a readiness to predict that revolution and the collapse of capitalism were imminent, and these predictions were usually mistaken because the revolutions either did not occur or occurred in the wrong places. The other half of Marx's prediction that the collapse of capitalism would be followed by a socialized or collective economy was a speculation that depended wholly on the dialectic. Behind it there was, to be sure, a perfectly justified mood of revulsion against the brutalities of early capitalism. But the dialectic made it impossible for him to think of this as criticism. It must be prediction, and what is predicted must come about. Development must lead to the opposite of that from which it starts, and the opposite of capitalism is communism. For no substantial reason Marx believed that all the evils of capitalism were concentrated in the private ownership of the means of production, and hence he could believe that the abolition of private ownership would cut off the evil at its root. The anarchy of privately owned and competitive production will be succeeded by a planned and harmonized economy, an association of free individuals who work with jointly owned means of production and wittingly expend their several labor powers as a combined social labor power. The first step to this end is to bring production under the conscious and prearranged control of society, or in short, public ownership. By reason of this change, the whole class structure supported by privately owned industry will be undermined and ultimately destroyed, and a classless society will eventuate in which coercion will no longer be necessary. The state, in Engels' famous phrase, will wither away, since it 797 is an organ of repression in a society based on exploitation, and in some inexplicable way specialization and the division of labor will no longer be necessary. Again, as Engels said in a famous sentence borrowed from Saint Simon, the government of persons is replaced by the administration of things and the direction of the process of production. 20. This was Marx's repayment for all the scorn that he had heaped on the utopian socialists, or perhaps it was the apocalyptic vision required to make any theory of social revolution convincing. Human relationships that throughout history have been governed by force and exploitation are at some point to be supplanted by relationships that will be wholly idealized and cooperative. The classless society is the myth of the future which compensates for the disillusionments of the present and the disappointments of the revolution itself. Coupled with the idea that history has an inevitable end, however, the myth of the future may be a very dangerous kind of moral philosophy. For the future is the one thing that never arrives, and if the present is the domain of sheer force, force will always be morally justified if it leads toward history's predestined goal, which in practice means, if it succeeds. Marx had in fact, like Hegel, something very like contempt for moral scruples and convictions and ideals, and both temperamentally and by conviction, he believed that reform is impossible. Society as it is must be smashed to make a fresh start, and though the revolution must be planned, what is to follow the revolution can be left to the new order. The social morality of the apocalyptic vision is fanaticism, but beyond the vision there is a possibility which Marx's experience never forced him to consider, namely, that the revolution might occur. The social morality of a realized utopia can quite easily be cynicism. The strategy of the social revolution. Marx always regarded his philosophy as the guide to a successful proletarian revolution, and his career was divided between scholarship and socialist leadership. It would be hard to name any form of political radicalism in Western Europe after Marx underscore 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 underscore. That was not in some way affected by his thought. But there have been two great political movements, both of which claim to be the authentic version of Marxism, and these are at once so similar and so puzzlingly different that their relation to Marx is an important part of understanding his philosophy. These were, first, party socialism as it existed in Western continental Europe down to World War I, and, second, communism as it has existed since the Russian Revolution of 1917. The latter grew directly from the former, for Lenin was a leader of a Russian Marxian party, yet he was also the destroyer of the Second International or organization of Marxian socialist parties. The enmity between communists and socialists became even more bitter than that between communists and middle-class parties. The strategy of communist parties has been entirely different from that of the socialist parties. For the latter, by 1914, had gained positions of considerable political power in several countries of Western continental Europe, especially in Germany, and in general their power grew by attracting votes in free elections, after suffrage was extended to the working class. Lenin's party, on the contrary, never was and never aspired to be a popular party gaining its ends by mass support. Yet it is quite true that both party socialism and communism derived their different conceptions of strategy from Marx. A fuller explanation of this seeming paradox must depend on the account of Lenin's version of Marxism in the next chapter. Here it is sufficient to point out that Marx himself suggested two different lines of strategy, either of which might be taken to be the appropriate implication of his philosophy. In the first place, it seems probable that Marx, perhaps about 1850, did in fact change his mind about the strategy of revolution, though he never said so explicitly. In the Communist Manifesto, 1848, he denied emphatically that communists form a political party. They are the most advanced and resolute section of the working class, and this expression is obviously the origin of Lenin's description of his party as the vanguard of the proletariat. At this time Marx certainly believed both that a bourgeois revolution was imminent in Germany and also that it would probably be touched off by a socialist revolution in France. Accordingly he could believe that an elite of dedicated revolution. 799 ists, with a definite program and a clear understanding of the historical necessity of social revolution, might successfully operate as a general staff for all radical proletarian movements, such as, for example, left-wing labor unions. Apparently, however, he soon became convinced that these petty bourgeois radical organizations were too strong to be managed in this fashion, and with the failure of the revolutionary attempts of 1848, he concluded that a long period of preparation would be needed, while industrialism created in the workers an effective revolutionary class consciousness. He still believed that the social revolution was inevitable, but he believed also, in line with his theory of social evolution, that a revolution could not be made until bourgeois society had developed the full potentialities of the capitalist system. The strategy implied was twofold: a socialist party must indeed press for bourgeois reforms that strengthen the working class, but its main consideration must be to preserve its own ideological purity and its freedom of action. It must never involve itself in divided political responsibility by cooperating with middle-class parties. This was conventionalized into standard strategy by the Marxian socialist parties: refusal to accept cabinet posts in governments formed by coalitions with non-socialist parties. Obviously, however, if this strategy succeeded, it was likely to defeat its original revolutionary purpose. It aims to build its power by attracting voters with reforms that are not intrinsically socialist. Even the manifesto had demanded a graduated income tax. But the more a party succeeds in getting reforms through the ballot, the less reason there is for it to remain revolutionary. And this is indeed what tended to happen to successful Marxian socialist parties. In 1895 even Engels boasted that the German Social Democrats were succeeding better by legal than by illegal methods. Socialist intellectuals, being philosophical Marxists, remained revolutionists in theory, and only a few revisionists, like Edward Bernstein, became avowed evolutionists, but by the end of the 19th century a party like the German Social Democrats was little likely to stage a revolution. In effect, a communist society such as Marx imagined had become an ideal to be approximated by liberal political methods through an 800 indefinitely long process. It was assumed that if a revolution ever did happen, it would retain all the democratic political gains that had been made in the meantime. By 1914 some such belief had become the ingrained conviction of Marxists in the socialist parties of Western Europe. In the second place, Marx tended to make a distinction between the strategy appropriate to a socialist party in a country with a ripening industrial economy and to one in a country with a relatively backward economy. Only the former could successfully lead a revolution, since the revolution must ultimately be produced by the evolving economy. There was still the question what strategy socialist parties should follow in countries marginal to the main line of development. Marx tended to regard France as the natural leader of a revolution and to consider Germany as relatively backward, as indeed it was in his earlier life, but not by 1914. For obvious reasons, Marx's remarks on strategy in a backward country had special significance for Russian Marxists. Thus it happened that two documents which Marx himself never published but which Engels printed after Marx died assumed an importance for Trotsky and Lenin such as they never had for German socialists. 21. In 1850, believing that a middle-class revolution was about to break out and succeed in Germany, Marx wrote an address for the Central Committee of the Communist League, for which the manifesto had been written, advising the socialist minority about its strategy relative to this revolution. A socialist party, he says, must cooperate with middle-class revolutionists until the revolution succeeds. It must then turn against its allies, it must keep its own center of power intact, and though it cannot hope to make a successful socialist revolution, it must use every means of subversion and obstruction to prevent either business or government from becoming settled. It must set poor peasants against rich peasants, it must aim to nationalize the land, and it must force the revolutionary government as far as possible toward an underscore 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 21. Address of the Central Committee of the Communist League, March, 1850, published by Engels in 1885. Marx and Engels, Selected Works, Moscow, 1955, Volume I, pages 106 to 117. Marginal notes to the program of the German Workers' Party, 1875, Critique of the Gotha Program, published by Engels in 1891. Ibid, Volume 2, pages 18 to 37. 801. Attack on private property. In short, the battle cry of the proletarians must be, the revolution in permanence. Thus in 1850 Marx supplied the concept of permanent revolution which Trotsky adopted and developed in 1906, and which laid down substantially the policy that Lenin followed in 1917 relative to the middle-class revolution in Russia. Of much greater importance were Marx's comments on the program produced by the Gotha Congress, which in 1875 brought about a combination of radical organizations in Germany that made the beginning of what proved to be an effective socialist party. Marx's comments were fragmentary and bitterly vituperative and were suppressed at the time in the interest of harmony, but they were directed to a state of affairs in Germany which, more than anything else that Marx wrote, was directly relevant to the state of affairs in Russia 40 years later. As Marx said bluntly, the toiling people in Germany consist of peasants and not of proletarians. What the peasants consciously want is quite different from what they ought to want, and hence what they really, or dialectically, do want. In a society becoming more highly industrialized, they are politically impotent for any constructive purpose, but by sheer weight of numbers they are a critical factor in the situation. Though they are incapable of leadership, they can be steered and guided, and their discontent can be channeled into support of the proletarian minority, which alone can be the leader toward a genuine socialist revolution. The objectives set by the program that Marx was criticizing he condemned as not socialist at all, but merely those of any middle-class revolution, suffrage and other popular political rights. These have a value in a pre-socialist society, but in relation to socialism they are merely pretty little gewgaws. Marx's hints for the control of a prevailingly peasant society by a proletarian vanguard pretty clearly suggested Lenin's plan in 1905 for a democratic revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Marx's marginal notes on the Gotha program contained also his most extended reference to the transition from a capitalist to a socialist society, though characteristically this is a reference rather than a description. The transition will take place in two stages. The public owner. 802. Ship of the means of production will of itself abolish the appropriation of surplus value and will achieve the bourgeois profession of giving to workers the full value of what they produce. This, however, will still fall short of genuine communism, which must abolish the division of labor and increase the social product to permit the realization of the communist ideal, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. In the transition period between capitalism and communism, the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. Quite obviously Marx's notes on the Gotha program, together with remarks made elsewhere, contain the germ of much that Lenin in 1917 put into his pamphlet, The State and Revolution. Marx's social philosophy, therefore, supported two conceptions of political strategy which proved in practice to be divergent. The one line, developed by Marxian party socialism, looked to the evolution of industrialism to produce a class-conscious proletariat which would grow in strength until it could take over a society already politically democratic. Down to 1914 this seemed clearly the main line of Marxian strategy, already in a fair way to succeed through the political organization of the working class in great popular parties such as the German Social Democrats. For this strategy political liberalism was the necessary antecedent, and the revolution would be the consummation of a long course of political and economic development and of popular education. The other line, which after 1914 marked out the strategy of Leninism, harked back to the earlier stages of Marx's thought, which took communism to be the ideal of an intellectual elite or of a proletarian minority submerged in a society prevailingly peasant and without liberal political rights. For this line revolution was a present reality and the antecedent of political and economic transformation. It leaned heavily on Marx's somewhat incidental remarks on the strategy appropriate to communist parties in backward societies. As far as their intentions were concerned, Russian Marxists had no thought of abandoning or changing the central principle of Marx's social philosophy, namely, economic determinism, yet inevitably to the Western Marxists they seemed to be discarding it. 803. Chapter 3. Communism. The philosophy of communism is a revised version of Marxism, largely the work of Lenin and therefore often called Marxism-Leninism. Trotsky's part in it, which was in fact considerable, is systematically denied or obscured by communist writers because of his later expulsion from the party. The official definition of Lenin's relation to Marx, stated by Stalin in his Foundations of Leninism, 1924, is that Leninism is Marxism in the epoch of imperialism and the proletarian revolution. Emphasis is thus put upon Lenin's writings and speeches during World War I and after the Communist Revolution in Russia in 1917. The implication of Stalin's definition is, therefore, that Lenin's revisions were occasioned by the evolution of European capitalism after the publication of Capital, 1867, especially its colonial expansion and hence its supposed responsibility for the War of 1914. In the same essay Stalin mentioned another interpretation of Lenin's philosophy, that it was an adaptation of Marxism to the state of affairs in Russia, which Stalin of course rejected, because it reduced Leninism to a merely local ideological adaptation of Marx. Nevertheless, the latter interpretation has often been repeated by non-communist writers, because in 1914 Lenin had been for a dozen years or more a leader of one wing of Russian Marxism, and most of what he had written up to that time had in fact dealt with the problems of a Russian party. Both these interpretations of Lenin contain elements of truth, but neither states adequately the tremendous importance of his version of Marxism. Besides, though the two interpretations seem to be independent or even opposed, they are, surprisingly, rather closely connected. That Lenin's mind was continually absorbed, both before and after 1914, with the problems of a Russian revolutionary party is too obvious to need emphasis. It is also true the war turned his attention to imperialism. 805. But his writings on this subject were not in fact very original, for he borrowed extensively from earlier writers, both Marxist and non-Marxist, who often gave a more incisive scientific analysis of the growth of capitalism than Lenin's. As usual, Lenin was almost exclusively interested in the tactical side of imperialism, the opportunities it offered to a revolutionary leader, and the war had the effect of opening his eyes to the possibilities provided by the discontent and the national aspirations of the colonial peoples. To this Lenin's experience as a leader of Russian revolutionary socialism proved to be directly relevant. For what Lenin accomplished in Russia was to make Marxism succeed in a country that was relatively undeveloped industrially, with a chiefly agrarian economy and a largely peasant population, a kind of country which had always been impervious to the Marxism of Western Europe. Conditions that Lenin faced in Russia were broadly characteristic of backward and colonial countries the world over. Consequently, his adaptation of Marxism to Russia turned out to be an adaptation of it to the age of imperialism, not because he made Marxism adaptable to the imperialist countries themselves, but because his methods were effective in the colonial dependencies of imperialist countries. This, of course, was not what Stalin meant, but it made his interpretation more or less true. As a class, the underdeveloped countries had small but powerful Europeanized minorities that might be able to control their politics and manage their economies. They had national aspirations and they suffered from economic needs that made industrialization almost an imperative. They were under a strong impulsion to adopt Russian methods as a way of getting large results at a rapid rate, and they had no political tradition or organization that might act as a brake on the use of methods that exacted an exorbitant human cost. Lenin's success in Russia had a powerful attraction for such countries. Leninism can therefore best be defined as an adaptation of Marxism to non-industrialized economies and to societies with a prevailingly peasant population. Its worldwide importance depends on the fact that the world is full of such societies. Marxism always played two roles for Lenin, and it continues to do the same in communism. In one of its roles, Marxism was for 806. Lenin a kind of creed or religious symbol, the object of unquestioning belief and therefore a dogma. In this role Marxism supplies to communism the adhesive power of a faith or a commonly held ideal. Thus Lenin often supported a policy by quoting a phrase or a sentence from Marx which would serve as a slogan and which he could attach to the policy by a kind of scholastic exegesis. Contrariwise, he often condemned an opponent's policy by arguing that it was contrary to something in Marx, much as some religious fundamentalists use texts from the Bible. The most frequent and the bitterest charges that Lenin hurled at other Marxists, and his life was filled with such controversies, was that they were adulterating Marx's meaning, as this was revealed by a literal and correct interpretation of the text. Some of the general tenets of Marx's philosophy Lenin really did believe in this unquestioning way, such as, for example, the absolute necessity of a social revolution or the absolute certainty that the revolution would create a communist society without the evils of capitalism. Beliefs like this were for him simply matters of faith, and in this quasi-religious role Marxism was the object of his total dedication. Making the revolution was for him a moral imperative. At the same time, Marxism played for Lenin a different role. Like Marx himself, he always said that philosophy should be a guide to action. In this role Marxism was not a static body of rules but a collection of suggestive ideas that could be used in analyzing a situation, assessing its possibilities, and thus arriving at the most effective course of action. There is no reason to doubt that Lenin did use Marxism in this way. All his life he was an intensive student not only of everything that Marx and Engels wrote but also of the large literature by Marxian scholars in German as well as Russian. In this practical role Lenin's Marxism was highly flexible. In the eyes of more conventional Marxists his practices were often wholly unorthodox, and they returned with interest his charges of adulterating Marx. There was almost no important political decision of his career that was not condemned, often by members of his own party, as bad Marxism. Thus Lenin combined the most rigid orthodoxy in doctrine with great flexibility in practice. In fact, his practice often preceded his theories, but his orthodoxy prevented him from can-807 didly acknowledging the changes he was making in his Marxian source. Characteristically, he tied the two together with an interpretation designed to show that Marx always really meant what Lenin had decided he ought to mean in the case at hand. This is not an uncommon way by which people who are very dogmatic but also quite practical and intelligent adjust their scruples to what they mean to do. The transition from the theory and practice of Marxism in the parties of Western Europe to what finally emerged as the theory and practice of Soviet Marxism could never have been made at a bound. It was made by meeting problems special to Russia as they became pressing. The Russian leaders started with the presumption that the great Social Democratic Party in Germany was a model to be followed, but frequently this was impossible. Both Lenin and Trotsky, in their capacity as Russian revolutionists, were often hampered by their loyalty to the traditions of Western Marxism, and even after they had convinced themselves of the need to depart from it, their most difficult task was often to convert their own followers. The formation of Leninism therefore took place stepwise. It consisted in finding workable policies as problems arose and then fitting the policy as well as possible into the framework of Marxism. In order to understand the completed structure, therefore, it is necessary to keep in mind both the state of affairs imposed on a Marxian party in Russia and also the underlying assumptions and convictions and dogmas that their loyalty to Marxism imposed on the Russian leaders. What finally came out of the process was a resultant of both factors, never planned as a whole by anyone. Their theorizing was often improvisation, for meeting the problems imposed by Russia was a condition of their survival, but they improvised always from a base, and that base was their Marxian philosophy. This chapter will follow in a generally chronological order the major steps by which the theory of Soviet Marxism was constructed. Russian Marxism. When a Marxian Socialist Party was first organized in Russia, early in the 1880s, it followed a native socialism with a generally agrarian and humanitarian philosophy. The main principle 808 of this philosophy was the idea that a socialist society might be developed from the primitive communism of the Russian village and thus might bypass the stage of industrialism. As was said in the preceding chapter, Marx himself was not unwilling to entertain this as a possibility. The tactical implication of this philosophy was that socialist propaganda should be addressed primarily to the peasants, and when this was tried, it failed egregiously. In consequence, the Russian Marxists were committed from the start to a belief that the Marxian line of social development from feudalism to capitalism to socialism was an absolute law of evolution. They concluded that socialist propaganda, in Russia as everywhere, must be addressed to an urban, industrial working class. No Marxist, naturally, was ignorant of the industrial backwardness of Russia or of the fact that the industrial working class was a tiny minority in a population which was overwhelmingly agrarian and peasant. The bias of their theory, however, predisposed Russian Marxists to minimize the importance of the peasantry. A prime source of Lenin's strength as a revolutionary leader was his unfailing conviction that no revolution could possibly succeed without at least the acquiescence of the peasantry. He fully shared the Marxian theory that a socialist revolution must be a proletarian movement, but he never lost sight of the fact that he must at any price gain at least the temporary adhesion of the peasants. Thus in 1917 he purchased their quiescence by postponing his own, or indeed any, socialist solution of agricultural production. In short, he consciously used the peasants' land hunger to maneuver them into temporary passivity while socialized industrial production was got on its feet. The rigid law of social evolution entailed also that a Marxian party in Russia must be, and must long remain, marginal to the European socialist movement. For if it were impossible to overleap the natural phases of evolution, only a middle-class revolution could be possible in Russia, and this must be completed before the time would be ripe for a successful socialist revolution. A Marxian party in Russia was therefore in a position wholly different from a Marxian party in Western Europe. For Marx's theory and also his practice as a revolutionist assumed that the French Revolution had settled once for all. 809. The dominance of middle-class capitalism as the type of modern European society, and nothing comparable had happened in Russia. The Russian Revolution of 1905 was, therefore, an epoch-making event for Russian Marxists. It showed that a middle-class revolution might take place in Russia. It posed a strategical problem of first-class importance: what should be the policy of a socialist revolutionary party toward a revolutionary middle-class party in a backward society where the middle-class party was on the side of progress and the socialist party had no chance of gaining its end? Marx provided no clear answer to this question but only a few vague suggestions with reference mostly to Germany, which he regarded at the time of writing as a backward country. In 1905 and in 1917 both Lenin and Trotsky struggled with this problem. No Russian Marxist believed until long after 1917 that the revolution in Russia could possibly be permanent unless it were supported by revolutions in the riper industrial countries of Western Europe. Another major strategical problem that confronted a Marxian party in Russia was the type of party organization that might give the best chance of success. More specifically, how should it divide its energies between legal and extra-legal activities? Neither Marx nor the experience of the Socialist Party in Germany gave much direct guidance. After 1850 both Marx and Engels had cut their connections with the underground, a course which no socialist leader in possession of his faculties would have followed in Tsarist Russia. The German Social Democratic Party had grown by attracting voters in a country where the working class already had the suffrage. Until 1906 nothing of the sort existed in Russia, and even thereafter the history of the Duma, like all Tsarist reforms, was a tragic history of too little and too late. The Western socialist parties presumed that liberal political reforms and democratic rights like free speech and association would precede their success, and they therefore assumed as a matter of course that socialist parties would be mass parties like other political parties, and would have a democratic internal organization. In Russia it might be possible to profess similar principles as an ideal, but no socialist party could follow them. It is doubtful if any kind of revolution could have succeeded on these lines. As it turned out, the organization 810 of the party was crucial in settling the political nature of communism. Russian Marxists were divided and subdivided on this question of party organization from the beginning of the 20th century. Lenin's first appearance in the role of a Marxian theorist was as the proponent of a type of party organization, and to the end of his life he was the leader of the Bolshevik wing of the Marxian Social Democratic Labour Party. 1. He was both a theorist and an organizer, but he was an organizer first, and his writings on theory were always slanted toward tactics. Practically everything he wrote, except his development of capitalism in Russia, which was written during a period of exile in Siberia, had reference to a specific situation or was occasioned by a particular event. 4 years before the revolution he had been notorious for the bitterness of the party quarrels in which he was continually engaged. The controversy between Lenin's Bolshevik faction and its Menshevik opponent was conducted with all the dialectical subtlety long characteristic of Russian Marxism. Behind the hair-splitting, however, there was a real and entirely practical difference, not with reference to Marxian principles, about which both factions agreed, but with reference to the organization and tactics suitable for a revolutionary socialist party. In general, the Bolsheviks saw the center of the movement in a conspiratorial underground and in the extra-legal activities of such an underground. It followed logically that the nucleus of the party should be an inner group of professional revolutionists, absolutely and fanatically devoted to the revolu underscore 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 1. The words Bolshevik and Menshevik, meaning respectively majority and minority, were assigned to the two factions first by the accident of their relative strength in a party convention in 1903. Lenin continued to call his faction the majority, because of the prestige value of the name, though usually it was not a majority and sometimes it almost ceased to exist as a party. The split, which began in 1903, did not become permanent and complete until 1912. In the interval there was a bewildering series of unifications and redivisions, with changes of position by both sides. A generalized statement can be true only of tendencies. Curiously, the two factions seemed to approach one another in doctrine as the split became permanent. Hence the conclusion, in the final analysis the real division in the party was much more one of temperament and tactics than of doctrine. Leonard Shapiro, The Communist Party of the Soviet Union, New York, 1960, p. 132. For details of the history of the party down to the revolution, see this book, Part I-811. Rigidly disciplined and tightly organized, not too large for secrecy, and acting as the vanguard of all the potentially though not actually revolutionary elements in trade unions and among the workers. The Mensheviks, without denying that extra-legal action was necessary, tended to see the purpose of the revolutionary movement as the organization of the working class for legal political action. Hence the party was for them a mass organization aiming to be as inclusive as possible of trade unions and other forms of working class institution. Of necessity, therefore, its form of organization would have to be decentralized or perhaps federalized and at least potentially democratic. The ideologies of the two groups corresponded in general to these two points of view. They reflected on the one hand the relation of a revolutionary conspirator toward an extra-legal secret society and on the other hand the relation of a working man toward his union. 2. And these attitudes implied, as will appear, marked differences of opinion about the course which the revolution would pursue once it had achieved its first success. It is evident that the point of view of Lenin's faction had a definite affinity with the outlook long characteristic of Russian revolutionary and even terrorist organizations, whether Marxian or not, while that of his opponents was an attempt to imitate the course marked out by the Marxian parties in Western Europe. Lenin's Marxism was, in this respect, characteristically Russian and was closer to Marx's revolutionary pamphlets of about 1850 than to the later line of the Marxian tradition in the West. Lenin's theory of the party. This question of the organization of the party was the subject of Lenin's first important theoretical work, a pamphlet entitled What is to be Done?, which he published in 1902 in Iskra, a new journal largely planned and founded by him. The pamphlet was a bitter attack on bread and butter trade unionism and hardly less bitter on any form of Marxian revisionism, but it was marked by admiration for the revolutionists, even the terrorists, of the 1870s. Its main thesis, which became the underscore 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 organizing principle of Lenin's party, is stated succinctly in the following passage. A small, compact core, consisting of reliable, experienced and hardened workers, with responsible agents in the principal districts and connected by all the rules of strict secrecy with the organizations of revolutionists, can, with the wide support of the masses and without an elaborate set of rules, perform all the functions of a trade union organization, and perform them, moreover, in the manner the Social Democrats desire. Point 3. It was not Lenin's way, however, to advocate a form of party organization on grounds merely of political expedience. He was quite aware, and his opponents were aware, that a party such as he described in the passage just quoted was not planned upon the lines followed by the social democracy in Germany. He was also aware that it ran counter to accepted principles of Marxism. No passage from Marx had been quoted more frequently than the famous sentence, "The emancipation of the working class is the work of the working class itself." This sentence summed up the practical meaning of economic materialism, that the relations of production create the characteristic revolutionary ideology of the proletariat and that this ideology is the mainspring of an effective social revolution. It was upon this principle that Marxists had always distinguished their own scientific socialism from utopianism, and the inevitable revolution from the made revolutions of idealists and adventurers. The social revolution simply cannot be made by force or exhortation to run ahead of the underlying industrial development upon which a proletarian mentality depends. Knowing all this, Lenin was quite aware that his conception of party organization was logically untenable without a corresponding change in the Marxian theory of ideology. Accordingly, he made a startling emendation of accepted Marxian theory which called down on him widespread criticism, though characteristically Lenin could underscore 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 quote from the Communist Manifesto to support his change. Point 4. The usual Marxian argument, he asserted, confused the mentality or ideology of trade unionism with that of socialism. Spontaneously the workers do not become socialists but trade unionists. Socialism has to be brought to them from the outside by middle-class intellectuals. We said that there could not yet be social democratic consciousness among the workers in the Russian strikes in the 1890s. This consciousness could only be brought to them from without. The history of all countries shows that the working class, exclusively by its own effort, is able to develop only trade union consciousness, i.e., it may itself realize the necessity for combining in unions, to fight against the employers and to strive to compel the government to pass necessary labor legislation, etc. 5. The socialist philosophy of Marx and Engels, Lenin argued, was as a matter of historical fact created by representatives of the bourgeois intelligentsia and it was introduced into Russia by a similar group. A trade union movement is incapable of developing a revolutionary ideology for itself. Hence the choice for a revolutionary party lies between allowing the trade unions to fall a prey to the ideology of the middle class or indoctrinating it with the ideology of socialist intellectuals. This conception of ideology was so characteristic of Lenin's whole mode of thought that it merits comment. First, Lenin was here stating a point of view that came naturally to a Russian revolutionary intellectual, accustomed to think of the revolution as something that must be brought to the masses from without, and ready to believe that the people, except under the leadership of intellectuals, were somnolent, inert, and incapable of thinking for themselves. Second, Lenin's point of view was clearly not normal for a Marxist in Western Europe. For in effect Lenin said that working-class people are not naturally much inclined to revolution, have learned very little from their experience with capitalist industry, and in general have very little capacity for thinking about their place in society or ways to improve it. underscore 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 underscore. 4. Lenin depended on a phrase in the Communist Manifesto, bourgeois ideologists who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending the historical movement as a whole. 5. Collected Works, Volume 4, Book 2, pages 114 f. Selected Works, Volume 2, p. 53. The italics are Lenin's. 814. All this was contrary to the Marxian belief that it is precisely experience with industry that creates a proletariat and makes it inherently revolutionary. Finally, Lenin's thought had a definitely anti-democratic undertone, as if he did not really trust the proletariat, even though he was ostensibly planning a proletarian party to create a proletarian government. For Lenin's proletariat clearly needed to be managed and maneuvered by leaders who are not proletarians but who know what the proletariat ought to want, though in fact they rarely do want it. Lenin's argument about trade unionists was curiously parallel to Marx's argument about the petty bourgeoisie, who are politically impotent except as they follow either the proletariat or the bourgeoisie. But paradoxically Lenin applied the argument to the proletariat itself, and for him the maker of the proletarian ideology was not a social class but a small group of middle-class intellectuals. His conception of ideology was ultra-intellectualist, because only the Marxian expert is really competent to have an opinion on proletarian strategy, and the proletariat is in the singular position of needing expert advice even to know that it is the proletariat. For the same reason its practical implication was highly manipulative, because the proletariat has to be maneuvered into behaving like a proletariat. Years later, after Lenin really had established a government, he called it a government for the working people, by the advanced elements of the proletariat, the party, but not by the working masses. In origin the excuse for this was the backwardness of the Russian working class, but it became characteristic of all communist parties. This attitude toward the proletariat and its ideology exemplified a phase of Lenin's thought that recurred in so many contexts that it must be regarded as characteristic of his personal philosophy. He habitually contrasted consciousness and spontaneity, and he had an exaggerated confidence in the first and an ingrained distrust of the second. Consciousness means in general intelligence, the faculty of understanding and foresight, the ability to organize, make plans, calculate chances, the acuteness to take advantage of opportunities, to anticipate an opponent's moves and forestall them. The ultimate product of consciousness is Marx's law of history, which permits a party. 815. Even, so to speak, to forestall history itself, to plan its moves in accord with the general trend of social change. Politics for Lenin was literally the art of the possible even on a cosmic scale. Victory goes to the party with the clearest perception of the next step. Lenin's party was an embodiment of consciousness, a personification of perfect foresight, and an idealization of being forearmed for every contingency. Spontaneity on the contrary means impulse, drive, or will. On a social level it is the tremendous groundswell of a great social movement, essentially blind and uncomprehending but irresistible, and providing the force without which no revolutionary social change is possible. Lenin's attitude towards spontaneity was one of respect strongly tinged with distrust or even fear. He believed that nothing important could be done without it and that no leader or party could create it, but he distrusted it as inherently aimless and primitive, and he feared it as unpredictable. Yet a leader who is sufficiently astute, sufficiently armed with all the arts that consciousness can build up, can guide, direct, maneuver spontaneity along the line of progress instead of allowing it to waste itself in senseless violence. The masses embody spontaneity as the party embodies consciousness. The party is an intelligent and instructed elite, essentially powerless in itself but capable of infinite power if only it can harness the enormous drive of social mass discontent and mass action. As a personal philosophy, this was a curious compound of intellectual arrogance coupled, one suspects, with a good deal of underlying doubt or even skepticism, and at bottom it was more like Schopenhauer than Hegel. It was perhaps natural to the frustrated Russian intellectual, keenly aware of his isolated superiority, with deep aspirations, little real hope, and a profound need for security. On a cosmic scale, Lenin's party was nothing less than a project for taming human destiny and reducing it to a plan to be executed under bureaucratic direction and control. Lenin's contrast of spontaneity and consciousness colored the meaning that he attached to democracy. His party was designed to be an 61ite, a minority chosen for intellectual and moral superiority, the most advanced part of the working class and so its vanguard. But Lenin had no notion of creating an aristocracy. For as he conceived the party's work, it was distant. 816. Guishable but never separate or apart from the people whom it leads. There are two ways in which the party leader can lose contact, and both became cardinal sins in the code of the Communist Party worker. One is to run ahead, that is, to go faster or farther than people can as yet be persuaded to follow, or to advocate a course, right in itself, for which the public has not been prepared by propaganda. The other is to lag behind, that is, to fail to go as far as the people might be incited to go. Democracy for Lenin meant little more than an accurate calculation of the middle position between these two errors. It did not mean that a democratic leader should give effect to the popular will, for this is always short-sighted or ill-judged. What people want is important only in calculating what they can be induced to do. In deciding what is objectively good policy, the party, armed with Marxian science, is always right, or as near right as is humanly possible. Hence a leader has nothing to learn about ends from the people he leads. He has a great deal to learn about how to urge them along as fast and as far as possible, and without an undue use of force, which works best when used moderately. The party's democracy consists in bowing to the inevitable, in getting its ends mainly by propaganda and maneuver, and in keeping coercion within limits that save it from defeating its own purpose. Lenin always regarded his policy in 1917 of turning the land over to the peasantry as democratic. Lenin's theory of the party was closely in accord with his conception of ideology. The party had three main characteristics that became distinctive of communist parties everywhere. First, the party was assumed to possess in Marxism a unique type of knowledge and insight, with a uniquely powerful method, the dialectic. This was considered to be a science, but the powers claimed for it went far beyond any usually counted as scientific. For it purported to forecast social progress and to be a guide to policies leading to progress. Consequently, it can make decisions that are in effect moral or even religious. Marxism thus becomes for a communist party a doctrine whose purity must be preserved and if necessary enforced. The party has, therefore, something of the quality of a priesthood, and it demands of its members corresponding submission of judgment and a total sub-817. Jection of private ends to the ends of the organization. Second, Lenin's party, being in principle a carefully selected and a rigidly disciplined elite, was never designed to become a mass organization exerting its influence mainly by convincing and attracting voters. It claimed superiority both intellectual and moral, intellectual because it includes adepts in the theories of the party's unique science, and moral because its members are selflessly devoted to realizing the destiny of the social class it purports to represent, which is also the destiny of society and the race. Its ideal was one of total dedication, first to the revolution and then to completing the construction of the new society for which the revolution had opened the way. Third, Lenin's party was designed to be a tightly centralized organization, excluding any form of federalism or autonomy for any local or other constituent bodies. It was to have a quasi-military organization, subjecting its rank and file to strict discipline and rules of obedience and its leaders to a hierarchical chain of authority from the top down. It might permit freedom of discussion among its members on matters of policy not yet decided by the party, but once a decision was reached this must be accepted and followed without question. This form of organization Lenin called democratic centralism. From the beginning to the end of his career Lenin was convinced that the success of his movement depended on two factors, material union through rigid organization and discipline, and ideological union through Marxism as a kind of creed or faith. On these two foundation stones he proposed to build the revolution, and he never abandoned his belief in their efficacy. It would be easy to quote many pronouncements to this effect, but the following will illustrate it. In its struggle for power, the proletariat has no other weapon but organization. Divided by the rule of anarchic competition in the bourgeois world, ground down by slave labor for capital, constantly thrust back to the lower depths of utter destitution, savagery, and degeneration, the proletariat can become, and will inevitably become, an invincible force only when its ideological unity around the principles of Marxism is consolidated by the material unity of an organization, which unites millions of toilets in the army of the working class. 6. It is not difficult to understand why Lenin's plan of party organization was met with bitter criticism, and not least from other Marxists. It was wholly at odds with the organization aimed at by any successful Marxian party in the West. It could claim in its favor the exigencies of any illegal party in Tsarist Russia, but this did not save it from criticism even by Russian Marxists outside Lenin's faction. For its undemocratic implications and illiberal possibilities were clearly perceived. The Polish Marxist, Rosa Luxemburg, said that what Lenin called proletarian discipline was discipline by the Central Committee, not the voluntary self-discipline of social democracy. The shrewdest criticism of Lenin's party came in the form of a prediction by his future partner, then his bitter opponent, Leon Trotsky. The organization of the party takes the place of the party itself, the Central Committee takes the place of the organization, and finally the dictator takes the place of the Central Committee. 7. The plan of party organization that Lenin sketched contained the principles by which the party was organized down to 1917 when it seized power, and by which communist parties are still organized today. At the same time, the theory of 1902 was not yet the party of 1917, and the party in Lenin's lifetime was not Stalin's party. Though the general principles were settled, almost every application of a principle occasioned difference of opinion and sometimes bitter controversy. What democratic centralism became and how it was transformed into a rigid rule will be the subject of a later section. Lenin on dialectical materialism. Lenin's writings about the party, and indeed everything he wrote, clearly reveal him as a man of action, an astute and not over-scrupulous political operator prepared to manipulate his Marxism, as he habitually manipulated his allies, for his own purposes. There was, however, another and a surprising side to his character which he rarely revealed. The notion of dialectic fascinated him. He studied it not only in Marx but also in Hegel, from whose logic the concept was derived, and he filled many notebooks with his reflections on it. In a sense he was obsessed with the philosophical mystery of the relation between thought and reality, or knowledge and action, and he believed that dialectic was the key to the mystery. This was the root of his fanatical faith in Marxism, for he took at face value Marx's thesis on Feuerbach, that philosophers have only interpreted the world but the point is to change it. The dialectic, Lenin wrote in one of his notebooks, is the idea of the universal, all-sided, living connection of everything with everything, and the reflection of this connection in the conceptions of man. 8. Here, as always when Lenin says everything, he is thinking of events in a social history, where every event directly or indirectly seems related with past and future and with all other events in an infinitely complicated tangle of opposing and cooperating forces. Yet always, he believed, there is one master relationship or knot which, being untied, loosens the whole tangle. And thought in some mysterious way duplicates it all, reflects is Lenin's habitual metaphor, analyzes it, finds the knot, and makes it possible to recombine the parts in a new pattern. Yet thought by itself is only a series of abstractions, images, pictures, while in living life the abstractions in some strange way go together to make something new and unique. Life is perpetually novel, is filled with genuine possibilities that might turn out one way or another, is more original than can be predicted, or as Hegel said in an aphorism that Lenin liked, no nation ever learns anything from history. Yet paradoxically there is no way to learn except from life, from experience, or from history. And though all the rules that can be distilled from life break down, they must never be followed mechanically as if the new were only a repetition of the old. By understanding the rules there may come the flash of insight that enables one to see the next step. Dialectic meant for Lenin this union of abstraction and insight, or of dogmatism and improvisation, which his leadership so often exemplified. It stands, so to speak, between past underscore 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 and present, providing knowledge of what has been and vision of what must be. Hence it was a perpetual object of wonder to Lenin, something like science but perhaps even more like magic. One book that Lenin wrote purported to deal seriously with this sort of subject, his Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, 1909. Overtly it discussed the dialectic, its relation to the natural and social sciences and to philosophical systems like materialism, idealism, and scientific positivism. But anyone who turns to it in the hope of finding an explication of Lenin's quite genuine concern with dialectic will be disappointed, though one may learn something about his intellectual outlook and his way of operating. In point of fact, the book was written as an incident in one of the party quarrels in which he was perpetually engaged. 9 Several members of his faction who had joined him because they agreed with Bolshevik tactics, had long been attracted by Neo-Kantianism, a prevailing tendency of German philosophy at the close of the 19th century. This interest had never been a secret, and Lenin had tolerated the doctrinal heresy in order to retain their cooperation in the party. By 1909 one of them had gained influence enough to threaten Lenin's leadership, and Lenin decided to tolerate heresy no longer. His book was one move in a party purge. If Lenin had wished merely to prove that anyone who tried to be a Marxist and a Kantian at the same time was muddle-headed, he would have been well within the facts. There were, to be sure, occasional passages, mentioned in the preceding chapter, in which Marx and Engels spoke of dialectical materialism as a working hypothesis, and these, too, no doubt were a concession to Kantianism. But it was impossible for dialectical materialism to be both a working hypothesis and also a law of logic, and Marx usually described it as the latter. Nothing short of reconstruction from the ground up could turn Marx from a Hegelian into a Kantian. So far Lenin was quite right, but his book was very far from being merely a logical analysis of two different philosophical systems. He was reading the renegades out of the party, and as he elsewhere candidly avowed, once an opponent is outside the party, neither truth nor fairness should stand in the way of discrediting him. He was therefore quite unscrupulous in misrepresenting underscore 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 their opinions, and he treated their philosophy merely as a deviation from Marxian orthodoxy that played into the hands of the bourgeois enemy. You cannot eliminate even one basic assumption, one substantial part of this philosophy of Marxism. It is as if it were a solid block of steel, without abandoning objective truth, without falling into the arms of the bourgeois reactionary falsehood. 10. The specific object of Lenin's attack was the scientific positivism of the physicist Ernst Mach, whose effort to formulate a philosophy of science with no metaphysical commitment was then a leading example of Neo-Kantianism and the one which had especially impressed the Bolsheviks that Lenin wished to get rid of. Lenin took his arguments almost wholly from Engels' anti-Dühring and Feuerbach, but his way of arguing was very different from Engels. Engels criticized his opponent's theories, Lenin attacked his opponent's characters. Even the desire to find a new point of view, he said, betrays some poverty of spirit, and such a philosophy carries the mark of a guilty conscience. The philosophy of Mach, the scientist, is to science what the kiss of Judas is to Christ. From Engels Lenin adopted the dogma that only two kinds of philosophical system are possible, materialism and idealism. Materialism in Lenin's exposition reduces to the not very profound assertion that objective reality, that is, matter, exists independently of our knowing it. He stated this, however, in a variety of ways which, if they were analyzed, would have very different implications and which reduced in the end merely to reaffirmations that we really do know. Sometimes he said objects cause perceptions, sometimes that perceptions give correct impressions of objects, not at all the same thing, and sometimes that we directly know objects, as if perception were a kind of intuition. He uses, as if it were self-explanatory, the metaphor that ideas reflect objects, or are images or pictures of them, but he gives no hint of the vague but interesting meanings that he packed into the word reflect in the sentence quoted above from his notebook. Idealism he equates with subjectivism, the denial that there is any standard of objective truth, and like underscore 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 underscore. Engels he regarded it as disproved by the fact that science can verify empirical statements. Idealism is false but not nonsensical, because the existence of non-spatial or non-temporal beings was a myth invented by the clergy to delude the masses. In short, the opium of the people, and through the ages it worked. Lenin regularly used idealism and clericalism interchangeably, a defense of religion to prop up a ruling class and justify its exploitation. Since there can be no middle ground between materialism and idealism, a positivism like Marx is either blundering pedantry, a pseudo-erudite pretense to transcend idealism and materialism, or it is a dishonest kind of idealism that conceals clericalism under a pretended acceptance of science, conciliatory quackery, a bourgeois, Philistine, cowardly tolerance of dogmas. Lenin's account of dialectic, also, would never lead one to think that for him it was a subject of frequent reflection, for it merely reproduces Engels' jejune commonplaces. Truth is both relative and absolute, partly wrong but an approximation to absolute, objective truth. Any ideology is historically conditioned, but there is an objective truth corresponding to every theory. This, he said, is indefinite enough to prevent science from becoming dogmatic but definite enough to exclude any form of faith or agnosticism. As expressing any kind of philosophical position, this is all quite useless, yet it does throw a rather startling light on Lenin's intellectual outlook or mode of thought. Throughout his argument there ran a curious sympathy for clericalism and a moral abhorrence for scientific positivism. He hated clericalism, or idealism as he called it, but he did not fear it because he knew the answer. It was intelligible to him as an honest enemy that does not conceal the dogmatic and authoritarian purpose which he tacitly imputed to every philosophy. As he wrote in a notebook, clericalism is indeed a sterile flower, yet one growing on the living tree of a prolific, true, powerful, omnipotent, objective, and absolute human knowledge. On the other hand, the indifference of a scientist like Mach to metaphysical disputes, and the empirical and non-authoritarian temper of his philosophy, produced in Lenin's mind a sense of profound moral repulsion. It was so foreign to his way of thinking that he could not believe it honest. With a bias of mind like this, it is not surprising that Lenin changed Marx's account of the relation between dialectic and science more than he intended. Marx had followed Hegel in regarding dialectic as a method especially adapted to history and social studies because these are obliged to deal with growth and development, which ordinary logic cannot handle. Marx had considered dialectical materialism not as displacing the materialism of men like Holbach, which he believed to be entirely suitable to subjects like physics and chemistry, but as supplementing it for use in the so-called historical studies. By 1909 the state of affairs in physics itself had changed. Part of what scientists like Mach, or Henri Poincaré in France, were doing was occasioned by the use in modern physics of concepts non-Euclidean geometry, for example, that had no place in the Newtonian physics of Marx's generation. In one sense it is evidence of extraordinary intellectual power and breadth of interest that Lenin, absorbed as he was in political maneuvering and party intrigue, should have felt a concern with the philosophy of science. In fairness to Lenin, also, it may be conceded that he was not wrong in suspecting that others beside his own followers would make the new physics an excuse for some kind of easy theological speculation. The discovery that the physical concepts of matter and energy, rigidly distinct in classical mechanics, are sometimes interchangeable, can induce the feeling that something would be clearer if energy were imagined to be a good deal like spirit. The real trouble with Lenin is that in a different way he did the same sort of thing as those against whom he had a valid objection. Dialectical materialism was for him a kind of magic key or open sesame that provides a solution for all puzzles. If physicists and mathematicians had learned that the dialectic proves all distinctions to be relative rather than absolute, they would not be puzzled if matter in some circumstances appears as energy and vice versa. It merely confirms what Engels said, that there are no fixed lines of demarcation in nature. By following the direction laid down in Marxian theory, it is possible to draw nearer and nearer to objective truth. In effect, this transformed Marxism from an explanation into a kind of universal method applicable to every subject and the only safe guide in any. A higher form of knowledge, an arbiter for all the moot questions of all the sciences. By implication, it made the ultimate method of science simply the citing of authority, and the denial of authority simply heresy. And this in truth is Lenin's final criticism of Mach. Because he had doubts about three-dimensional space, he abandoned science for the ism. This kind of argument is not only a travesty on science, it also is a travesty on Marx. For though Marx was often intolerant, he was painfully anxious that his principles should explain society as observation and history showed it to be. The bent of Marx's mind was that of a man who respected evidence. The bent of Lenin's mind was that of a man with a faith. If facts are against the faith, so much the worse for the facts. This aspect of Lenin's thought was naturally more in evidence when he spoke of the social studies. Here he flatly asserted that scientific impartiality is not only impossible but is not even to be sought. Ideas are weapons, and a social philosophy is merely part of the equipment with which a party engages in the class struggle. Professors of economics, he said, are nothing but scientific salesmen of the capitalist class, and professors of philosophy are nothing but scientific salesmen of theology, which itself is merely a refined instrument of exploitation. The most that a really scientific theory of society can discover is a general outline of economic and historical evolution, and the logic which actuates that evolution, this dialectical materialism provides. In philosophy, economics, and politics, a claim of scientific detachment is merely a pretense which covers a defense of vested interests. Within the framework of dialectical materialism, two systems of social science are possible, one produced in the interest of the middle class, one in the interest of the proletariat. Whether he is for the middle class or for the proletariat, every social scientist is a special pleader. If he is honest, he begins by professing his faith, and he does not pretend that any conclusion he reaches is independent of that profession. Lenin claimed, of course, that proletarian social science is superior, but not because it is formally more exact, or even because it is empirically more reliable. Its superiority consists in the fact that it represents the wave of the future, the utterance of a rising class in the forefront of social progress. The middle class, on the contrary, is fighting a rearguard action, a hopeless effort to prevent or delay the collapse of capitalism and the inevitable victory of communism. Its science is at best static, or more truly decadent and reactionary. Lenin's argument can at least claim the merit of frankness, but it is viciously circular. For the proof that the proletariat is a rising class depends on Marx's law of history being true. Unless Lenin claims that this philosophy is an exception to the partisan character that he imputes to all other theories, he has no logical argument whatever. Lenin in fact took Marxism merely as an article of faith, and his argument not unnaturally was filled with odium theologicum, peppered with abusive epithets and imputations of trickery and bad faith. In this respect it was quite different from Engels, which he otherwise followed. Engels said that Dühring's theories contradicted one another, he never even suggested that Dühring was dishonest. Because materialism and empirio-criticism was directed at a theory of science, it had little to say about literature and the arts, but there is no reason to doubt that Lenin was ready to subordinate these also to the interests of the revolution. In 1905, and in the course of the same quarrel that culminated in 1909, he said that literature must become a will and screw of the great social democratic machine. At the same time his attitude toward art was singularly ambivalent. He seemed to have a genuine appreciation for Russian literature, he had sincere respect for literary men, though he had a poor opinion of their ability as revolutionists, and he was deeply moved by music, as is proved by the often quoted story related by Gorky. 11 Lenin was a genuine intellectual, sincere in having the interests of intellectuals, but he was also a fanatic, ruthless like all fanatics in sacrificing people, friends, or foes, and principles, of law, morality, or truth, to the object of his fanaticism, which was making the revolution. He was reckless, as all men are reckless when they have no responsibility, but he never aspired to become an icon, which has been his fate. When he wrote Materialism and Empirio-criticism, he was in exile and doubtless expected to die in exile. In 1909 almost no one read the book, and those who did knew it for what it was, the product of an obscure underscore 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 party quarrel among an insignificant group of Russian revolutionists in Switzerland. Now it is an authoritative textbook that every student of philosophy in Russia must study and at least profess to believe, and every Russian psychologist must write his theory of perception with one eye on what Lenin wrote about reflection. As in science Lenin was an epigone of Marx, so he was fated to have his own epigones, who in 1948 decided, by a decree of the Central Committee of Lenin's party, that Mendelism was a bourgeois fraud jointly perpetrated by an Austrian priest and a geneticist who was a salesman of American capitalism. Yet assuming that all of Lenin's controversial pamphlets are absolute truth sometimes is embarrassing, and this might be true of his turning dialectic into a universal scientific method. For the sole value that dialectic has is critical, it is merely a way of showing that an argument contains a contradiction. Leninism in power neither welcomes criticism nor encourages finding contradictions in its own institutions, for this might suggest that a new revolution was needed to turn socialism into communism. Toward the close of his life Stalin discovered that there is only one formal logic, which is universally valid. But can a regime preserve its intellectual honesty, if it must change its logic to fit its policy? The bourgeois and the proletarian revolutions. No principle of Marxian strategy was better settled than the rule that it is impossible to make a revolution by force or conspiracy before the time is ripe, that is, before the contradictions in a society have produced a revolutionary situation. It was this which was thought to distinguish Marx's scientific socialism from utopianism or mere adventurism. Engels had used no less than 3 chapters of Anti-Düring to reinforce and illustrate this principle. Its locus clas sicut, however, was the passage in the preface to Capital in which Marx said that though one nation can learn from another, it can neither overleap the natural phases of evolution nor shuffle them out of the world by decrees. He had said also that a country in which industrial development is more advanced than in others, simply presents those others with a picture of their own future. All that a revolutionist can do is to shorten and lessen. 827. The birth pangs, or make the necessary transition to socialism as rapidly as possible. The literal meaning of these passages seem to be that all societies must, by a natural law, pass through the 3 stages of feudalism, capitalism, and socialism, the transition in each case being made by a revolution. For a reason already mentioned, this law had special importance for Russian Marxists. Any Marxian socialist, however, was in the position of having to tolerate temporarily a middle-class government which he was morally committed to overthrow. His proper attitude in this relationship was always a matter of concern, but in Western Europe, by the end of the century, it had got a conventional solution. Socialists would support liberal political reforms that would strengthen the working class, but they would not enter coalition governments with middle-class parties. This solution was irrelevant for a Russian Marxist. In Russia there were as yet neither parliamentary institutions nor ministerial governments, nor had there been a middle-class revolution. According to the theory, the growth of a capitalist economy must first cause a middle-class revolution to destroy the feudalism of the Tsarist government and to set up the liberal political institutions appropriate to a bourgeois society. Only then could there be any hope of going on to socialism. For dialectical materialism seemed to prove that the revolutionary spirit of the proletariat and its political education could evolve only as results of industrialism and political liberalism. A Russian Socialist Party must therefore adapt its tactics to those of middle-class parties not in power but presumed also to be revolutionary, and it must support a middle-class revolution. Nevertheless, the middle class was still the implacable class enemy of the proletariat, and the latter must not entangle itself in a middle-class revolution so closely as to prejudice the future success of its own revolution. The Russian Revolution of 1905 made this problem acute. For it held out the hope that revolution in Russia was possible or even imminent, yet it evidently was far from being a completed middle-class revolution. Nothing in the current politics of Western Europe corresponded to this, and indeed there was not much in Marx that bore directly on it. For the main outline of Marx's philosophy depended on the presumption that the French Revolution had already marked a clear line between 828 feudalism and capitalism. In 1848 and even a good deal later, Marx had believed that a socialist revolution was imminent only in France or perhaps in England. The closest analog to the Russian situation was Germany, which Marx considered a backward country and which in 1848 he expected to follow the road already traveled by France. Even in 1875, in the critique of the Gotha program, he said that the majority of the toiling people in Germany consists of peasants and not of proletarians, which exactly described the state of affairs in Russia in 1905. By the end of the century, however, German socialism had settled down to a gradual program of reform, though the theory of its party remained revolutionary, and this too gave little guidance to active revolutionists in Russia. The result was that passing comments, that appeared relevant to a non-industrialized country, though they might have little relation to Marx's large generalizations, became very important for Russian Marxists. The problem of the two revolutions was the subject of much anxious thought after 1905, because no responsible Marxist could contemplate the possibility of overleaping the middle-class revolution by simply seizing power. Two incompatible theories existed, with corresponding ideas about the tactics suitable for a Marxian party in Russia. One belonged to the Mensheviks and was in line with their tendency to imitate as closely as possible the great Marxian parties of the West. It followed a conventional line. It was impossible that socialism should succeed in Russia until after the development of capitalist industry and the slow growth of the proletariat into a majority. In a revolution, Marxists must therefore support the middle class. After the revolution had liberalized politics, the socialist parties would form a left-wing opposition until the time should be ripe for the socialist revolution. The tactical supposition behind this theory was that the Russian middle class was in fact revolutionary and would take the lead, and its implication was that a socialist party should look for allies among the more liberal of the middle-class parties. Though this theory was unexceptionably orthodox, it would be hard to imagine a less inspiring program. For an indefinite period a Marxian party could look forward to nothing but an auxiliary position. In fact, it was not very realistic, for it suggested no constructive policy toward the peace. 829. Entry, which in Russia was the most serious of all tactical problems. Neither Lenin nor Trotsky, though the latter had been allied with the Mensheviks, could possibly be content with this kind of program. Far the boldest attack on the problem of the two revolutions was made by Trotsky. Indeed, his theory of permanent revolution was as brilliant an example of Marxian analysis as can easily be found. 12 He dismissed the Menshevik theory as primitive Marxism. To imagine that there is an automatic dependence between the dictatorship of the proletariat and the technical and productive resources of a country is to understand economic determinism in a very primitive way. Such a conception would have nothing to do with Marxism. Marxism is above all a method of analysis. It must take account of the whole situation in Russia and in international capitalism. In the first place, Trotsky argued, the Russian middle class is timid and feeble, not comparable with the French bourgeoisie in 1789. For industry in Russia always depended on the state or on foreign capital, which in turn looked to the state to guarantee its investments. But in the second place, Russian industry has already created a proletariat, for it adopted modern technology and large-scale organization ready-made. The result is that the Russian industrialist is more afraid of his laborers than of the autocracy. Even in 1848 the German middle underscore 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 12. The title, Permanent Revolution, was adapted from a slogan that Marx proposed to the Communist League in 1850 when he anticipated that a revolution was about to break out in Germany. Trotsky first published the theory as a chapter of his account of the Petersburg Soviet, written while he was in prison after its failure. Some selections, under the title Prospects of a Labor Dictatorship, were published in English translation in Our Revolution, New York, 1918, pages 63 to 144. The quotation is on p. 85. The theory was elaborated in The Permanent Revolution, 1930, ENG Trans, New York, 1931. It is summarized in Isaac Deutscher's The Prophet Armed. Trotsky, 1879 to 1921, 1954, pages 149 to 162. The theory had an extraordinary history. In 1906 it was little noticed, partly because Trotsky's book was almost immediately confiscated. In 1924 Stalin, wishing to discredit Trotsky, condemned it as bad Leninism, though in 1917 Lenin, like all Russian Marxists, believed that the permanence of a Russian revolution would depend on revolutions in Western Europe. Stalin argued that Lenin got all that was important in the theory directly from Marx, and that Trotsky's version was lifeless, bookish wisdom. Problems of Leninism, Moscow, 1940, pages 122 to 123. Thus the permanent revolution became Trotskyism and retroactively heretical. 830. Class failed to push through its revolution, and in 1905 the Russian urban workers led the revolution. Accordingly, Trotsky boldly concluded, in a country economically backward, the proletariat can take power earlier than in countries where capitalism is advanced. It must, of course, begin as in a sense a middle-class revolution, for it must destroy the relics of feudalism, but it will never be able to stop there. It will have to go on to attack capitalism by expropriating large estates and supporting the peasants against the landlords. The two revolutions will merge. The peasants, for the time being, will regard the workers as liberators. Political power passes over necessarily into the hands of the class that has played the leading role in the struggle, the working class, and the revolutionary government will be a proletarian dictatorship. The merging of the two revolutions Trotsky called the law of combined development. The workers can take power, but can they keep it? This depends, Trotsky argued, not on Russia but on what happens in Western Europe. The alliance of workers and peasants will be temporary, for though the peasants will side with the workers against the landlords, they will not support collectivism or internationalism. The workers' revolution will be met by the intervention of capitalist governments, and in turn the workers will have to incite rebellion in the proletariat of the West. By itself the Russian proletariat will never be able to build a socialist economy, unless it gets the support of the world proletariat. The working class of Russia will inevitably be crushed by the counter-revolution. That Western Europe was in fact ripe for revolution was a belief very generally held by Marxists when Trotsky wrote, and that the Russian Revolution was doomed without the support of revolution at least in Germany was a belief universally held by Russian Marxists even when the Bolsheviks seized power in 1917. This indeed was all that saved their Marxian orthodoxy by keeping a Russian revolution within the limits of an international theory of capitalist development. The revolution of 1917, therefore, was in fact begun on a concept substantially like the theory of permanent revolution which Trotsky formulated in 1906. From the standpoint of what he called primitive Marxism, a socialist revolution in the least industrialized of European countries could be nothing but a 831 harebrained adventure. Its success permanently changed the conventional conception of Marxism. As Stalin said much later, the chain breaks at its weakest link. In reality, Trotsky's analysis showed that economic explanation has no relation to Marx's iron laws of history. Lenin's reflections on the two revolutions produced nothing so logically elegant as the theory of the permanent revolution, which for some reason he did not think very important. Point 13. Yet he came to conclusions that were not very different. Characteristically, Lenin thought in terms of tactics, and he was not willing to prejudge how the several forces in a Russian revolution might organize themselves. He assumed, as everyone did, that a socialist revolution could count on support from the West, and he fully shared Trotsky's distrust of the Russian middle class, presumably for much the same reasons. Accordingly, the Menshevik policy of an alliance with a middle-class party seemed to him unrealistic. Lenin accused Trotsky of overlooking the peasantry, but the difference between the two men was at most a matter of emphasis, for if the middle class could not be relied on, the only possible alternative was a temporary alliance of the industrial working class with the peasants, and this was the important strategical idea that both men adopted. Lenin believed that a revolution might begin with an agrarian revolt and might grow, under the leadership of the working class, into a genuine middle-class revolution. In 1905 he named his program, the Revolutionary Democratic Dictatorship of the Proletariat and the Peasantry. The first step was to support the peasantry in expropriating the large landlords, but this involved the risk that such a revolution might settle down to a Junker compromise like Prussia. Hence the object of the proletariat must be to force it along to a complete democratic republic. At no time, in 1905 or later, did Lenin wish to create a class of peasant proprietors. The only reform movement he ever feared was Stolypin's effort to do just this after 1907. Lenin's policy was to nationalize the land, which would turn the peasants into tenants of the state. Deutscher believes that Lenin knew Trotsky's book only at second hand, perhaps because of its early confiscation, OPCIT, p. 162. Lenin may still have been smarting from Trotsky's bitter attack on his theory of the party, already mentioned. 832. And would be a step toward a bourgeois economy. It would be also a step toward collectivist agriculture. How large a step the peasants were to discover in the 1930s, but in 1905 Lenin was still thinking of completing the middle-class revolution. The central idea emphasized by Lenin was that the peasantry had revolutionary possibilities which a proletarian party could exploit, but like Trotsky he realized that such an alliance must be temporary. He therefore called his theory a plan for a provisional revolutionary government. At some point the alliance with the peasantry would have to be shifted to an alliance with the proletariat of Western Europe. How long an interval would elapse between the two alliances he did not pretend to know. Even before Trotsky he occasionally speculated about the interval vanishing altogether, though he continued to assert that the two revolutions would still be distinct. From the democratic revolution we shall at once, according to the degree of our strength, the strength of the class-conscious and organized proletariat, begin to pass over to the socialist revolution. We stand for continuous revolution. We shall not stop halfway. 14. Yet at the same time he was still writing passages that might have come from a Menshevik. Of course, in concrete historical circumstances, the elements of the past become interwoven with those of the future, the two paths get mixed. But this does not prevent us from drawing a logical and historical line of demarcation between the important stages of development. Surely we all draw the distinction between bourgeois revolution and socialist revolution. We all absolutely insist on the necessity of drawing a strict line between them, but can it be denied that in history certain particular elements of both revolutions become interwoven? 15. Even 10 years later, after the outbreak of World War I had again made revolution in Russia a practical question, Lenin was still saying that the shift of the alliance from the peasantry to the European proletariat would be sufficient to keep the two revolutions distinct. 16 Even though the interval vanished in a point, the distinction must still be preserved. Lenin's underscore 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 underscore. Rather desperate struggle with his Marxian orthodoxy seems to have had an underlying reason. He could not abandon a belief that the distinction between the two revolutions somehow guaranteed the democracy of the socialist revolution which was to follow. For no Marxist can forget, he said in the two tactics cited above, that there can be no road to real freedom for the proletariat except bourgeois freedom and bourgeois progress, complete political liberty, which he felt to be covered by his formula, a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. At the same time, it is clear from the passages quoted above that even in 1905 Lenin had all the important pieces of a theory substantially like Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution. It is also clear, however, that if the two revolutions merged, there would be no real similarity with the long development of the socialist parties in the West and their experience with the processes of liberal responsible government. Lenin's scruple about bourgeois freedom was at bottom a ritual scruple rather than a real conviction about the value of political democracy, just as Trotsky's scruple about the dictatorship of Lenin's party was a ritual scruple rather than a real conviction about the badness of dictatorship. Both scruples vanished like smoke before the opportunity of 1917. Imperialist capitalism. The outbreak of World War I in 1914, and more especially the support of the war by the socialist parties of Western Europe, turned Lenin's thought in a new direction. Up to 1914, though he had been a close student of all Marxian literature, his thought had centered on the problems of a socialist party in Russia. The war put Marxism into the context of national and international politics, and the defection of Marxists from their internationalist and anti-patriotic professions proved that these were matters of primary concern for the strategy of revolution. The years between 1914 and the outbreak of the revolution in Russia were occupied by Lenin's study of the imperialist evolution of capitalism and its bearing on the socialist revolution. The defection of the Western Marxists came as a shock to Lenin. He had taken at face value the revolutionary professions of German theorists like Karl Koski, and at first he simply refused to believe the report that the German party had voted 834 for the war budget. When doubt was no longer possible, Koski became for Lenin the renegade. Lenin was left as one of a mere handful of Marxists, including Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg in Germany, who were prepared to welcome the defeat in war of their own country. This step Lenin was quite willing to take. From the point of view of the laboring class and the toiling masses of all the peoples of Russia, the lesser evil would be the defeat of the Tsarist monarchy and the army. His slogan was, "Turn the imperialist war into a civil war, that is, into a proletarian revolution." But the wholesale defection of the socialist parties forced him to come to closer terms with the revisionists, whom he had despised and abused but whose arguments he had never seriously studied. Marx's predictions about the imminence of revolution, the increasing poverty of the working class, and the reduction of the lower middle class to the status of proletarians obviously had not come true, and though he liked to believe that the party leaders had betrayed the proletariat, Lenin could not blink the fact that the proletariat of Western Europe had not only permitted itself to be betrayed but in a sense had welcomed betrayal. The proletariat, which according to Marxism was inherently revolutionary, had proved not to be revolutionary at all, and this was precisely what Bernstein's argument had implied. Here then was an anomaly that Lenin must face. How had it happened that capitalist industrialism had not produced a revolutionary proletariat in those countries where capitalism was most advanced? Since he had no intention of giving up the theory, he must prove that Marxism still showed the proletarian revolution to be inevitable. He must show, then, that the proletariat of Western Europe was caught in one of the backwashes that may occur in the evolution of worldwide capitalism and that in time the normal course of development would be resumed. This was the purpose of his principal writings in 1915 and 1916, and these are the support for the official definition of his work, namely, that Leninism is Marxism in the epoch of imperialism. 17. In point of fact, there was little of Lenin's argument that ______835 was original with him. Imperialism and international capitalism were not new subjects, either for Marxists or non-Marxists, and by scientific standards Lenin's analysis was inferior to that produced earlier by other Marxian scholars. 18. He emphasized strategy more than economic theory, and the weight of his emphasis fell on the side of showing that Marx's conclusions about the revolutionary character of the proletariat were still valid. In short, he followed the long-established pattern set by Engels of admitting that Marx had underestimated the possibilities of development within the capitalist system. The economic analysis ran briefly as follows. As the units of industry increase in size, they tend to become monopolistic, and at some point in a developing capitalist economy, monopoly comes to be its controlling characteristic. Business is organized more and more in trusts or cartels. Within national units, competition between individual entrepreneurs practically ceases, and the control of industry passes out of the hands of the producers of commodities and into the hands of financiers and bankers. Commercial capital is fused with banking capital, which tends more and more to be controlled by a financial oligarchy. Within an economy thus controlled, the anarchy which Marx attributed to capitalist competition is substantially reduced, and its contradictions are thus brought under control, but at an international level the result is quite different. The system depends on the higher profits provided by cheap labor and cheap raw materials in underdeveloped countries and the higher returns from capital invested in these countries, and enlarged production creates a steady pressure for larger markets. Consequently, though competition between entrepreneurs decreases, competition between nations or blocks of capitalist nations increases, tariffs become weapons in national trade wars, and as national politics moves in the direction of something like state socialism, international politics moves in the direction of a scramble between imperialist nations for undeveloped territories and populations. ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ 18. Among works by Marxists the most important on which Lenin depended was Rudolf Hilferding's Das Finanzkapital, eine Studie über die Gesamtentwicklung des Kapitalismus, published in Vienna in 1910. He also leaned heavily on J. A. Hobson's Imperialism, 1902, Rev. ed., 1905. The literature of imperialism is reviewed in E. M. Winslow, The Patterns of Imperialism, 1948, see especially ch. 7-836. To exploit. The result is imperialist war for the partition of as yet undeveloped countries and for the extension of colonial empires. Reduced to lowest terms, Lenin concluded, a war such as that begun in 1914 is merely a struggle between syndicates of German capitalists, with their subsidiaries, and syndicates of British and French capitalists, with their subsidiaries, for the control of Africa. To be sure, capitalism develops unevenly. Smaller combinations of capitalists skirmish around the edges of the main struggle for minor objectives. Russian capitalists hope to get control of Constantinople, and the Japanese hope to exploit China. In more backward nations like Serbia or India there are still bona fide nationalist movements such as occurred earlier in Europe. Fundamentally, however, monopoly and finance capitalism are logical developments from free, competitive capitalism. Political imperialism is a logical development of monopoly capitalism, and war is a logical development of imperialism. Hence imperialism is the highest stage of capitalist development and is a transitional stage leading to a higher communist economy and society. Imperialism emerged as the development and direct continuation of the fundamental attributes of capitalism in general. But capitalism only became capitalist imperialism at a definite and very high stage of its development, when certain of its fundamental attributes began to be transformed into their opposites, when the features of a period of transition from capitalism to a higher social and economic system began to take shape and reveal themselves all along the line. 19. This theory, Lenin believed, serves to explain not only the war but also the failure of Marx's predictions of imminent proletarian revolution in countries with advanced industrial economies. For the high profits derived by capitalists from the exploitation of backward peoples enabled them to pay high wages to their working force at home. Consequently, European labor, especially skilled labor, has in fact enjoyed a rising standard of living. This, to be sure, has been purchased at the cost of a higher rate of exploitation practiced on unskilled labor in the colonial and underdeveloped countries. In effect, the European working class became partners in a worldwide system of exploitation _____837, and in some degree have shared the booty. Temporarily and locally, therefore, the class struggle has been mitigated, or capitalism has found a way to postpone the effects of its inherent contradictions. The result has been a period in European history, fixed by Lenin between 1871, the date of the last proletarian revolt in the Paris Commune, and 1914, when the European proletariat was infected with a petty bourgeois ideology. It fell a victim to the illusion of the revisionists, that there can be a harmony of interests between capitalists and workers, and that economic evolution can go on by peaceful or reformist methods. The year 1914, Lenin said, found the proletarian mass entirely disorganized and demoralized by the shifting of a minority of the best situated, skilled, and unionized workers to liberal, i.e., bourgeois politics. Naturally, he regarded this as degenerate. The European working class has become respectable and in a sense parasitic. Capitalism, too, has degenerated. It has ceased to be a constructive social force, as it had been before 1871, the bourgeoisie has become a decaying and reactionary class, mainly concerned to protect its vested interests and having a typically rentier ideology. Indeed, Lenin seems to be on the point of proving too much, namely, that all European society, both capitalist and proletarian, has fallen into decay, for he certainly wilied to conclude that the revolution is about to be resumed in the West. His evaluation of political democracy, also, now seems to be more negative than in 1906, when he argued that it was the only road to socialism. His attitude toward democracy was at all times ambivalent, like Marx's in the Critique of the Gotha Program. Democracy is valuable only as a step toward socialism, but it is a necessary step. Now Lenin tends to call it mere sham and hypocrisy. He cites wartime controls as proofs that the civil liberties are mere sops thrown to the populace and snatched away as soon as they endanger control by moneyed interests that alone have any real power in a bourgeois society. As will appear later, Lenin's estimate of democracy was to fall still lower. The final point of Lenin's case remained to be made, to show, as he wished to do, that the European proletariat is still revolutionary and that, as he said, the socialist revolution is being furthered by the war. The convictions of a lifetime stood in -838. The way of his seeing that his argument had opened another possibility, namely, that revolution in Western Europe might be long postponed, which would have cut the ground from under his policy of turning the imperialist war into a civil war. What he does is merely to reiterate the general Marxian argument. Imperialism by its export of capital is hastening industrialism in the underdeveloped countries and is therefore extending capitalism. The fundamental nature of capitalism is not and cannot be changed. Its inherent contradictions have not been removed but only transformed, so they must reappear in a new guise. The imperialist ruling class, and labor as well, is divided into national groups with competing interests, and these divisions correspond to nothing in the system of production, which has become worldwide. The ideology of national solidarity, the policies of tariff exclusion and of national monopoly, stand square across the path of expansion appropriate to the economic system, and inevitably the underlying forces of production will reassert their mastery over artificial restraints. More specifically, Lenin apparently believed that these contradictions will now take two forms. First, capitalism will never be able to prevent or control depressions and crises, which he expected to be more frequent and more severe. They are an unconquerable weakness of a capitalist economy. Second, he argued more definitely that imperialist nations cannot avoid war. The war begun in 1914 will be merely the first of a continuing series of wars between national rivals for imperial expansion. Thus Lenin suggested, though he did not develop, what became for later communists the standard proofs that the collapse of capitalism is inevitable, recurring wars and depressions must sap its power. Marx's conclusions were thus substantially reinstated. The Second Communist Manifesto, written by Trotsky and adopted by the Communist International in 1919, asserted that the spectacle of human suffering presented by the World War settled the academic controversy within the socialist movement over the theory of impoverishment. Lenin's young friend Nikolai Bukharin summed up the conclusion as follows. The war severs the last chain that binds the workers to the masters, their slavish submission to the imperialist state. The last limitation of the proletariat's philosophy is being overcome, its clinging to the NAR. 839. Roness of the national state, its patriotism. The interests of the moment, the temporary advantage accruing to it from the imperialist robberies and from its connections with the imperialist state, become of secondary importance compared with the lasting and general interests of the class as a whole, with the idea of a social revolution of the international proletariat which overthrows the dictatorship of finance capital with an armed hand, destroys its state apparatus and builds up a new power, a power of the workers against the bourgeoisie. 20. Despite the conviction with which Lenin asserted his conclusion, his argument as a whole presented the European proletariat in two quite contrary roles. It has been so quiescent for some 40 years that Marx's predictions of revolution failed. It is so revolutionary in 1915 that a revolution is on the point of breaking out. Like Russian Marxists generally, Lenin had long credited the theory, for which Koski was mainly responsible, that Western Europe was ripe for revolution, and like Trotsky he was convinced that a Russian revolution could be permanent only if it were supported by revolution in the West. In order to explain the socialist defection of 1914 he adopted the theory that the proletariat of the West has combined with its bourgeoisie to exploit the colonial peoples. Now he assumed that the war will reverse this attitude and make the Western proletariat the leader of the world proletariat in a revolt against their capitalist and imperialist oppressors. Yet there seems to be no reason why the war should change the relative positions of the industrial proletariat in the West and the masses in the exploited undeveloped countries. It is hard to see on what Marxian principle Lenin concluded that the proletariat of Western Europe would at once become revolutionary, or indeed why it might not remain quiescent so long as the uneven development of capitalism left any non-industrial countries to exploit. Apart from his confident but not especially well-founded conviction of imminent revolution in Western Europe, what Lenin's analysis passed on to the communist government he was about to found was a choice. It might calculate on inciting revolution in the West, or it might with equal logic calculate on an indefinite period of coexistence with Western capitalism. After 1917 Lenin ___________________________________________________________________________ Imperialism and World Economy, ENG Trans. 1929, p. 167. The book was written in 1915, and Lenin wrote an introduction for it. It was not published until 1917. 840. Freely predicted that war was inevitable between communist and non-communist countries. Consequently, a theorist might now regard the controlling tension in world politics either as between capitalism and communism, or as among the capitalist countries, and still be within the limits of Leninist orthodoxy. 21. Several other important changes in Marxism are more or less clearly suggested by Lenin's theory of imperialism, but usually they are not fully or clearly worked out. After 1917 the word proletariat tended to get a meaning quite different from the technical sense given it by Marx. Expressions like the world proletariat, equivalent to the working people of the colonial and semi-colonial countries, are commonly used, though these people are clearly not for the most part a proletariat directly created by a system of capitalist production. Capitalism has proletarianized immense masses of mankind. Imperialism has thrown these masses out of balance and brought them into revolutionary movement. The very concept of the term masses has undergone a change in recent years. What used to be regarded as the masses in the era of parliamentarism and trade unionism have now become the upper crust. Millions and millions of those who formerly stood outside political life are being transformed today into the revolutionary masses. 22. Lenin himself recognized that this amounted to a fundamental change in Marxism when he amended the most famous of all Marx's slogans by inserting into it the words "and oppressed nations," so that it should read, "Proletarians of all countries, and oppressed nations, unite." He explained. Of course, from the point of view of the Communist Manifesto, this is wrong. But the Communist Manifesto was written under completely different conditions, and from the point of view of the present political situation, this is correct. 23. The strategy behind this change is clear. It was intended to make common cause between communism and colonial peoples against the imperialist powers. It is equally clear, however, that these colonial peoples are not as a rule proletarians in Marx's sense. Underscore 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 underscore. Since their economies are for the most part pre-industrial and pre-capitalist. The change suggested in Marxism is in the direction of that already made by Trotsky in 1906, when he argued that worldwide capitalism made revolution easier in a backward than in a highly industrialized society, and branded the traditional theory as primitive. By 1918 Lenin had come around to saying the same thing retrospectively, though he had often asserted the more usual opinion, but characteristically he now stated his revised opinion as if it were the correct interpretation. 24 Hence it would be quite in accord with Lenin's theory of imperialism if, as was said in the preceding paragraph, the Western alliance of capitalists and proletarians, in Marx's sense, remains stable for a considerable period in highly industrialized countries. In this case it would seem that the long-run alliance of a communist country would be not with the Western proletariat but with the underdeveloped countries. In view of the ambivalent nature of Lenin's scattered bits of theorizing about imperialism, it is perhaps permissible to sketch a kind of speculative neo-Marxian theory of social evolution, quite different from the original Marxian tradition and yet somewhat remotely derivative from it. Perhaps it would be closer to Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution than to anything that Lenin ever clearly stated, and it no doubt seems more plausible because of the course followed by Russian Marxism after Lenin's lifetime. It should be clearly understood, however, that this is not properly history, because it cannot be identified with the views stated by any specific theorist. It merely seems to be a possible line of suggestion that Lenin opened up and that may enter into the speculations of Leninists. 25. A possible neo-Marxian theory of social evolution, instead of drawing its main distinction between social classes and explaining social change by tension between classes as Marx did, might draw its main distinction between peoples or societies: the capitalist, industrialized, highly evolved societies on one side and the underdeveloped, pre-industrial or only partly industrial societies on the other. Lenin in fact often used expressions like capitalist nations and proletarian nations. These two classes underscore 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 dash 842 of nations might conceivably coexist and develop side by side over an indefinite period, though both the owners of industry and the working force of the capitalist nations would in a sense be parasitic on the exploitable underdeveloped nations. Of the two classes of nations, the underdeveloped might be the more favorably situated, since they could take their technology ready-made, as Trotsky said that Russia had been able to do. The ideology of the more highly industrialized capitalist nations might tend to be more rigid, more conservative, and more devoted to protecting vested interests, as Lenin imputed to Western Europe a rentier ideology. The underdeveloped countries must adapt themselves to their capitalist rivals, must in self-defense develop an economic and a military power equal to that opposed to them, and if their ideology is indeed more flexible, They might construct an industrialized economy fully planned and executed under political guidance. They need not reduplicate all the steps or make all the mistakes of the original capitalist model. They might be industrialized without capitalism, and since they develop unevenly, socialism in one country would be a possibility. The underdeveloped countries would be mosaics of advanced and backward elements, primitive agriculture and advanced industrial technology, as in Tsarist Russia, and each would be a unique combination of factors, which a tactician would have to consider each in its own nature. Marxism would indeed be a method of analysis, as Trotsky said. Most persuasive of all, in view of the audience to which such a neo-Marxism would be addressed, Russia would clearly stand in the forefront of progress, since she would be the model or pilot project, the head of a progressive East against a moribund West. Approach to revolution. The March Revolution in Russia found Lenin prepared to take the steps which he could rationalize either as completing the middle-class revolution or beginning a socialist revolution. It was no longer important to draw a sharp line, for revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry had brought him by stages to the conclusion that Trotsky reached in one jump, namely, that the two revolutions would 843 merge. 26 Watching affairs in Russia from exile in Switzerland, he quickly decided that this had indeed happened and that the progress of the revolution would be a transition to socialism. It would indeed be a grave error if we tried now to fit the complex, urgent, rapidly unfolding practical tasks of the revolution into the Procrustean bed of a narrowly conceived theory. 27. Within a week of his arrival in Petrograd, therefore, he startled his followers by relegating to the archive of Bolshevik pre-revolutionary antiques the idea which in 1905 he had said that a socialist must never forget, namely, that the democratic republic was the only possible road to socialism. Life is more original than thought, and Marxism consists in keeping pace with the facts. It is necessary to acquire that incontestable truth that a Marxist must take cognizance of living life, of the true facts of reality, that he must not continue clinging to the theory of yesterday, which, like every theory, at best only outlines the main and the general, only approximately embracing the complexity of life. Whoever questions the completeness of the bourgeois revolution from the old viewpoint, sacrifices living Marxism to a dead letter. According to the old conception, the rule of the proletariat and peasantry, their dictatorship, can and must follow the rule of the bourgeoisie. In real life, however, things have turned out otherwise. An extremely original, new, unprecedented interlocking of one and the other has taken place. 28. In short, when the dialectic changes phase, a leader and a party must dare to gamble on the opportunity offered, and at the decisive moment you must be victorious. By April 1917, Lenin was ready to believe that the moment had come. He was resolved to seize power when and if the chances looked favorable. He had still a few obstacles to get over. For the belief that socialism must come by way of the democratic republic was not a superficial part of Marxism. On economic grounds it had underscore 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 been regarded as impossible to construct socialism in an economy that lacked a high level of production, and democratic government had always been thought to be the political superstructure suitable to such an economy. For this reason democracy was described as a necessary stage on the road to socialism. But this concept of a necessary stage was systematically ambiguous, and especially so because it carried ethical overtones that Marxism did not acknowledge. 29 It might mean that the democratic liberties were intrinsic moral values, professed by liberals but not effectively realized in a society with a laissez-faire economy. The claim of socialism would then amount to saying that these values could be conserved and better realized in a socialist society, together with additional values made possible by the public ownership of the means of production. Democratic institutions like the suffrage and parliamentary representation, together with the civil liberties of free governments, would presumably be carried along into a socialist government. Something of this sort seems usually to have been intended by Marx, though he was quite capable, in a splenetic mood such as that represented by his critique of the Gotha program, of contemptuous epithets for representative government like the old democratic litany. In any case, by the end of the century its success in gaining some of its ends by legislation had fixed the democratic character of Marxism in Western Europe. What was at stake was the possibility of any working relation between communism and socialism. After the revolution, Karl Kosky, himself a theoretical Marxian revolutionist, said that socialism included underscore 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 underscore. 29. Systematic ambiguity is inherent in dialectic. Semantically it was embodied in the German verb aufheben and its participle aufgehoben, which Hegel made quasi-technical terms. The word means literally lifted up, and this can mean something like the English word sublimated, or it can mean merely destroyed. In Hegel's idealist metaphysics the word conveyed a moral postulate, that in historical change value is conserved, though institutions disappear, their essential values are transformed and reappear in the successor institutions. In plain language this amounts to assuming that historical change is progressive. Hegel's materialist successors, of whom Marx was one, construed dialectic as quasi-causal but without dropping the underlying moral connotation. No matter how it is expressed, the description of a later stage as a higher stage is some sort of valuation, it is not merely the statement of a causal or logical relationship. 845. Not only the social organization of production but also the democratic organization of society. On Lenin's choice depended a permanent division in the international working class movement, which an English Marxist like Harold Laski regarded as the final disaster of his success. Democracy as a necessary stage to socialism can be, and sometimes was, taken in quite a different way. The expression can be used by a person who attaches no intrinsic or moral value to democracy but means merely that civil liberties like free speech and free assembly offer the best arena for conducting the class struggle, that they can be used as the readiest means of stirring up discontent, or that democratic institutions have weaknesses that can be used by a person whose purpose is to undermine them. Democracy can, in short, be given a merely instrumental value, and this is how Lenin for the most part regarded it. There was only one absolute in his scale of values, and that was making the revolution. For the rest, his moral standards were in the highest degree manipulative, and it would be surprising to learn that he ever had any deep moral feeling for democratic methods, of which indeed he had little experience. His way of getting around democracy as a necessary stage, therefore, was simply to denigrate all the institutions and practices which had come to count in the West as democratic. In his pamphlets on imperialism he had already described these as sham and hypocrisy. Though he continued to assert, at least for the first 3 months after his return to Russia, that the most powerful and advanced type of bourgeois state is that of a parliamentary democratic republic, he was soon asserting also that any capitalist government requires the greatest ferocity and savagery of repression. Even if it includes guarantees of constitutional liberties, these are privileges reserved for the rich, not rights for the working class. In capitalist society, under the conditions most favorable to its development, we have more or less complete democracy in the democratic republic. But this democracy is always bound by the narrow framework of capitalist exploitation, and consequently always remains, in reality, a democracy for the minority, only for the possessing classes, only for the rich. Freedom in capitalist society always remains just about the same as it was in the ancient Greek republics, freedom for the slave owners. The modern wage slaves, owing to the conditions of capitalist 846. Exploitation, are so much crushed by want and poverty that democracy is nothing to them, politics is nothing to them, that, in the ordinary peaceful course of events, the majority of the population is debarred from participating in social and political life. 30. Similarly, during the first months following his return to Russia, Lenin frequently disclaimed the character of an adventurer bent on leading an irresponsible junta to power. he would force no changes in government not ripe in the consciousness of an overwhelming majority. By August, however, he had got around to showing what is incontestably true, that for a philosophy which reduces politics to the class struggle, the concept of majority rule is meaningless. As he now said, it is merely a constitutional illusion. 31. For any important political issue always arises from a conflict between the interests of two possible ruling classes, and parties are the organs by which the conflict is fought out. In the end the more powerful class wins, and if the issue is vital the struggle is civil war. If a majority of the people is pleased with the result, this is due to the accident of its being satisfied with what the successful party gives it. If the majority wants something else, the ruling class still gets its way, and the majority is either suppressed or deceived. In a middle-class government, therefore, constitutional liberties are a shield for the privileges of the capitalists who alone have real power. For the working class they are a facade that covers coercion or deception. Any government at bottom is a dictatorship, and the practical question is, who controls whom? This conclusion Lenin would presently apply to the government which he was about to set up, but for the moment he was content to show that majority rule has nothing to do with making a revolution. Among revolutions, he said, there are innumerable instances in which the more organized, more class-conscious, better armed minority forces its will upon a majority. A revolutionary party takes power and gets its majority afterwards. The conclusion was directly relevant to two important strategical problems. One was, as always, the relationship of Lenin's party, as the vanguard of the proletariat, to the peasants, who underscore 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 unquestionably were a majority. The answer to this was already implicit in Lenin's slogan, the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, and equally in Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution. For both implied utilizing the land hunger of the peasants to get temporary support for a revolution spearheaded by an urban working-class minority, and both implied breaking the alliance as soon as the peasants ceased to be tractable. The other problem was the relationship of the party to the Soviets, and this was more difficult. When Lenin returned in April the actual situation was what he described as dual power, the existence side by side of the bourgeois provisional government and the Soviets. Under the circumstances the only possible slogan for a left-wing party was all power to the Soviets, and this Lenin adopted and continued to use, except for an interval in July when Kornilov's plot threatened a military dictatorship. But in the Soviets Marxists of any kind were a minority, and Bolsheviks were a minority among Marxists. Moreover, the revolutionary spontaneity of the Soviets and their primitive democracy were more nearly in accord with Menshevik ideas about the federalism of socialist party organization than with Lenin's theory of a rigidly centralized party. Besides, it was Trotsky, not Lenin, who had been the hero of the St. Petersburg Soviet in 1905, and who had described the Soviets as an embryo of a revolutionary government, while Lenin's party had looked askance at both the Soviets and the trade unions. There came to be a myth, sedulously propagated after Lenin became the hero of a successful revolution, that he had instantly perceived, at the very beginning, that the Soviets were uniquely suited to be the organs of a socialist revolution. This is not borne out by the record of 1905 to 1906. Lenin did indeed recognize the importance of the Soviets as organs of direct mass struggle, and he reproved his followers for neglecting them. But his attitude toward the Soviets in 1905 was one of little sympathy and a good deal of suspicion. His emphasis fell on their insufficiency for organizing the insurrection, and he even suggested that, if the revolution were properly organized, the Soviets might become super. 848. Fluis 32. No other opinion was consistent with Lenin's belief in the control of spontaneity by consciousness, or his theory of the party as the seat of proletarian consciousness. And indeed this was almost what happened in 1917. By the end of October the party was in control of the Soviets, which were on the way to becoming, not exactly superfluous, but a front for government by the party. As for Trotsky, who did not reach Russia until the middle of May, he was content to forget his blast at Lenin's party, once he learned that Lenin had already adopted the kernel of his theory that the two revolutions would merge. The two leaders of the revolution had at last got together, and majority rule became indeed an illusion. In the last free election at the end of 1917, the Bolsheviks polled about a quarter of the votes. Revolution in prospect. With his approach to the revolution completed, Lenin wrote a pamphlet which reveals his expectations when he took the final step. His State and Revolution 33 was left unfinished because the revolution interrupted it. Even the subject suggested the changed direction of his thought, for Lenin had not given much attention to forms of government. Now he felt impelled to sketch what he thought the impending change would be like. In form, the pamphlet was a review in chronological order of all the passages in Marx and Engels describing the socialist state, but it was designed to show dialectically that a form of workers' state had indeed emerged from the revolutionary experience of the 19th century. From a bare mention in the Communist Manifesto and the fumbling efforts of 1850, it had crystallized in the Paris Commune of 1871, and the genius of Marx had detected the outline of the emerging state. No doubt the written second part would have described its completion in the Soviets of 1905 and 1917. As history it was highly imaginative, and as Marxism, though accurate in what was included, it was highly selective, but for an audience habituated to dialectic it was also highly persuasive. Only one more step was needed to bring the proletarian state into being. Unfortunately, after the event it might also be disillusioning. For Lenin's expectations suggested a program which, when tried, almost wrecked the revolution, and created an image which bore no resemblance to what the Soviet state became. Lenin's first effort was to rescue from the opportunists Engels' famous expression in the Anti-Düring about the withering away of the state. By a gross distortion of Marxism, he argued, this has been corrupted to mean that socialism can come by a peaceful evolution of the bourgeois state. What Marx proved was that the class struggle is inherent in any society in which the means of production are privately owned. A proletarian revolution must first intervene to bring the control of production into the hands of the only class that can truly represent the whole society. Thereafter, with the gradual elimination of antagonistic classes, the state will indeed wither away, but it is a gross misrepresentation of Marxism to claim that the bourgeois state can ever be anything but an instrument of exploitation by which the middle class holds down and oppresses the workers. The middle class state must end, therefore, in a violent revolution which will expropriate the capitalist owners of the means of production, will transfer ownership to the workers, and thus will institute an intermediate stage capable of evolving into communism. But this, too, will be a state, and Engels' argument showed that the expression, a free state, is a contradiction in terms. No state can be free. The intermediate stage is indeed a higher form of democracy, beyond the democratic republic which is the highest form of bourgeois state, but still a state and therefore a dictatorship. It is the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin's argument is thus an acceptance of the conclusion that the proletarian revolution, like other revolutions, will transfer power from one social class to another, and the state which it will produce, like the state which it displaces, will be an instrument. 850. Meant of repression. It will be the proletariat organized as a ruling class in the act of creating its own appropriate apparatus of violence to enforce its purposes against the non-proletarian and semi-proletarian elements remaining in society. For the workers cannot accomplish their revolution merely by taking over the existing forms of the democratic republic, they must destroy these and replace them with their own form of government. This will require a long, persistent, life and death struggle which can be carried through only by inflexible determination and by a ruthless use of force. The dictatorship of the proletariat must pursue two purposes: it must hold down the exploiting class, whose resistance will increase tenfold after its overthrow, and so prevent a counter-revolution, and second, it must organize the new economic and social order. The latter is the function especially of the party, which is the teacher, guide, and leader of all the exploited classes that have not yet become fully class-conscious. State and revolution thus suggested, though it did not explicitly state, that the dictatorship of the proletariat will be to all intents and purposes the dictatorship of the party. It did, however, explicitly state the rigidity and the inclusiveness of proletarian government. It will exercise the strictest control, by society and by the state, of the quantity of labor and the quantity of consumption. And though the democracy of the new state is an organization for the systematic use of violence by one class against the other, it will still be a higher form of democracy beyond the venal and rotten parliamentarism of bourgeois society. The special purpose of state and revolution, therefore, was to show that earlier proletarian revolutions had indeed evolved a distinctive form of non-parliamentary democracy, and that Marx had outlined its theory. Lenin depended mainly on the account of the Paris Commune in Marx's civil war in France, and presumably he intended to amplify this by his own interpretation of the Soviets. The Commune was the first attempt of a proletarian revolution to break up the bourgeois state machinery, and it revealed the political form which can and must take the place of the broken machine. As Marx perceived, it was fuller democracy, which retained the indispensable principle of representation but without the false form of a parliament. 851. It was a government conducted by the people in arms, without the parasitic growths of bureaucracy, police, or standing army. The communes, Marx perceived, were working assemblies, not talking shops. Their members both made the laws and executed them, all officials being elected and subject to recall. Most important of all, it abolished all money privileges of officialdom and reduced the remuneration of all servants of the state to working men's wages. Its only failure was that, being a minority, it did not thoroughly crush the bourgeoisie. Extended to the whole people, Lenin said, it will provide the plan for a state that has already begun to wither away. It will still be centralized, but the centralism will be voluntary. The majority can itself perform all the functions which the bourgeois state reserves for a few privileged bureaucrats. Its principle can be simple: work from everyone and for everyone, and equal pay for all. It can be, up to a point, a kind of naive, primitive democracy, for capitalism has already brought business and the public services to such a degree of organization that accounting and control have been reduced to a few simple operations, like registering, filing, and checking, within the capacity of anyone who can read and write. Experts and technicians can be hired, and they will work as willingly for the proletariat as they now work for the capitalists. Industrial administration of railways, big factories, large-scale commerce, and banking is as simple as the post office. Within 24 hours, if capitalists and bureaucrats were evicted, control could be taken over, and all citizens would become hired employees of one national syndicate. This preposterous caricature of an industrial economy and its transformation from capitalism into socialism is from every point of view so extraordinary that it calls for comment. First, as concerns Marx's account of the Commune, it was a tour de force. Marx had in fact expected the Commune to fail and had advised against the venture. Afterward he made the best case for it he could, but there was nothing to say except vague generalities such as have been mentioned. Second, as concerns Lenin's picture of a proletarian dictatorship, it was not new but old. It pieced together speculations by anarchists and syndicalists about the direct control of industry by workers, and though radicals of these sorts had taken something from Marx, party Marxists in 852. The West had regarded their ideas as beneath consideration by a socialist who knew anything about the management of an industrial society or who even had a competent knowledge of Marx. Third, this sort of utopian speculation has seemed so out of character for Lenin, who usually was pretty hard-headed, that even its sincerity has been doubted. 34 The simplest and most likely explanation seems to be that the prospect of revolution went to Lenin's head. For a short time he believed that communism would come quickly and easily. Finally, it is obvious that what Lenin expected in September, if indeed he did expect it, had no relation whatever to the long-run development of communism. Indeed, one wonders whether communist ideologists have not sometimes wished that Lenin's pamphlet could be forgotten. The attempt after the revolution to let workers manage the factories nearly ruined the economy. Party members continued for a time to take workers' pay, but as soon as there was a serious attempt to increase production, wage differentials comparable with those in capitalist countries had to be adopted as incentives. Lenin seems always to have regarded these as defections from communism, but as he said in 1920, social justice had to be subordinated to the interests of production. State and revolution, however, did add a permanent element to communist ideology. This was the theory, taken from Marx's critique of the Gotha program, that communist society will develop in two stages. In the first, sometimes called socialism as distinguished from communism, the ownership of the means of production by the whole people will have abolished exploitation. In this stage, also, a kind of equality will prevail, because everyone will receive as much as his own labor has created. But this is still, as Marx said, a bourgeois right, since it permits consumption only according to the work performed. Its principle is, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Social classes at this stage are disappearing, and with them the need for repression, so that the state is in process of withering away. The abolition of capitalism will be accompanied by a great expansion of production, and this, Lenin expected, as socialists have usually expected, would bring with it a underscore 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 change in human nature, a person not like the present man in the street, with habits such that an occasional unsocial individual will be restrained as easily and as spontaneously as civilized people. Part 2 Fighters. Finally, humanity will be prepared for true communism, in which a classless society, with no need for repression, can realize full justice and equality, a society capable of living by the principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. The problem of success. The surprisingly easy success of the Bolshevik Revolution on November 7, 1917, confronted Lenin and the party with a wholly new problem. A group of revolutionists, often an illegal and conspiratorial group, had to be turned into a government. Of positive or constructive ideas for this change it had remarkably few, for its energy had gone into making a revolution, not into making a program. It had indeed a goal: it would construct a collectivist economy and a socialist government. But it had very hazy ideas about how this was to be done, and mostly false ideas about the difficulty of doing it. Yet this goal, vague as it was still the most permanent part of its equipment. It was the goal that formed its principal tie with Marxism, that remained the constant object of its forced improvisations, and that required violent manipulation of the society in which it had to conduct its experiment. For in a country like Russia, with upwards of 80% of its population agrarian and peasant, any party that followed the line of least resistance would certainly not have made its center of power the small minority of urban, industrial workers, or have made industrialization its major policy. Though the party did not yet know it, the proletarian revolution was about to enact a Marxian paradox. After the event it was going to conduct the industrial revolution, which Marx had supposed was antecedent to its own existence. But in any real sense this was as yet far in the future, as far off as the Third Revolution which Stalin was to conduct from the top down, when he began the first of the 5-year plans in 1928. As usual, Lenin was the first to glimpse both the end and the road. He made rather a quick recovery from the rosy haze of 854. State and Revolution. By 1919 he had admitted that the dictatorship of the proletariat meant the dictatorship of the party, and in 1922 he said that without heavy industry Russia was doomed as a civilized state, let alone a socialist state. He saw also that the revolution was subsisting on the peasant's standard of living. For the construction of a government that might lead it toward its goal the new regime had slogans rather than a program. It had the outline of a revolutionary strategy that Lenin years before had called the democratic revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, which in substance meant utilizing the land hunger of the peasants to immobilize them while the working class minority established its power. This strategy Lenin did indeed follow successfully by encouraging the peasants to evict the landlords, which he could not have prevented in any case. But the plan called also for abandoning the alliance with the peasants at some undetermined time in the future when it could be superseded by an alliance with the proletariat of the West. And the expected revolution on which the theory predicated the permanence of a Russian revolution never occurred. The long-term result was, therefore, that the expulsion of the landlords threatened to create a more powerful class of peasant proprietors who might become an unassimilable bourgeois sector in the prospective socialist society. Years later this threat had to be removed by the violent crusade against the kulaks. The new regime had also the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," but the use of this largely vanished with the success of the revolution. For once the syndicalist hopes of the revolution's early weeks were gone, the primitive democracy of the Soviets was nothing on which large-scale government could be built, not to mention a government able to move toward a socialist goal. The Soviets, therefore, yielded mostly a harvest of negatives. The spurious claim of a higher type of democracy eliminated any use of the parliamentary experience of Western Europe and reduced discussion of democracy to a semantic quibble. Soviet democracy was 1,000 times more democratic than a parliament, even if it violated every concrete right that the word had connoted. To this vagueness of program must be added the fact that for years the state of affairs in Russia was such that Sir. 855. Survival at any cost and on any terms was about the best that the new regime could hope for. Looked at from this angle, the achievement of the Soviet government was a marvel of energy and improvisation and courage. The crucial fact about Lenin's political philosophy, then, is that its success in 1917 found it in possession of one and only one tangible, usable institution, the party. It was the concept of the party that had distinguished Lenin's Marxism in 1902, it was the party that made the revolution, and it was now the party that had to evolve a government. Yet what Lenin had produced was the concept of a body of revolutionary shock troops, dedicated to revolution, rigidly disciplined, and centrally directed. It had never had, and did not have for years after 1917, any legal existence, and it had been held together and directed by Lenin's personal ascendancy, not by its institutional structure. It had no orderly procedure for reaching decisions and translating its decisions into policy. Moreover, the outstanding characteristic of Lenin's leadership had been its flexibility, its adroitness in adapting the party to every situation for the sole end of furthering the revolution, and its capacity to persuade Marxists to embark on ventures which they did not believe to be Marxian. Much the same remained true after 1917. For the party was unanimous on only one point, namely, that having got power it would keep power. Within the vague limits set by the goal of creating a socialist society, there was room for tremendous differences about methods, and indeed every choice of a specific line of action was marked by wide divergences of opinion which were usually settled, as long as Lenin lived, by his dominance in a group made cohesive by a long experience of party discipline. And always, of course, these decisions had to be taken within the exigencies of the party's precarious position. The theory of the party and of communist government must therefore be disentangled from administrative problems involved in creating an army and ensuring the party's control of the army, and in creating a bureaucratic organization for itself and for the new government. In the long run two questions were critical: how was the party to secure its monopoly of power over all other organizations such as labor unions or even the government itself? And how was the top leadership to secure a MO? 856. Monopoly of power within the party itself? The theory of communist government, therefore, was essentially the theory of the party. In a sense, also, the answers evolved were not new but were explications of two terms that had been in the Leninist vocabulary from the start: the party as vanguard of the proletariat and democratic centralism as the organizational principle of the party itself. In another sense, when these terms became names for actual procedures, they got a precision of meaning that they had lacked earlier. The following two sections will deal with these questions. The vanguard of the proletariat. The party may have hoped that its easy success on November 7 would gain the overwhelming support of the masses, but if so, that hope was soon dispelled by its poor showing in the elections for the Constituent Assembly. Accordingly, though the party had supported the calling of that body, it was promptly dispersed, an act which, as Trotsky said long after, struck formal democracy the beneficent blow from which it will never again recover. The true democracy of the Soviets, then, must replace the rotten bourgeois democracy of a parliament. But the party was still faced with a dilemma: it might admit other parties, some of which were socialist and some even Marxian, to a coalition with the hope of retaining the leadership, but also at the risk of sometime having to relinquish power to an opposition, or it might govern alone as a minority at the risk of civil war. That the decision should even have been in question shows how hazy ideas of procedures then were. The choice in fact occasioned a violent controversy from which the policy of Trotsky and Lenin, to make no compromises and to form a homogeneous Bolshevik government, emerged as the policy of the party. The middle-class parties were outlawed as counter-revolutionary, and a little later the socialist parties, including the Marxian Mensheviks, were first silenced and then banned. By 1921 every form of opposition had been forced underground. One implication of the vanguard of the proletariat was settled: the party was to be the sole tolerated spokesman of the proletariat, in whose name it governed, and of semi-proletarian Ps. 857. Ants. It had, indeed, an overwhelming majority, for its majority included everyone not prepared to attempt a counter-revolution. As far as government was concerned, there was to be no center of power except the party, and the party could consult the preferences of its subjects when and how it chose, or not at all. Encouraged by the prestige of the successful revolution among radical groups everywhere, Lenin proceeded in 1919 to draw these together in the Third or Communist International, and a year later, in the summer of 1920, he formulated with a good deal of care some definitions of key terms in the Bolshevik vocabulary and the conditions on which national parties might be admitted to the new organization. The internal history of the International paralleled that of the Russian party, which was always its leader. During Lenin's lifetime its meetings permitted some real exchange of opinion; under Stalin it became merely a rubber stamp. The plan of the new organization, however, was far different from the Socialist International which it planned to supersede. Its member parties were required by its conditions for membership to copy both the organization and the tactics of the Russian party, which thus became a model for communist parties everywhere, and they were all to be strictly bound by decisions of the International. Its ideal, Zinoviev said, was a single, worldwide communist party, centrally controlled, with national branches. One of its theses, adopted in July 1920, stated the following definition of a communist party. The definition was evidently based on ideas that Lenin had expressed in 1902, but it was also far more explicit than anything he had then said. The Communist Party is a part of the working class, the most advanced, most class-conscious, and hence most revolutionary part. By a process of natural selection the Communist Party is formed of the best, most class-conscious, most devoted, and far-sighted workers. The Communist Party has no interests other than the interests of the working class as a whole. The Communist Party is differentiated from the working class as a whole by the fact that it has a clear view of the entire historical path of the working class in its totality and is concerned, at every bend in this road, to defend the interests not of separate groups or occupations, but of the working class in its totality. The Communist Party is the organizational and political lever which the most advanced section 858 of the working class uses to direct the entire mass of the proletariat and the semi-proletariat along the right road. 35. In a pamphlet which preceded the meeting of the International, Lenin gave explicit instructions to would-be imitators of the Russian party about the methods on which its success depended and its relationship both to a communist government and to workers' organizations like labor unions. It was, indeed, an explication of the meaning in practice of the vanguard of the proletariat, and it gave on the whole a very different color to party rule from that suggested by state and revolution. It looked, Lenin said, like real oligarchy, which in fact it was. Not a single important political or organizational question is decided by any state institution in our republic without the guiding instructions of the Central Committee of the party. In its work the party relies directly on the trade unions, which at present have over 4 million members, and which, formally, are non-party. Actually, all the controlling bodies of the overwhelming majority of the unions, and primarily, of course the All-Russian General Trade Union Center or Bureau, consist of communists and carry out all the instructions of the party. Thus, on the whole, we have a formally non-communist, flexible, relatively wide, and very powerful proletarian apparatus, by means of which the party is closely linked up with the class and with the masses, and by means of which, under the leadership of the party, the dictatorship of the class is effected. Without close contact with the trade unions, without their hearty support and self-sacrificing work, not only in economic, but also in military construction, it would, of course, have been impossible for us to govern the country and to maintain the dictatorship for 2 months, let alone 2 years. Of course, in practice, this close contact calls for very complicated and diversified work in the form of propaganda, agitation, timely and frequent conferences, not only with the leading, but also with influential trade union workers generally. Point 36. It is necessary, of course, Lenin adds, to resort to all sorts of stratagems, maneuvers, and illegal methods, to evasions and subterfuges to get into and to stay in labor unions. The vanguard of the proletariat, then, means that the party, by infiltration and subversion, will occupy positions of influence or control in government and in all mass organizations until it can replace these methods by outright force. Lenin's frank declaration of methods aroused a good deal of dissent among delegates to the Congress, especially from British delegates, even though these came from groups with avowed revolutionary intentions. The gist of the objections was that in effect Lenin was substituting the party for the working class. His reply was a characteristic piece of semantic juggling. There really is nothing to argue about. Everyone agrees that socialism is ruled by the workers must be led by a party, the party must be a minority, the minority must be the best organized part of the working class, and this is what the Communist Party is. 37 years later, at the end of the devious process of manipulation and intrigue that made him undisputed master of the party, Stalin, with an oblique reference to this debate and with a quotation from left-wing communism, drew the indicated conclusion. The highest expression of the leading role of the party, here, in the Soviet Union, in the land of the dictatorship of the proletariat, for example, is the fact that not a single important political or organizational question is decided by our Soviet and other mass organizations without guiding directions from the party. In this sense it could be said that the dictatorship of the proletariat is in essence the dictatorship of its vanguard, the dictatorship of its party, as the main guiding force of the proletariat. 38. What emerged from the vanguard of the proletariat, then, was a simple but explicit philosophy of a communist state. It is government for the people, by its own profession, but definitely not by the people, who indeed have no control over it. It is government by a self-chosen and self-perpetuating elite that comprises the best qualified part of the people, again by its own profession. And it is rule without constitutional limitations, or indeed without any limitation of method except those imposed by _success and by its own professed good intentions. The elite is in possession of a very superior science of government, again by its own profession, which gives it the clear view claimed in the definition of the party and later described in the party's official history. The power of the Marxist-Leninist theory lies in the fact that it enables the party to find the right orientation in any situation, to understand the interconnection of current events, to foresee their course and to perceive not only how and in what direction they are developing in the present, but how and in what direction they are bound to develop in the future. 39. Not surprisingly, therefore, the elite can decide not only questions of policy but also the correctness of opinions and the aesthetic value of art. Its pretensions have rarely been equaled by an institution that expressly disclaimed the inspiration of divinity. The description of the party formulated by the Second Congress of the Communist International was adopted in substance into its charter of 1934 and its amended charter of 1939. It was retained also in the Constitution of 1936, which first gave it legal status. According to the last, the party represents the leading nucleus of all organizations of the working people. This constitution included also what sounded like the guarantees of civil liberties that occur in liberal constitutions in Western Europe, but this was only because its adoption was an incident in the then current policy of a popular front. In introducing the constitution, Stalin was careful to say that it in no way affected the position of the party. He explained also the rationalization which justified one-party government. In the Soviet Union the class struggle has been abolished. I must admit that the draft of the new constitution does preserve the regime of the dictatorship of the working class, just as it also preserves unchanged the present leading position of the Communist Party of the USSR. A party is part of a class, its most advanced part. Several parties, and, consequently, freedom for parties, can exist only in a society in which there are antagonistic classes whose interests are mutually hostile and irreconcilable. In the USSR there are only two classes, workers and peasants, whose interests far from being mutually hostile are, on the contrary, friendly. Hence there is no ground in the USSR for the existence of several parties, and, consequently, for freedom for these parties. 40. Lenin's party thus got its final and, as far as law can make it so, its permanent definition. Democratic centralism. No quality of Lenin's political thought was more constant than his preference for centralized organization, or, put negatively, his distrust of any kind of federalism, coalition, or even alliance, if the last threatened his freedom of action. This was the outstanding characteristic of his party as he planned it in 1902, and though circumstances sometimes forced him to modify his practice, he never willingly departed from the principle. He called the principle democratic centralism, the adjective democratic being added, perhaps, chiefly as a defense against the sharp criticism that his theory of the party aroused. The democratic part of the plan consisted in a member's right to discuss policies on which the party had not pronounced a decision. Thereafter dissent was to be silent. Centralism meant that every party organ was strictly bound by decisions of any body with a higher position in the chain of command. The principle was entirely reasonable for a revolutionary party, or even for any organization whose duties are executive alone. It provided no method for dealing with serious differences about the ends a policy should serve. By and large the practice of pretty free discussion within the party prevailed during Lenin's lifetime, though in a diminishing degree after the making of the revolution was displaced by the more complex problems of governing. The policy that Lenin advocated usually became the policy of the party, though often only after sharp controversy. The decision to seize power, for example, was never accepted by an intransigent minority until after it succeeded, and some of the dissenters committed the incredible treachery of leaking the plan to the press. Lenin demanded their expulsion, but they were not expelled, and two continued to hold responsible positions and were finally picked off in the Great Purges of the 1930s. The decision to form a homogeneous Bolshevik government, mentioned in the preceding section, was sharply contested, and the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk divided the party from top to bottom, yet freedom of discussion was not suppressed. By 1921, however, this degree of freedom had become troublesome because many of the party's rank and file, influenced perhaps by the syndicalist ideas in state and revolution, bitterly opposed the regimentation of labor unions. The disciplinary powers of the Central Committee were notably extended, thus greatly increasing the power of the top leadership over the party. Fractionalism, or the formation within the party of groups having their own plans or platforms, was forbidden on pain of expulsion. This step was regarded as so drastic that the new rule was kept secret until 1924. The death of Lenin hastened the process thus begun. It set off the long struggle for the succession, and Stalin was a different personality from Lenin. While the latter had controlled the party's decisions mainly by superior acumen and force of personality, Stalin operated rather by secrecy, intrigue, and by pitting his competitors one against another and inciting them to eliminate each other. Nevertheless, it can well be doubted whether in the long run the result would have been very different if Lenin had lived. The tasks that the party had to perform in making a government were enormously more complex than in making a revolution. Moreover, they grew steadily more complex, first with the Civil War, then with the reconstruction that followed, and most of all with the decision to embark on forced draft industrialization in 1928, and with the reorganization of agriculture that industrialization required. Under this sort of pressure the making of party decisions by deliberation evaporated. The party developed the organization characteristic of any bureaucracy with a fixed chain of command, which was the principle contained in Lenin's concept of centralism. Its structure became hierarchical, with the dictator or some inner clique controlling the Central Committee and the Central Committee controlling the party, which in turn as vanguard controlled government and all organizations outside the party. In short, the party became what Lenin had said it ought to be, a transmission belt to carry orders from the top to their final destination as far down the line as might be necessary. In 1920 the formation of the Communist International produced what purported to be a precise definition of democratic centralism, along with the requirement that it must be adopted by every party seeking admission to the international organization. It was as follows. The Communist Party must be built on the basis of democratic centralism. The basic principles of democratic centralism are that the higher party bodies shall be elected by the lower, that all instructions of the higher bodies are categorically and necessarily binding on the lower, and that there shall be a strong party center whose authority is universally and unquestioningly recognized for all leading party comrades in the period between Congresses. 41. Later statements have varied somewhat but without any significant change of meaning. The party rules for 1956, for example, used the words subordination of the minority to the majority. 42. However the rule is worded, its operative part is the authority of bodies higher in the chain of command over all bodies lower down. Words like majority and minority are obviously meaningless in communist practice. As for the election of higher by lower bodies, it too is meaningless in practice, for as a rule elections do not take place. The normal way of selecting party leaders is by designation from above, and if a pro forma election takes place, it rubber stamps a choice already made. The requirement that party policies should be adopted after discussion or deliberation means in practice that discussion is turned on or turned off as the leadership decides. For though criticism may be permitted of the way a policy is being carried out, it can never be directed at the policy itself. Thus discussion may be extraordinarily free, or it may not exist at all. It may be directed at the lower echelons of the bureaucracy but never at the higher, and thus it can be used as a method of underscore 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 discipline to strengthen the control of the leaders over their own organization. The crucial fact about democratic centralism is that it lacked even the outline of a plan for orderly discussion, for making discussion a factor in decisions, and thus for allowing an informed public opinion to affect the making of policy. However imperfectly, parliamentary or representative government does more or less accomplish this, and any form of government that does not create a viable substitute has no claim to call itself democratic. Democratic centralism fastens upon an obvious feature of any organization that has a policy to execute. It says nothing about the problem of concentrating knowledge and judgment in making a policy, or of enlisting voluntary cooperation behind a policy. And these, after all, are the hard problems. With the passage of time the party changed greatly. It built up a tremendous bureaucracy in which the chief secretaries held key positions. It was by this road that both Stalin and Khrushchev reached top places in the hierarchy. Its membership has almost completely changed, as the course of nature, supplemented by Stalin's purges, made the old Bolshevik intelligentsia extinct, and as industrialization created a new intelligentsia composed largely of officials, managers, technicians, and professional people. In time these changes may be reflected in the party's mode of operation, but they are not likely to change its theory or its control over all departments of Soviet society. Khrushchev's famous blast against the cult of personality was not meant to change either of these. It was not intended to get out to the press at all. It certainly was intended to lift the semi-paranoid tyranny of Stalin's last years off the backs of the top leadership and to do away with the disciplined lethargy that his systematic terrorism induced in the bureaucracy itself, in writers, artists, and scientists, and indeed in the whole population. In its general form the speech was a eulogy of the golden age of the party, when Lenin permitted a good deal of discussion, used terror sparingly when it was necessary, and mostly not against party members. More specifically, it apparently represented a policy of revivifying the bureaucracy of the party and of re-establishing its control over the bureaucracy of the government. According to report, the policy was successful. It was no exaggeration to say that in 5 years between Stalin's death and the end of 1957 he had created the most solidly based form of bureaucratic party rule that had ever existed in the history of the country. 43. Though the speech claimed to return to collegiality in the top leadership, it proposed no constitutional measures to guarantee this, or to provide an orderly succession of one leadership by another. Socialism in one country. With the concepts of the party and of imperialist capitalism, the theory of communism as a logical structure was complete, yet it lacked what proved to be its main driving force as a political system. This was the concept of socialism in one country added by Stalin and his sole venture into theory. In one sense this was a normal capstone to Leninism, at least to the concept of Leninism developed in this chapter. For Lenin's achievement, as it has been here described, was to produce a version of Marxism applicable to an industrially underdeveloped society with an agrarian peasant economy. Socialism in one country therefore completed the divergence between Lenin's Marxism and the Marxism of Western Europe, which had been conceived by Marx and Marxists as a theory to transform a highly industrial economy from a capitalist to a socialist society. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that from the standpoint of Marxian theory, as this was commonly understood, Stalin's concept of socialism in one country was logically weak. He scarcely tried to meet the arguments that made the concept seem a paradox. In origin it was hardly more than an incident in the scramble for the succession that followed Lenin's death, and Stalin's purpose when he put the theory forward was to eliminate Trotsky. It included an unfair, even a mendacious, representation of the theory of permanent revolution and of Trotsky's relations with Lenin. This phase of the theory needs no further exposition here. In spite of this, socialism in one country became the operative factor in Leninism. Under this slogan, Communist Russia emerged as a great industrial and military power, for it initiated in 1928 the first of the 5-year plans which began a revolution with far greater long-term political and social consequences than Lenin's revolution of 1917. By harnessing communism to the tremendous driving force of Russian nationalism, the 5-year plans became the first great experiment with a totally planned economy. And by its success Russian communism became a model likely to be followed by peasant societies with national aspirations the world over. In 1924 Stalin put forward very abruptly the thesis that Russia can and must build up a socialist society. Only a few months before he had repeated the conventional opinion, current since 1917 and before, that the permanence of socialism in Russia depended on socialist revolutions in Western Europe. Stalin argued that the only bar to a complete socialist society in Russia was the risk created by capitalist encirclement, the intrigues, the espionage nets, or the intervention of the capitalist enemies. There was nothing new, of course, in the belief that communist and capitalist states could not permanently coexist, Lenin held this opinion, but this was not the obstacle, from the standpoint of Marxism, to completing socialism in Russia. Marxists had supposed that socialism required an economy with a high level of production and hence an industrial society, which Russia obviously was not. Stalin did not meet this argument but argued instead that socialism could be built in a country of great extent with large natural resources. In effect, he neglected the economic argument normal to Marxism and substituted a political argument. Stalin assumed that, given adequate resources, an adequate labor force, and a government with unlimited power, a socialist economy could be constructed as a political policy. This of course is what socialism in one country became, and in theory it is quite different from the supposed dependence of politics on the economy which had been a principle of Marxism. On the other hand, Stalin's assumption fitted rather easily with some elements of Leninism. It was not at all clear that Stalin was proposing a different policy from that which the party had long been following, for no one in 1924 denied that it ought to move towards socialism as fast and as far as it could. For practical purposes this had been settled when Lenin persuaded the party to abandon projects for carrying communism into Western Europe and to accept the German terms at Brest-Litovsk. As was then said, Lenin traded space for time when he acceded to the loss of territory that the Germans demanded. But there was no point in gaining time except on the supposition that communism had a future in Russia. From the moment of the victory of socialism in one country, Lenin had then said, the only important question is the best conditions for the development and strengthening the socialist revolution that has already started. As far as tactics were concerned, Lenin was banking on the possibility provided by his theory of imperialism that a significant period of coexistence might be possible. In developing the idea that capitalism develops unevenly, he had said, the victory of socialism is possible first in a few or even in one single capitalist country. He was then thinking of countries already industrialized, but less ingenuity than Lenin's would have sufficed to apply the idea to Russia. Finally, in some of his latest writings he seemed to be saying that through its own cultural and industrial development Russia could go a long way towards socialism. There was perhaps even a suggestion of Russian nationalism when Trotsky told the Communist International, the struggle for Soviet Russia has merged with the struggle against world imperialism 44. The fact is that Stalin's theory was more remarkable because of its dialectical awkwardness than because it made any important change in Leninism. If, then, Stalin was proposing no change of policy, it seemed as if nothing were left of his theory except the academic question whether socialism in Russia could be completed. There were, of course, other important questions, notably of rate, but Stalin had said nothing about this. Should industrialization be rapid with correspondingly rapid changes in agriculture? Or should it be slow with a correspondingly long toleration of the peasant agriculture permitted in 1917? On these questions there were sharp differences of opinion in 1924, and socialism in one country underscore 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 then seemed to be more acceptable to the gradualists than to their opponents, perhaps because it seemed to acknowledge the magnitude of the task. Stalin performed one of his devious political maneuvers. He sided with the gradualists to eliminate the opposition, and having established his power, he started in his 5-year plan a far more rapid rate of industrialization than anyone had ever considered possible. In view of his political methods one might suppose that the whole proceeding, including the studious vagueness of his theory, was an example of deliberate guile, but it is really not possible to say how much of the end Stalin foresaw from the beginning. In view of the feebleness of the theory, it can hardly be supposed that the party's acceptance of socialism in one country was due to logic. The truth seems to be that the party was heartily tired, after 7 years of governing against heavy odds, of being told that it held power on the sufferance of a revolution that looked less and less likely to happen. With success its confidence had grown in its ability not only to hold on but to go ahead, and its inherited theory of revolution had become a frustrating clog on its energies. The simple human explanation of socialism in one country seems to be that Stalin told the party what it wanted to hear, a form of political argument more persuasive than dialectic. 45. Though the party saw little of what it was committing itself to, its acceptance of socialism in one country meant adoption of the forced draft industrialization that Stalin began in 1928 and the forced collectivization of agriculture begun the year following. The second was entailed by the first, not as Stalin said to increase agricultural production but to get a ready source of labor for expanding industry and to simplify the administration of the forced levies on the peasants' hoarded grain. The practical success of the policy is one of the miracles of recent history, a miracle controlled and directed throughout by the party. In little more than a decade the party created in Russia a military force able, with Western support, to withstand the German onslaught of World War II. It created an industrial system with a greatly expanded productive capacity and capable -869 of indefinite further expansion at an extraordinarily rapid rate of annual increase. It created a government stable enough to remain master of its military force and resourceful enough to initiate and in some fashion to manage the industrial system, while the party retained its control over the government. It worked on Russian society the necessary corresponding changes. It created the literacy needed to turn peasants into an industrial working force, and it trained the managers, technicians, engineers, and scientists without whom a modern industrial society is impossible. This was a third revolution imposed, as Stalin said, from above and by an utterly totalitarian dictatorship. It also imposed on Russia, in little more than a decade, the hardship and barbarism that Marx, in his historical account of the primitive accumulation of capital, had described as spread through more than 2 centuries of English history. Of this he had said, "Capital comes into the world soiled with mire from top to toe, and oozing blood from every pore." 46. In Russia this was literally true. The story of Stalin's revolution belongs to general history. What is relevant here are its implications for the political theory of Russian Marxism. Its effect was to make Stalin's Russia, socialist in name, into the greatest of European national powers. No fiction could make the Russian state appear to be a superstructure on the Russian economy, for the superstructure was visibly creating its economic base. Socialism in one country cut the last tie with the conventional meaning of economic determinism, already made tenuous by Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution and Lenin's theory of imperialism. The motive to which Stalin appealed was Russian patriotism, for there was no more than a verbal difference between building up the socialist homeland and building up the Russian homeland. The regime was socialist only in the sense that the nation owned the means of production, its realities were political absolutism and the imperatives of industrialization. It claimed indeed to have abolished exploitation, but the claim rested on a semantic argument: the workers own the factories and cannot exploit themselves. It claimed also that it had conquered the class struggle, that relations between the industrial workers and the peasants were friendly, but the accumulation of capital was effected by forced saving which came mostly out of the peasants' standard of living. The party still called itself proletarian, but it tended more and more to consist of the executives that industrialization required, and when in 1931 Stalin enumerated the duties of managers, they differed from the duties of managers in capitalist industry chiefly in not including advertising. 47 Socialist emulation introduced wage differentials between classes of labor similar to those in capitalist industry, though in deference to its socialist claims the regime provided a considerable range of fringe benefits like socialized medicine and paid rest periods. It is true that industrial expansion opened a wide range of opportunity, especially to able and energetic young people who could benefit from publicly supported education, and this no doubt contributed greatly to the stability of the regime. It is true also that its harshness was gradually mitigated as its goals were realized. The fact remains that the whole process was one of extraordinary hardship, even allowing for the terrible hardship caused by World War II. Not the least of the hardship was the chronic insecurity caused by Stalin's habitual use of terrorism and forced labor exercised through the secret police, which fell on the party as well as on the population at large. The determination to create a collective industry and a collective agriculture is a trace of Marxism that chiefly distinguished Stalin's methods from those that might have been used by a Tsar bent on building up Russia's national power. The concept of a national state, which is also socialist, was, from the standpoint of Marxian social philosophy, a logical monstrosity, for Marxism had no positive concept either of a state or a nation, and it had always conceived socialism to be incompatible with either. Nationalism was conceived by Marx and by Marxists generally to be merely a relic of feudalism, and national patriotism to be a vestigial sentiment which, like religion, belonged to the false ideological consciousness that laid the working class open to exploitation by the more rational bourgeoisie. The Communist Manifesto had laid down the principle that the workingmen have no country, and it had been regarded as a major strength of Marxism that it emancipated the workers from a crippling illusion. Marxism had always counted itself internationalist, but its internationalism had been negative in the sense that it expected national distinctions simply to disappear as the working class became enlightened enough to pursue its real class interests. Lacking any positive concept of a nation or any recognition that nationalism might represent a real cultural value, Marxism lacked also any concept of an international organization of national states. Its internationalism was a relic of early 19th century individualism, which had been engrossed in abolishing institutions felt to be obsolete and oppressive, and which had therefore assumed that some ideal form of collectivism would be left merely by the removal of obstacles and obstructions. This assumption was responsible for the vein of utopianism that underlay the essentially realistic temper of Marx's thought. The attitude of Marxism toward the state was substantially similar. The state, too, in Marxian mythology was expected, in the phrase that Engels made famous, to wither away after a successful socialist revolution. Marxism, in its own understanding of itself, had always been a class movement, and its revolution was conceived as a proletarian revolt against a middle-class dictatorship. The concept of the class struggle, which the Communist Manifesto had asserted to describe the history of all hitherto existing society, left no room for any concept of a general national or state interest, nor was any considered to be needed. The dictatorship of the proletariat succeeded to the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, with the negative mandate to repress counter-revolution and with a positive mandate to create communism, which for all practical purposes was almost undefined. When the success of socialism in one country turned Stalin's Russia into a very powerful national state, it was a state as nearly as possible without a political philosophy. Or more accurately, it had an elaborate philosophy but one which had no clear-cut positive application to what it was doing. The consequence was that its policies had little perceptible relationship to the 872 theories that it professed, which often seemed a mere facade for conventionally nationalist and imperialist behavior. The government which Lenin founded and which Stalin inherited, according to its own conception of itself, was an alliance between an urban industrial proletariat and the peasants. Both Lenin and Trotsky expected that this alliance would be temporary, for neither supposed that the peasants would voluntarily follow the workers in either the collectivism or the internationalism that they supposed would be the policy of a working-class government. Nor did they expect that the working-class minority either could or would coerce the overwhelming majority of peasants. In this they were mistaken, as Lenin was mistaken in supposing that at some point the alliance with the peasants would be replaced by an alliance with the Western proletariat. The problem of the peasantry was solved not in the light of any social philosophy, either socialist or nationalist, but by the savage coercion of Stalin's program of collectivization at the end of the 1920s, which reduced the peasantry to a state of misery that Tsarist Russia never matched. This policy did indeed succeed in the sense that it made possible the rapid development of industry, but it also left a chronic imbalance between industry and agriculture which, by the end of Stalin's life, put the whole regime in jeopardy. Stalin's agricultural policy exemplified the recklessness of an irresponsible despot, covered by the hollow pretense that relations between industrial workers and peasants were friendly. It represented no rational concept of national interest, which the regime's philosophy lacked. In a similar way, the regime's concept of itself as a working-class government obstructed its own policy of industrialization. Almost the only positive remnant of the philosophy was Stalin's constant pretense that any opposition to his totalitarian despotism was counter-revolutionary, hence the wild charges of treasonable conspiracy by which he liquidated men with a lifelong record as dedicated revolutionists. Both the party and the government discarded any valid claim to represent the working class, which was in fact impossible if the purpose were effectively to construct a large-scale industrial system. The regime coerced workers as impartially as it coerced every other group, and if it was in truth the exponent of any social class, its favorite. 873 seemed to be the new class of managers and technicians which it was creating, as disappointed Marxists like Milovan-Gilas freely predicted. Its industrial policy created another imbalance between the production of capital goods and the production of consumers' goods for which its socialist professions provided no justification, but which might represent a militarism that belied its professed peaceful intentions. Socialism in one country provided Russia with no cues for its relations to other states different from those of conventional nationalist imperialism. Communism is represented as itself an ideological tie that provides communist countries with a common interest, but there is no perceptible reason why this should be so. The national ownership of the means of production does not affect any advantage that the Russian industrial system might gain from controlling, for example, the output of Silesian steel or make her more charitable in dealing with Poland. By and large, Russian policy toward her ring of satellite states in Eastern Europe has been one of using them to enhance her own economic and military power. The only one of these states that retained much independence of action was Yugoslavia, which was also the one not included in Russia's area of occupation at the end of the war. The crucial test of a community of interest between communist states will no doubt be provided by the long-term relations between Russia and China, since neither will be able to treat the other as a satellite. It may well be true, however, that socialism in one country has made an important change in Russia's international orientation. The adoption of Stalin's policy meant in substance abandoning the theory that communism depended on the support of the working class in Western Europe. There were in fact substantial reasons why support from this quarter should not have been forthcoming, though the concept of communism as a working class movement prevented these reasons from being acknowledged. Except perhaps in a few special cases, there was no reason why the Western European worker, with a higher standard of living, his own independent labor unions, and generally liberal political institutions, should be attracted by communism. The political role of communism in the West has on the whole been one of subversion, effective only where grievances existed that made subversion. 874. A tempting form of political activity. The state of affairs was different in countries with a social and economic structure closer to that of Russia when Stalin launched his theory. A country with an agrarian economy and a largely peasant population, subject to the pressure of a rapidly growing population, is almost under an imperative to industrialize even to keep the low standard of living it has. The problem of industrialization in such a society is substantially that of Russia, namely, accumulation of capital, and short of the ability to borrow on very favorable terms, capital can be accumulated only by methods of forced saving similar to those followed by Russia. As a rule, also, countries of this sort lack a political structure able to oppose any obstacle to a dictatorship. The attraction exerted by the success of Stalin's rapid industrialization is therefore obvious, and in consequence the international effect of communism in one country was to face Russia toward the east. As early as 1923 Lenin foresaw this possibility when he said that his theory of imperialism implied the division of the world into two camps. He attributed this to the imperialists and regarded it as a disadvantage, because he assumed that greater power lay on the side of the highly industrialized European bloc. After the temporary alliance of World War II, Stalin revived the idea of the two camps, but possibly he no longer thought it a disadvantage. In any case, the international effect of communism in one country has been a division between two power blocs, variously described as capitalist communist, imperialist peace-loving, or simply West-East. The future of each depends, apparently, on its success in attracting the uncommitted nations. The spread of liberal political institutions probably depends on providing an alternative to violent methods of forced saving. In Russia, the rigors imposed by socialism in one country were lightened by the prospect held out by the Marxian tradition that they were temporary. Their purpose was first described as the building of socialism, which Stalin proclaimed to have been accomplished about 1936, and second by the transition to communism, the higher stage mentioned by both Marx and Lenin and said by Stalin also to be possible in one country. Beyond this, repression would no longer be required and the state might. 875. Wither away. This prospect, so deeply rooted in the Marxian tradition, was a kind of promissory note that the regime might sometime have to meet, or it might be a focus for criticism and discontent. Why, it might be asked, since there are no longer exploiting classes, should the state not begin to wither away? In 1939 Stalin said that this question was indeed sometimes asked. His answer was the usual one given by a Marxian theorist when his predictions fail. The questioners, he said, have conscientiously memorized the words but have failed to understand the essential meaning. They have overlooked the espionage nets spread by encircling capitalist powers. He concluded that the state would remain in the period of communism also, unless in the meantime the capitalist encirclement vanished by the whole world becoming communist. 48 Stalin approached the question again, rather circuitously, in one of his latest writings. In 1950 he wrote several articles on Marxism and language, the purpose of which was to show that neither logic nor language depended on the class struggle, since language was a medium of communication between persons of all social classes. This somewhat esoteric question seems an improbable subject of interest, but his purpose apparently was revealed when he reproved those comrades who have an infatuation for explosions as the method for any kind of important social change. In Soviet society there are no hostile classes. He instanced the revolution from above that brought about collective agriculture and hence no need for explosions. 49. In other words, the transition to communism will take place under the direction and control of the party. Khrushchev, too, has occasionally taken pains to strip the transition of its utopian connotations. At the 21st Party Congress, 1959, he described his 7-year plan as the building of communism and at the same time warned that a communist society would not be formless and unorganized. Yet he also spoke of a possibility that would have horrified Stalin, the growth of public organizations or voluntary associations that might take over many functions hitherto carried out by state organs, of course, under underscore 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 dash 876. The direction of the party. It seems a fair presumption that what is left of the withering away of the state, at least as far as concerns the party's intentions, is a regime with the services usually attached to the concept of a welfare state, a level of production that will permit more consumers' goods without reducing the production of capital goods below whatever level the party deems necessary, a corresponding increase in living standards with a reduction of the working day, and some lightening or decentralization of administrative regulations. The temper of communism. In spite of the semi-scholastic quality of Lenin's thought, his constant practice of seeming to spin concrete answers out of a dialectical manipulation of abstractions, its effective characteristic was not logic but a moral tone or bias that he imparted to communism. What tied him to Marx was not cogency of argument but dedication to social revolution as the sole and the certain means of human progress, and he found this in Marx's revolutionary pamphlets rather than in the arid dialectic of capital. What Lenin bequeathed to communism was a moral attitude far more important than its intellectual content. It was this which made communism a faith, a sense of vocation, a militant partisanship, a devotion to principle coupled indeed with a good deal of casuistry in its defense. The similarity to 17th-century Calvinism is obvious, and the comparison has repeatedly been made, but the content of the two moralities was different. Calvinism at its best was devotion to individual integrity and freedom. Communism at its best has been devotion to a party and a cause, in the words of Arthur Koestler's hero in Darkness at Noon, to be useful without vanity. Both moralities had a common weakness, for the normal human relief from crowding all of life into a single end is hypocrisy. It has become usual to level at communism a criticism often leveled in its day at Calvinism, that for it the end justifies the means. Yet in both cases this criticism is misplaced. The end must justify the means for any ethics that believes itself to possess a single formula, never to be questioned or reconsidered, to cover the whole meaning of human life. For such an ethics morality is by definition what contributes to bringing 877 mankind to that one supreme end, which can mean only that morality is essentially instrumental and manipulative. This has always been in a marked degree characteristic of communist ethics. Lenin repeatedly said that, for a proletarian, morality must be keyed to the interests of his class and its struggle for power. To be sure, the struggle was expected to end in a society in which each should contribute according to his ability and receive according to his needs. But this vague formula, which any man of goodwill might subscribe to, was never given any content beyond the success of the revolution itself. For an ethics of this sort Calvinism could claim logical justification, for it believed itself to be in possession of a divine revelation and a divine mandate. With no such justification, and in the name of what he called science, Lenin assigned to Marxism the role both of morals and religion. His party combined incongruously the prerogative both of scientist and priest, and thus became an elite entrusted with the whole program of human progress, empowered to direct not only government and the economy but literature and the arts. With such a mandate it had the selfless dedication of the prophet and also the intolerance and the ruthlessness of the fanatic. Critics have often said, and it may well be true, that human nature cannot long sustain such a height of dedication, that the fanaticism of a generation of revolutionists cannot be transmitted to a second or a third generation, that it is bound to be eroded by time and most of all by success. The prophets of 1917 are extinct, many of them destroyed by the revolution they made. Even if this is true, it may not prove that the spirit has vanished without a trace. It may still be true that the Soviet leaders of today, matter-of-fact technicians and managers though they are, still believe as sincerely as Lenin that communism is the wave of the future. They may work with the conviction that time is on their side, that a capitalist society and its liberal political institutions are inherently unstable and contain the seeds of their own dissolution, in less than the ultimate sense in which all human creations are ephemeral. In their own estimation they may genuinely believe that they are confronted with something in its nature inferior, outgrown, primitive, and therefore bad, something moreover that is implacably 878. Their enemy, as the good is always the enemy of the better. If indeed they have this conviction, it still commits them to no definite line of policy toward the non-communist West, for coexistence, though necessarily impermanent, may still be of indefinite duration. Marxian predictions are characteristically without time limits. Since in the fullness of time communism is to inherit the world, they might reasonably leave the capitalist world to be destroyed by its recurrent depressions and wars. If it is held together in a precarious alliance by the pressure of its communist rival, far-sighted policy might even suggest relaxing the pressure to let the internal contradictions of the system do their work. But clearly, if a judicious push were needed to help a regime, dead but not decently buried, into its grave, there could be no conceivable moral reason to hold one's hand. All this may quite reasonably describe the attitude and presumptions of Lenin's matter-of-fact successors. Obviously such a belief needs no evidence to support it and is impervious to evidence against it. For if capitalism and communism are conceived as antithetical, all-inclusive systems, the world cannot be big enough to hold both. Other critics of communism, themselves addicted to dialectic, like to point out that it, too, is infected with contradictions. Its road to utopia leads through industrialization, and an industrial civilization is impossible without a generally educated population and a highly educated staff of scientists and technicians. In spite of its constant pressure toward indoctrination, Soviet education has in fact produced, in hardly more than a generation and starting almost from scratch, a wide range of literacy and a very high level of scientific competence. Is this not undermining the very system it is designed to support? For a widely educated public, it is said, will not permanently submit to totalitarian control or despotic government. An educated population must support a public opinion which even arbitrary power is bound to heed. This criticism too, like the preceding, may even be valid up to a point. Since the death of Stalin's Soviet government has unquestionably changed greatly. It has ceased to depend on habitual terrorism and brutality, it has controlled the arbitrary powers of the secret police and has taken from them the administration of forced labor and the concentra. 879. Camps. By a self-denying ordinance the party has brought its ordinary operations that do not affect its political ends within the limits of law. Its control of artists and writers at least stops short of liquidation, it no longer subjects science to whims like Stalin's dislike of Mendelism, and it has given latitude to history so long as the party's own myths are not touched. All these changes have come about in hardly more than 6 years, and very likely because the stupidity and brutality of Stalin's regime ended in a disciplined lethargy. Yet it is strangely uncritical, after 2 world wars, to imagine that an educated public of necessity supports a liberal political system. In 1914 Germany had probably the most widely literate population and the highest level of technology in the world, but this did not make the Second Empire politically liberal or save Germany from the absurdity of National Socialism and the barbarism of Hitler's rule. Nothing but the remnant of an 18th-century myth supports the notion that an intelligent and educated population must invent the practices of political democracy. These are not invented but depend on underlying social institutions. In Western Europe at least, their sine qua non seems to have been a society which permitted the existence side by side of multiple centers of power which had to adjust their differences by mutual consultation and agreement. This is just the state of affairs that the Communist Party is least likely to tolerate voluntarily, for it violates both theory and practice. Any rise in living standards, any extension of cultural liberties, any extension of education is easier to imagine in Russia than effective constitutional limitations on the direction of the party and its top leadership. One of the Soviet government's top law officers, commenting on the relaxations of the last few years, said to an American professor of law, "If it becomes necessary we will restore the old methods, i.e., Stalin's. But I think it will not be necessary." 50. The Communist Party of the present is indeed a new party, far different from the little band of radicals, skilled only in methods of agitation and revolutionary conspiracy, with which Lenin took power in 1917, just as the Russia which the party underscore 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 50. Reported by Harold J. Berman, Soviet Law Reform Dateline Moscow 1957. In the Yale Law Journal, LXVI, 1957, p. 1215. 880. Rules is far different from the war-torn fragment of a country that Lenin took over. The party has grown in size, though not more than the magnitude and complexity of its tasks, for its membership is still highly selective and the selection is made by a long course of rigid discipline. Though it broadens its base by recruiting a number of workers and farmers, it has long ceased to be a proletarian party in anything but name, for it has long ceased to give preference to candidates of working-class origin. Yet it has been the road of opportunity for many a poor but able boy. On the average it is vastly better educated than Lenin's party, yet its members include some, like its present leader, who learned to read and write after they became adult. Its membership is heavily weighted on the side of technicians, managers, and officials, who have designed, or managed, or governed projects as large as any in the world. The party is still an elite, but one that aims to include all the men and women who fill important positions in every walk of life, industrial, political, and intellectual. Yet with all the changes in the party, and with all the changes in its task, one can look in vain for any principle of organization or function not included in the plan that Lenin drew for it in 1902. In one of the descriptions of the party that Lenin wrote that year, he used the metaphor of an orchestra and of the top party leadership as its conductor. The conductor knows and directs every instrument, he knows which are playing out of tune, and he knows how the parts must be changed to produce perfect harmony. This figure of speech describes the party's conception of itself as accurately today as it expressed Lenin's conception of the party he wished to create. It comes far closer to describing the actual performance of the party today than it ever did in Lenin's lifetime. The arrogance of the party's appraisal of its virtuosity has not changed. In 1958, Khrushchev told the party, in words that Lenin might have used, "Spontaneity, comrades, is the deadliest enemy of all." In the meantime, the achievement with which the party can back its pretensions has surpassed all sober expectations. It has blundered, at times egregiously, but never irretrievably. Under Stalin it proceeded with a degree of inhumanity and sheer wickedness rarely matched by a regime whose ends were, on the 881 whole, constructive, and which may still provide a burden of guilt for its elder leaders who were Stalin's accomplices. Yet the party has produced a leadership with the competence and also the moral toughness equal to its task, and it has successfully buried its mistakes and its crimes even when they were numbered by millions. Through it all the party has demonstrated what at the start was freely predicted to be impossible, that a planned economy is not only workable but is capable of a rate of growth which will certainly enable it to catch up with the industrial system it set out to match, and which may in the end permit it to surpass that system. In so doing it created a model which will be widely imitated by peoples the world over whose social and economic problems are generally similar to those that the party faced in Russia. What the success of the party has not demonstrated and apparently cannot demonstrate is that the unquestionable values it has created can include the values of political liberty measurably realized in the competitive economies of the West. For a system that puts complete control of the economy and complete control of government in the same hands seems unlikely to develop along lines parallel to those followed by Western democracy. Either economic system has demonstrated its capacity to create a more than adequate standard of living when a catastrophic increase of population is controlled. And the two systems together share the primal absurdity of 20th century international politics. Both devote a substantial proportion of their resources to constructing a weapon which neither dares use, and which through sheer inadvertence or blundering may destroy the need for any standard of living at all. Chapter XXXV. Fascism and National Socialism. The political philosophy of communism formed, on the whole, a coherent and carefully developed body of thought. Lenin and Trotsky were indeed fanatics, but they were men of convictions, standing in a long tradition of Marxian scholarship and party policy. Moreover, the achievements of communism in Russia were generally constructive. Despite the fearful price exacted by the brutality of Stalin, his rule transformed that country into a modern industrial power, and an illiterate peasantry into an educated people with a high level of science. No similar judgment can be passed upon fascism in Italy or National Socialism in Germany. Their parties were mushroom growths from the demoralization of World War I, their leaders were demagogues, and judged by any standard of achievement, their careers were purely destructive. Their so-called philosophies were mosaics of ancient prejudices, put together without regard for truth or consistency, to appeal not to common purposes but to common fears and hates. Both Hitler and Mussolini deliberately avoided any straightforward declaration of policy, because it would have repelled some group that they wished to attract. The 25 articles adopted by the National Socialist Party in 1926 were declared to be forever unchangeable, and were thus elevated to an innocuous place above any issue or policy. 1 Mussolini's philosophy was purely synthetic, adopted in 1929 when he decided that fascism must provide itself with a body of doctrine. He instructed his official philosopher to have it ready in 2 months, between now and the National Congress. At the same time, both fascism and National Socialism were authentic popular movements which, for the time being, elicited fanatical loyalty from thousands of Germans and Italians, and even their ________________________ -884. Higher leaders, who were most obviously cynical, were self-deceived almost as much as they deceived others. 2 As truly as the witch persecutions, fascism and National Socialism were melancholy examples of the hysteria which in a time of demoralization can expel from politics both intelligence and morality. Since they indubitably happened, and since there can be no guarantee that their like will not happen again, they must be recorded as parts of 20th century political philosophy, even though they were philosophically valueless and though a similar movement in the future would probably tap quite different sources of irrationality. Because fascism and National Socialism were both constructed for an emotional appeal to different nations, there was no special reason why their theories should be similar, and indeed the spurious Hegelianism of Mussolini's article in the Encyclopedia Italiana had no logical relation to the racism of Hitler's Mein Kampf. In fact, however, the two movements were alike in important respects. Both claimed to be socialist and both were nationalist, and both parties came into existence by a coalition between a party that professed to be socialist and one that was in fact nationalist, though Hitler was never a socialist and Mussolini had long been violently anti-nationalist. The reason is not obscure. Nationalism was the only sentiment that had a universal appeal, and in both countries any party that claimed to be radical and popular had to be socialist, at least in name, to neutralize the attraction of parties that had long been either Marxian or syndicalist. The idea of a party at once national and socialist was simple enough to be obvious. It was merely that a country ought to be able to develop all its resources cooperatively, without the waste and friction of the class struggle, and with a fair distribution of the product between capital and labor. Cooperative socialism could appeal to small shopkeepers _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________:_ -885. And low-salaried employees, ground between organized labor on one side and big business on the other, and nationalism could attract larger industrialists and businessmen, who wished to be free from any effective pressure by labor and who needed government support for commercial ventures abroad. Nationalist socialism thus came as near as possible to the politician's dream of being able to promise everything to everybody, and this was indeed the strategy of both Mussolini and Hitler, until they had consolidated their power. The strategy determined the philosophy. It must be an exalted form of idealism in contrast with Marxian materialism. It must brand liberalism as plutocratic, selfish, unpatriotic. Against liberty, equality, and happiness it must set service, devotion, and discipline. It must identify internationalism with cowardice and lack of honor, and it must as a matter of course condemn parliamentary democracy as feudal, weak, and decadent. Since on any rational grounds such a policy was wholly unrealistic, it must magnify intuition and will as superior to intelligence. Thus the fascist claim to the insight of political genius, and the National Socialist claim to the healthy instincts of racial purity, without having any logical relation, served the same purpose. In societies racked by war, depression, and inflation, they were sentimental appeals to submerge private interests in the task of building up the national power. Under the name of Prussian socialism, the idea of a nationalist socialism was familiar in Germany at any time after the end of World War I. 3 Mussolini wrote the principle of work for the national good into the Italian labor charter, which he promulgated in 1927. The ends of the Italian nation are superior to those of the separate individuals which comprise it. Work in all its forms is a social duty. Production has a single underscore 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 dash 886. Object, namely, the well-being of individuals and the development of national power. And Hitler stated the purpose of combining nationalists and socialists when he formed his party. Germany in 1918, he said, was a people torn into two parts. Its nationalist part, which comprises the layers of national intelligence, is timid and impotent because it dare not face its defeat in the war. The great mass of the working class, on the other hand, which is organized in the Marxian parties, consciously rejects any promotion of national interests. Yet it comprises above all those elements of the nation without which a national resurrection is unthinkable and impossible. The highest aim of the new movement is the nationalization of the masses, the recovery of our national instinct of self-preservation. This attempt to draw together the whole population of the nation, suppressing all rivalry between groups and interests, and to marshal the total resources of the country behind its government, led under the prevailing circumstances in a single direction. The only condition that submerges the divergent social and economic interests of a modern nation is preparation for war. Accordingly, fascism and National Socialism were in essence war governments and war economies set up not as expedients to meet a national emergency but as permanent political systems. In a situation where national self-sufficiency was not a feasible plan for political order in Europe, they meant the regimentation of national resources for imperialist aggression against other nations and the organization of the Italian and German peoples for imperialist expansion. Behind this, it may be conceded, there could have been a potentially constructive purpose, the substitution of political order and a modernized society for a balkanized Central Europe. But fascism and National Socialism assumed that the only effective form of internationalism was, in Spengler's words, not by compromise or concession but by victory and annihilation, or as Mussolini said on the eve of the Abyssinian War, the whole life of the nation, political, economic, spiritual, should concentrate on those things which form our military necessities. The avowedly imperialistic purposes and the brutality of the methods used by Hitler in particular were such as to ensure a revulsion of the civilized world against Germany and Italy. 887. A philosophy whose immediate political purpose was national expansion by war must of necessity be an adventurer's philosophy. By no rational calculation either of individual advantage or of tangible national benefit could such a purpose be made plausible. It must assign a mystical rather than calculated value to national greatness, some remote and glittering goal of national creativeness that would at once allay the individual's moral scruples and persuade him to accept discipline and heroism as ends to which no rational purpose need be assigned. In short, it must set up will and action as self-justifying. In the thought of the 19th century there was no lack of ideas that contributed to such a philosophy. The enemies of fascism and National Socialism generally described these movements as a revolt against reason, and its theorists fully justified this description. Their writings were filled with assertium parison with heroism, self-sacrifice, duty, and discipline. The democratic ideals of freedom and equality, and the civil and political liberties of constitutional and representative government, were represented as the outworn remnants of philosophical rationalism, which reached its culmination in the French Revolution. Barren intellectualism was the standard term of contempt by which fascism and National Socialism described all rival political theories, whether liberal or Marxian. Philosophic irrationalism had formed a persistent strand in European thought throughout the 19th century, and while fascism and National Socialism were less than philosophically reputable, they constantly sought to enhance their standing by claiming affinity with this. Irrationalism had as a rule been marginal, in the sense that it had appealed to artists and literary men rather than to scientists or academic scholars, and it had been critical, in the sense that it had reflected a mood of 888. Dissatisfaction and maladjustment. Modern industrialized society has rarely been a congenial home for artists or mystics. Irrationalism was born of the experience that life is too difficult, too complex, and too changeable to be understood, that nature is driven by dark and mysterious forces opaque to science, and that a conventionalized society is intolerably rigid and superficial. Against intelligence, therefore, it set up some other principle of understanding and action. This might be the insight of genius, or the inarticulate cunning of instinct, or the assertiveness of will and action. However described, this force was contrasted with reason as being creative rather than critical, profound rather than superficial, natural rather than conventional, uncontrollable and demonic rather than methodical. The patient weighing of evidence and the systematic search for fact are bourgeois virtues beneath the dignity of the genius or the saint. Though an irrationalism of this sort had rarely had any positive political or social implications, it had combined two tendencies that were at once logically opposed but emotionally compatible. It had been a cult of the folk or the people or the nation, and it had been a cult of the hero or the genius or the great man. Sometimes it had imagined the folk collectively as the bearer and source of civilization. From its spirit emerges mystically art and literature, law and government, morals and religion, all marked with the spiritual qualities of the national soul. In Germany especially this cult of the folk had been characteristic of literary romanticism. Long before the French Revolution Herder had contrasted genuine folk thought with the cosmopolitan rationalism of the French and English Enlightenment. The cult of the folk had been implied in the conscious idealization of medieval art in contrast with the pseudo-classicism of the 18th century, in the revived appreciation of folk poetry and folk music, and in the Germanism of historical theories of constitutional law and political institutions. In its capacity as the creator of culture, the folk was imagined to act collectively rather than by individual invention. Yet this same romantic tendency of thought might take the form of the most extreme individualism, since all that is really great in art or politics was often imagined to be created by the heroes or the rare great minds that from time to time emerge from the soul of the 889. Vogue. Hero worship was an authentic quality of romantic thought from Carlyle and Nietzsche to Wagner and Stefan George. 4 In this form of individualism, reverence for the folk collectively was curiously combined with contempt for the masses individually. The individualism of the hero is the opposite of democratic egalitarianism. He despises the utilitarian and humanitarian virtues of ordered bourgeois life, he has a pessimistic contempt for comfort and happiness, he lives dangerously and in the end he meets inevitable disaster. He is the natural aristocrat, driven to creation by the demonic powers of his own soul, and after the inertia of commonplace minds has destroyed him, the people worship him. The intellectual progenitors of this type of irrationalist thought in 19th century philosophy were Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. Schopenhauer saw behind both nature and human life the struggle of a blind force which he called will, an endless striving without purpose, a restless and meaningless effort that desires all things and is satisfied with nothing, that creates and destroys but never attains. In this swirl of irrational force only the human mind builds up a little island of apparent order in which the illusion of reasonableness and purpose has a precarious footing. Schopenhauer's pessimism was based upon a moral intuition of the vanity of human wishes in such a world, the littleness of human effort, and the hopelessness of human life. In particular, it was rooted in contempt for the little values and virtues of the Philistine, the smugness, self-satisfaction, and complacency of the undistinguished and the vulgar, who imagine that they can bind the incomprehensible forces of life and reality with rules of convention and logic. This purblind spiritual pride Schopenhauer believed, not altogether justly, to be embodied in his rival Hegel. Against the logic of history he set up the creativeness of genius, of the artist and saint, who master the will not by controlling it but by denying it. The hope of mankind lies not in progress but in extinction, in realizing that struggle and achievement are illusions. This release he imagined to be attained either through religious asceticism or the contemplation of beauty, which is consciousness without desire. The morality _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Of everyday life Schopenhauer derived from pity, the sense that suffering is inevitable and that all men are essentially equal in their misery. This curious blending of irrationality and humanitarianism, of will and contemplation, was broken apart by Nietzsche. For if life and nature are truly irrational, irrationality ought to be affirmed morally as well as intellectually. If achievement is meaningless, in any sense other than that human nature is blindly driven to strive, men can only accept, and if possible accept joyfully, the striving in place of the achievement. The value lies in the struggle and even in the very hopelessness of the struggle. Not pity and renunciation but the affirmation of life and the will to power are the inner forces of personality. The commonplace, the smug, and the hypocritical, Nietzsche agreed, are as contemptible as Schopenhauer had said, but it is the hero rather than the saint who transcends them. All moral values must be transvalued accordingly. In place of equality, the recognition of innate superiority; in place of democracy, the aristocracy of the virile and the strong; in place of Christian humility and humanity, hardness and pride; in place of happiness, the heroic life; in place of decadence, creation. This, indeed, as Nietzsche insisted, is no philosophy for the masses, or rather, it assigns the masses to their proper place as beings of a lower order whose healthy instinct is to follow their leader. Once this healthy instinct is corrupted, the masses create only a slave morality, a fiction of humanity, pity, and self-abnegation, which in part reflects their own inferiority but is more truly a subtle poison, an invention of servile cunning, to sterilize the powers of the creators. For there is nothing that the common man hates or fears so much as the disruptive force of originality. The two great embodiments of such a slave morality Nietzsche found in democracy and Christianity, each in its own way an apotheosis of mediocrity and a symbol of decadence. Nietzsche ransacked the vocabulary for terms of violence to describe his hero, the Superman, the big blonde beast, who tramples down opposition, despises happiness, and creates his own rules. But what commended his philosophy to revolutionists of all kinds, and especially youthful revolutionists, was his indictment of the philistinism and vulgarity of the modern bourgeois. 891. Despite some obvious similarity of Nietzsche's ideas to the philosophy of fascism and National Socialism, the relationship was not so simple as has often been supposed. Critics were often disposed to see in him the sources from which the ideas of the two movements were mainly drawn. Fascists and National Socialists themselves were not unwilling to admit this derivation, partly because some of the affinities were genuine and even more, perhaps, because they needed the prestige of a great writer to supplement their own literary production, which was not in fact very distinguished. Neither Mussolini nor Hitler was averse to being regarded as a Superman, and both sincerely felt and indeed professed contempt for the masses whom they led. Both could find in the transvaluation of values a politer phrase for moral cynicism. Fascists and National Socialists alike were not inaptly cast in the role of new barbarians, not softened by over-civilization or moral scruples, and both publicized themselves as the redeemers of a decadent civilization. They shared with Nietzsche a sincere hatred of democracy and Christianity. In important respects, however, they had to use him with caution, and his writings could be safely circulated only in carefully selected anthologies. Few writers in the 19th century had been so contemptuous of nationalism, which he regarded as little better than a vulgar prejudice. Nietzsche's chief pride was in being a good European. No German writer had been so bitterly critical of the Germans of the Second Empire, whom he described as slave-sold and who needed, he thought, an intermixture of Slavic blood to redeem them. The only periods of European history that Nietzsche admired were the Italian Renaissance and the France of Louis XIV. Finally, though he often said harsh things about Jews, he was not altogether anti-Semitic. He once described the Jews as the strongest, toughest, and purest race now living in Europe. 5. No National Socialist quoted Nietzsche's aphorism, Gut Deutsch sein, heißt sich entdeutschen. The irrationalism of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche was almost wholly ethical in content and purpose. There existed in 19th century philosophy, however, other tendencies to undermine a belief that science could provide a reliable source of truth. Frequently this tendency claimed relationship with biology, with the idea that the intellectual faculties had originated in the course of organic evolution and so had a merely utilitarian value. The most popular exponent of such a theory was the French philosopher Henri Bergson. Unlike Nietzsche's aphoristic moralizing, Bergson's irrationalism was a systematic use of reason to undermine reason and a highly intelligent criticism of the pretensions of scientific intelligence to be a source of truth. On its critical side, Bergson's creative evolution was an analysis designed to show that intellect is merely a factor in biological adaptation and has, therefore, merely an instrumental use in controlling man's environment. Utility rather than the attainment of truth is the function of science. This negative criticism, however, merely cleared the ground. Bergson's main purpose was to show that intelligence is the servant of the life force, an obscure cosmic drive not unlike Schopenhauer's will or Hartmann's unconscious. Only intuition can directly apprehend the world as what it really is, an indefinable, unpredictable, super-rational creative force. Bergson supposed the mind to be natively endowed with such an intuition, akin to instinct and more deeply rooted in life than is reason, but largely atrophied in human development by man's overdependence on intelligence. He also imagined that the intuitive powers might be recovered and made a methodical instrument for attaining metaphysical truth, but he was quite unable to say what its methods might be. In point of fact, his appeal to intuition was simply an invitation to a kind of vitalist mysticism in biology and psychology as well as in philosophy. Philosophy a myth. Until about the close of the 19th century, philosophic irrationalism had little or no reference to politics. A direct application of Bergson's philosophy, however, was attempted by Georges Sorel in his Reflections sur la violence, 1908. 6 Sorel had long been a violent critic of the illusions of progress and of democracy, and his syndicalist socialism had a closer affinity with philosophic anarchism than with Marxism, though he retained some elements of the latter, especially the class struggle and traces of an idealist evolutionism that Marx had carried over from Hegel. Capitalism in Marx, Sorel said, behaves like Hartmann's unconscious. It is a blind but cunning force that evolves higher forms of social life without intending them. Sorel recognized correctly that Bergson's vital force belonged in the same philosophical tradition, which was in principle antithetical to Hegel's belief in a universal logic of history. Consequently, it could be used to expunge from Marx all traces of economic determinism or indeed of any theory of social change by rational causes, leaving the class struggle as a manifestation of sheer creative violence on the part of the proletariat. Bergson's intuition, being a direct insight into creative evolution, could also be used to provide a philosophy for revolution, and such a philosophy could justify direct action and the general strike, in contrast with the political action advocated by the Marxian socialist parties, which had always been main instruments of syndicalist strategy. For Sorel, therefore, social philosophy became a myth, a vision or symbol to unite and inspire the workers in their struggle against a capitalist society. All great social movements, he believed, like Christianity for example, have come about by the pursuit of a myth. To analyze a myth or to inquire whether it is true, even to ask whether it is practicable, is meaningless. For it is essentially an image that can evoke sentiment and that supplies the cohesion and drive to release revolutionary energy. A political philosophy is not a rational guide to action but an incitement to fanatical determination and blind devotion. Sorel believed that the general strike was a myth that might inspire a proletarian party, and while this was not very effective, his idea that a social philosophy must be some sort of myth became characteristic of revolutionary syndicalism. In this movement Mussolini was for years an agitator and editor, and he reviewed at length the Italian translation of Sorel's book in 1919. The conception of philosophy as a social myth thus became part of fascism, though Sorel himself was never a fascist. Conceived as a myth, philosophy is a vision of life but not a plan, and still less is it a theory that depends on reason. It is 894. Rather a release of the deep-lying instincts of a people, inherent in the life force itself, or in their blood or spirit. Mussolini said in a speech at Naples in 1922, using words that obviously echoed Sarl. "We have created our myth. The myth is a faith, it is passion. It is not necessary that it shall be a reality. It is a reality by the fact that it is a goad, a hope, a faith, that it is courage. Our myth is the nation, our myth is the greatness of the nation." 7. This fascist myth, constructed by Italian nationalists like Alfredo Rocco, was that modern Italy is the spiritual heir of the Roman Empire. Rocco proposed nothing less than a complete rewriting of European history to show that democracy is a culmination of the decadence and anarchy that began with the fall of Rome. The liberal idea of individual rights was merely the last step in setting aside the Roman idea of the right and authority of the state, a consequence, according to Rocco, of the influx of Germanic individualism. But even through the dark ages of national dissolution, Italy clung to the legacy of Rome, for liberalism is foreign to the Latin mind. The purpose of fascism is to restore Italian thought in the sphere of political doctrine to its own traditions, which are the traditions of Rome 8. The astonishing feats of interpretation that Rocco performed on eminent Italians like Thomas Aquinas and Mazzina can hardly be criticized, since they were intuitions of the Latin mind. It is hardly necessary to say that his notion of Germanic individualism did not survive Mussolini's alliance with Hitler. There was of course no such direct relationship between Hitler and Sarl as between Sarl and Mussolini, but this was not necessary. Hitler already had a model in Mussolini and the fascist myth. The meaning that he put into the nearly untranslatable word Weltanschauung in Mein Kampf came to practically the same thing. A view of life never compromises, it demands complete and absolute acceptance to the exclusion of every alternative view, it is intolerant like a religion, and it fights its opponents with every available means. It does not argue or concede any validity to an opposing view but is completely dogmatic and underscore 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 fanatical. Hence it supplies the spiritual foundation without which human beings cannot be as ruthless and as unscrupulous as they must be to win the battle of life. Politics is fundamentally a battle to the death between views of life. Only in the struggle of two views of life with each other can the weapon of brute force, used continuously and ruthlessly, bring about the decision in favor of the side it supports. 9. In National Socialism this spiritual foundation was provided by race or by blood and soil, which played the same part in Germany as the myth of Imperial Rome in Italy. In spite of the imposing facade of pseudo-biology and pseudo-anthropology built around it, it was as impervious to scientific criticism as Rocco's revision of European history was to historical criticism. Alfred Rosenberg's use of the word myth in the title of his Myth of the 20th Century clearly echoed Sarl. The life of a race or people is not a philosophy that is logically developed and consequently is not a process that grows according to natural laws. It is the construction of a mystical synthesis or activity of soul which cannot be explained by rational inferences or made comprehensible by exhibiting causes and effects. In the last resort, every philosophy that goes beyond formal, rational criticism is not so much knowledge as affirmation, vacantness, a spiritual and racial affirmation, an affirmation of the values of character. 10. Purity of blood speaks louder than reason or fact. Fascism and Hegelianism. The assimilation of fascism and National Socialism to philosophic irrationalism calls for special consideration of their relation to Hegelianism. For several reasons this has been the subject of much confusion. In the first place, there was a mistaken tendency of Anglo-American writers to identify any political theory that rejects a generally individualist and liberal point of view with Hegel's theory of the state. 11. In the second place, when Mussolini decided that his fascism needed to be made philosophically respectable, he tried to ally it with a form of Hegelianism that had long existed in Italy. In Germany, on the underscore 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 other hand, writers who tried to produce a philosophy for National Socialism either ignored Hegel or, like Rosenberg, explicitly rejected him. Moreover, German critics of National Socialism usually regard it as the antithesis of everything that Hegelianism stood for in 19th-century German polities. Point 12. The question is complicated also by the relation of both fascism and National Socialism to Marxism, which was genuinely Hegelian. Part of the explanation for these discrepancies lies in the fact that Mussolini's so-called philosophy was produced by sheer opportunism, little affected by intellectual honesty. There were, however, real differences between Italy and Germany which affected the position that the two parties could adopt toward Hegel. That Hegel's system was in general utterly incompatible with any philosophy that could be described as a myth is too obvious to need argument. Hegelianism purported to be a logic of history, and the dialectic was supposed to show that any historical development is strictly rational and necessary. Hegel had produced the classical argument against believing that history is controlled or even much influenced by heroes, or what Rocco called the intuitiveness of rare great minds. In this respect, the modern descendant of Hegelianism is Marx's dialectical materialism. But both fascism and National Socialism had to figure as enemies of Marxism equally with parliamentary liberalism. At the close of World War I, it was necessary to assert, in both Italy and Germany, that the nation by a sheer act of will could rise superior to lack of material resources, and both parties had to defeat the Marxian labor unions. On the other hand, Mussolini had long been an editor and organizer for revolutionary syndicalism, which was not overtly anti-Marxian, and Hitler admired and imitated the rabble-rousing methods of socialist agitators. Both men continued and perfected that kind of political tactics. But Mussolini's effort to use Hegel against Marx was philosophically inept in the last degree, and Hitler never called his racism a theory of the state. Both fascism and National Socialism, like Hegelianism, were of course nationalist, but that implied little philosophical community. By the first quarter of the 20th century, national patriotism was an almost universal sentiment, and rabid nationalists of all sorts were often anti-liberal and militarist. When Mussolini decided that fascism needed a philosophy, he apparently entrusted the task to Giovanni Gentile, who, like Benedetto Croce, had long been identified with an Italian school of Hegelian philosophy. Gentile had at hand the Hegelian theory of the state, and not having much time he used it. Mussolini took what Gentile offered him, and in consequence the theory of Italian fascism purported to be a theory of the state and of its supremacy and sanctity and all-inclusiveness. Its motto became, "Everything for the state, nothing against the state, nothing outside the state." Since Mussolini was already in control of the government, it was easy to equate the power of the state with the power of the fascist party. Since the state is the embodiment of an ethical idea, fascism could be presented as a form of lofty political idealism, in contrast with the self-proclaimed materialism of the Marxists, and as a moral or religious conception of society, in contrast both with the class struggle and with political liberalism, which was described as merely selfish and antisocial. This was in fact the line that Mussolini took in his encyclopedia article. Point 13. Fascism, now and always, believes in holiness and in heroism, that is to say, in actions influenced by no economic motive, direct or indirect. And if the economic conception of history be denied, according to which theory men are no more than puppets, carried to and fro by the waves of chance while the real directing forces are quite out of their control, it follows that the existence of an unchangeable and unchanging class war is also denied, the natural progeny of the economic conception of history. And above all, fascism denies that class war can be the preponderant force in the transformation of society. Fascism denies the materialist conception of happiness as a possibility, and abandons underscore 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 it to its inventors, the economists of the first half of the 19th century, that is to say, fascism denies the validity of the equation, well-being happiness, which would reduce man to the level of animals, caring for one thing only to be fat and well-fed, and would thus degrade humanity to a purely physical existence. Fascism, therefore, is really a religious conception in which man is seen in immanent relation to a higher law, an objective will, that transcends the particular individual and raises him to conscious membership in a spiritual society. And it is the state rather than the nation which creates and embodies this spiritual society. It is not the nation which generates the state, that is an antiquated naturalistic concept. Rather it is the state which creates the nation, conferring volition and therefore real life on a people made aware of their moral unity. Indeed, it is the state which, as the expression of a universal ethical will, creates the right to national independence. This parade of Hegelian language was a mere pose. In 1920 Mussolini's editorials were branding the state as the great curse of mankind, and in 1937, after his alliance with Hitler, he was equally facile in adopting National Socialist racism, which had no part in his earlier propaganda. Gentile's use of the fascist state was often a thinly veiled apology for terrorism, as when he declared that fascist squads which broke up the meetings of anti-fascist labor unions were really the force of a state not yet born but on the way to being. What purported to be Hegelianism was in reality a sophistical claim that might is really right, and liberty is really subjection. Always the maximum of liberty coincides with the maximum force of the state. Every force is a moral force, for it is always an expression of will, and whatever be the argument used preaching or blackjacking, its efficacy can be none other than its ability finally to receive the inner support of a man and to persuade him to agree to it. 14. Fascist Hegelianism was a caricature. It was thoroughly meretricious and never deceived genuine Italian Hegelians like Beni Croce ___________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Detto Croce, the most distinguished representative of the school and the most determined philosophical opponent of fascism. National Socialism not only neglected or disclaimed Hegel but defended the thesis that the state was at most a means to defending the racial vogue and ought to be resisted if it failed to serve this purpose. Consciousness of duty, fulfillment of duty, and obedience are not ends in themselves, just as little as the state is an end in itself, but they all are meant to be the means to make possible and to safeguard the existence in this world of a community of living beings, mentally and physically of the same order. 15. For this there were substantial practical reasons. When Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, he was in prison as the leader of an unsuccessful revolution, in short, for resisting the state. To approach a German public with the argument that they needed a state would have been silly, for all the connotations of the word suggested precisely the orderly, bureaucratic type of government that Germany had had for 2 generations and that had been relatively little disturbed by the expulsion of the Kaiser. And this was substantially the meaning of political Hegelianism, a constitutional monarchy not politically liberal but guaranteeing a high degree of civil liberty and orderly legal procedure, a government of law and not of men. Both fascism and National Socialism were before everything governments of men, with a minimum of dependable legal rules. In Italy Mussolini could make a pretense of creating such a government with his corporate state. In Germany, in order to gain power, Hitler had to corrupt and undermine the bureaucracy. In the minds of most Germans the word state meant the bureaucratic procedures of the Second Empire. The theory of the racial folk was far more in accord with the purposes of National Socialism, with the National Socialist conception of leadership, and with the totalitarian regime that National Socialism instituted. The philosophy characteristic of the National Socialist dictatorship, therefore, was not the artificial Hegelianism of the Italian movement but the theory of the racial folk constructed to support the German movement. Underscore 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 underscore. This consisted essentially of 2 parts. First, the related theoretical ideas of blood and soil, of race and Lebensraum, and second, of the practical applications of these in totalitarian government. The folk, the elite, and the leader. The National Socialist theories of race and Lebensraum were little more than exploitations of the vague meaning attached to the word organism, when this is applied to a social group, in this case a nation. The product was the mystical concept of the Volk, which was held to give biological support to the National Socialist theories of blood and soil. The theories were pseudo-scientific throughout. The concepts of the leader, the social elite, and the leadership principle were held to be political correlates of the biological theory of race. Thus in Mein Kampf Hitler repeatedly proclaimed National Socialism as the theory of the Völkisch state. The highest purpose of the Völkisch state is the care for the preservation of those racial primal elements which, supplying culture, create the beauty and dignity of a higher humanity. We, as Aryans, are therefore able to imagine a state only to be the living organism of a nationality which not only safeguards the preservation of that nationality, but which, by a further training of its spiritual and ideal abilities, leads it to the highest freedom. 16. The use of the invented word Völkisch in this passage is a recognition on the part of the translators that there is in English no word that has the connotations of the German word Volk and its derivatives, especially those which National Socialist theory exploited. The central idea in this theory was that of the racial folk or the organic people. The folk was called a race, but it was identified also with the nation, which as a cultural unit is defined by learned or acquired characteristics and cannot be inherited. It meant a people in the collective sense, but it was regularly spoken of as if it were a mystical essence of which an actual person is at any given time merely the bearer. Stefan George called it the dark womb of growth, and some such figurative expression would be the best rendering of the word, since the meaning is essentially inexpressible. From the dark womb underscore 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 of growth, the racial folk, the individual emerges, to it he owes all that he is and all that he does. He shares in it by virtue of his birth, and he is important only because for the moment he embodies its infinite potentialities. He is united to his fellows by the mystic holiness of the blood tie. His highest training is discipline for its service, and his highest honor is to be expended for its preservation and growth. His values, whether of morals, of beauty, or of scientific truth, are derived from the folk and have no meaning except as they maintain and foster it. Consequently, individuals are in no sense equal in dignity or worth, for they embody the reality of the folk in varying degrees. Rather, they make a hierarchy of natural superiors and natural inferiors, and the institutions of the folk must distinguish these grades of worth with corresponding degrees of power and privilege. At the center stands the leader, surrounded by his immediate following, and at the margin is the great body of undistinguished individuals whom he leads. The National Socialist theory of society and politics thus included three elements: the masses, the ruling class or elite, and the leader. The picture which National Socialism drew of the people in the mass appears at first sight strangely contradictory. Neither Hitler nor Mussolini ever concealed his contempt for them. The great body of any nation, Hitler said, is capable neither of heroism nor intelligence, it is not good and not bad but mediocre. In a social struggle it is inert but falls in behind the victor. Its instinctive reaction is to fear originality and hate superiority, yet its highest desire is to find its leaders. It is unmoved by intellectual or scientific considerations, which it cannot understand, and it is swayed only by gross and violent feelings like hatred, fanaticism, and hysteria. It can be approached only with the simplest arguments, repeated again and again, and always in a manner fanatically one-sided and with unscrupulous disregard for truth, impartiality, or fair play. The great masses are only a part of nature. What they want is the victory of the stronger and the annihilation or the unconditional surrender of the weaker. 17. Underscore 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 underscore. On the other hand, neither Hitler nor Mussolini ever doubted that his position depended on the fanatical devotion and self-sacrifice which he inspired. That they did inspire it was simple matter of fact. When every allowance is made for the use of terrorism, and they used it continuously and systematically, National Socialism and Fascism were authentic mass movements and owed their power to that fact. The characteristic quality of National Socialist propaganda was its alternating resort to abuse and flattery, perhaps psychologically an appeal to some primitive sense of sin and redemption, and this method was quite in accord with the theory. For in the mass the people are endowed not with intelligence but with a more elemental capacity of instinct and will. Deep in human nature is that sure herd instinct which is rooted in the unity of the blood and which guards the nation against ruin, especially in dangerous moments. All great movements are movements of the people, are volcanic eruptions of human passions and spiritual sensations, stirred either by the cruel goddess of misery or by the torch of the word thrown into the masses. 18. From the masses, who merely follow and under stimulus provide the weight and force of the movement, National Socialist theory distinguished the natural aristocracy, the leading and ruling class or elite, which provides intelligence and direction. Because it depended on the masses, National Socialism claimed to be truly democratic, but it imputed to them no judgment that lent value to their political opinions. Like most revolutionary movements of the 20th century, National Socialism was led by a self-constituted and self-proclaimed elite. Its theory merely construed this form of revolutionary strategy as a universal biological fact. The process of selecting the elite takes place through the eternal struggle for power which is characteristic of nature. The ruling class emerges as the racially fittest, or perhaps more truly are thrown up from the dark womb of growth as the natural leaders of the folk. A view of life which, by rejecting the democratic mass idea, endeavors to give this world to the best people, has logically to obey the same aristocratic principle also within this people and has to guarantee leadership and highest influence to the best heads. Underscore 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 underscore. The selection of the elite is therefore a natural process. It represents the folk simply by embodying more clearly and explicitly its inner will to power. World history is made by minorities whenever this numerical minority incorporates the majority of will and determination. 19. At the head of the National Socialist elite is the leader in whose name everything is done, who is said to be responsible for all, but whose acts can nowhere be called in question. The relation of leader to folk was essentially mystical or irrational. It was what Max Weber called charismatic, which might be expressed less learnedly by saying that the leader was a kind of mascot, the luck of the movement. 20. He is an offshoot of the folk, bound to his people by the mystic tie of blood, deriving his power from his roots in the race, guiding them by a sure intuition that is akin to animal instinct, and drawing them to him by an affinity that has nothing to do with the power to produce intellectual conviction. He is the genius or the hero conceived as the man of pure race. In the florid language that seems appropriate to the idea, the leader soars heavenward like some strong and stately tree nourished by thousands and thousands of roots. He is the living sum of untold souls striving for the same goal. Less poetically but more accurately, Hitler in Mein Kampf characterized the leader in terms of propaganda. The leader is neither a scholar nor a theorist but a practical psychologist and an organizer, a psychologist in order that he may master the methods by which he can gain the largest number of passive adherents, an organizer in order that he may build up a compact body of followers to consolidate his gains. The only parts of the book that can be called methodical are those which deal with propaganda and describe the steps by which the author perfected himself in the art. No trick was overlooked: the advantage of oratory over written argument, the effects of lighting, atmosphere, symbols, and the crowd, the advantage of meetings held at night when the power to resist suggestion is low. Leadership works by a skillful use of suggestion, collective hypnosis, and every kind underscore 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 of subconscious motivation. The key to its success is clever psychology and the ability to sense the thinking processes of the broad masses of the population. 21. The leader manipulates the people as an artist molds clay. The racial myth. The idea of the voke and the leader was supported by a general theory of race and of the relationship between race and culture, or more specifically by the myth of the Aryan or Nordic race and its place in the history of Western civilization. Like other parts of National Socialist theory, this was put together from ideas long current, and it had often been used to bring race prejudice, especially anti-Semitism, to the support of chauvinism. The word race, used without any precise biological meaning, and a spurious claim of descent from an alleged Aryan master race had been used to bolster the national pride of Frenchmen and Americans as well as Germans. Possibly it may be said to have originated with the Frenchman Gobineau at about the middle of the 19th century, who used it, however, not to support the claims of nationalism but of aristocracy against democracy. At the turn of the century, a Germanized Englishman, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, and his father-in-law Richard Wagner, popularized the Aryan myth in Germany and made Germanism into a claim of national superiority. 22 In the period that followed World War I, it was a ready salve for national humiliation. This literature of racism, though it supported widely different movements in many countries, was in general anti-liberal, imperialist, and anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism had been vociferous in Germany since the time of Martin Luther. The standard charges that National Socialism brought against the Jews, that capitalism and Marxism are Jewish and that a Jewish conspiracy exists to gain world power, had been current for decades. The National Socialist notion of the racial folk, therefore, capitalized a vast amount of familiar dogma backed by violent prejudice and the inclination that every nation has to believe in its own superiority. The basic postulates of the race theory were stated clearly, though not very systematically, in Mein Kampf. 23 They can be summarized briefly as follows. First, all social progress takes place by a struggle for survival in which the fittest are selected and the weak are exterminated. This struggle occurs within the race, thus giving rise to a natural elite, and also between races and the cultures that express the inherent natures of different races. Second, hybridization by the intermixture of two races results in the degeneration of the higher race. Such racial mixtures are the cause of cultural, social, and political decay, but a race can purify itself because hybrids tend to die off. Third, though culture and social institutions directly express the inherent creative powers of race, all high civilizations or important cultures are the creation of one race, or at most of a few. Specifically, races may be divided into three types: the culture-creating or Aryan race, the culture-bearing races which can borrow and adapt but cannot create, and the culture-destroying race, namely, the Jews. The culture-creating race requires auxiliaries in the form of labor and services performed by subject races of inferior quality. Fourth, in the culture-creating Aryan, self-preservation is transmuted from egoism into care for the community. Dutifulness and idealism, honor, rather than intelligence, are the Aryan's outstanding moral qualities. These propositions merely express in generalized form the characteristics which National Socialism attributed to the voke, the elite, and the leader. The race theory was elaborated by Alfred Rosenberg into a philosophy of history in Der Mythos 20. Jahrhunderts, 1930, which was the principal statement of National Socialist ideology. All history, according to Rosenberg, must be rewritten and reinterpreted in terms of the struggle between races and their characteristic ideals, or more specifically as a struggle between the Aryan or culture-creating race and all the lower breeds of mankind. Rosenberg supposed that this race had spread from some point of dispersion in the north, had migrated to Egypt, India, Persia, Greece, and Rome, and had become the creator of all these ancient civilizations. All the ancient cultures declined because the Aryans interbred with lower races. The Teutonic branches of the Aryan race, engaged in an age-long struggle against the racial chaos in which Rome ended, have produced all that has moral or cultural value in the modern European states. All science and all art, all philosophy as well as all great political institutions, have been created by Aryans. In contrast with them stands the parasitic anti-race, the Jews, who have created the modern race poisons, Marxism and democracy, capitalism and finance, barren intellectualism, the effeminate ideals of love and humility. All that is worth saving in Christianity reflects Aryan ideals, and Jesus himself was an Aryan, but Christianity in general was corrupted by the Etruscan Jewish-Roman system of the Church. A true Germanic religion, without dogma or magic, Rosenberg believed he could find in the German mysticism of the Middle Ages, especially that of Eckhart. The great need of the 20th century is for a new reformation, a renewed belief in honor as the supreme virtue of the person, the family, the nation, and the race. Rosenberg's pseudo-history was supported by a pseudo-philosophy which made all cultural achievements depend on race. All mental and moral faculties are race-bound, rassengebunden. Soul is race seen from within. They depend upon insights or forms of thought that are innate, and whatever is a problem or a solution for a race depends upon its racial cast of thought. The questions posed by a Nordic are without meaning for a Jew. The most completely developed knowledge possible to a race is implicit in its first religious myth. Hence there are neither general standards of moral and aesthetic value nor general principles of scientific truth. The very idea of a truth, a goodness, and a beauty that is open to understanding and appreciation by men of different races is a part of the degeneracy of intellectualism. Every race is under an iron necessity to suppress what is foreign, because it does violence to the mental structure of the racial type. Since truth is organic realization, that is, of innate racial faculties, its test is the power of science or art or religion to enhance the form, Gestalt, the inner values. The vital power of the race. Any creative philosophy is an affirmation or a creed, Bekenntnis, which expresses at once an intuition inherent in the racial type and an act of will directed toward the dominance of the type. Among the declarations issued in support of Hitler by the National Socialist Teachers Association was one by the philosopher Martin Heidegger. In substance it was a paraphrase of Rosenberg. Truth is the revelation of that which makes a people certain, clear, and strong in action and knowledge. From such a truth springs the real will to know, and this will to know circumscribes the claim to know. And it is by the latter finally that the limits are set within which genuine problems and genuine investigation must be established and certified. From such an origin we derive science, which is bound up in the necessity of self-responsible existence by the folk. We have rid ourselves of the idolatry of a baseless and impotent thought. Rosenberg's argument to prove the identity of his Aryan race marshaled a host of vague resemblances between styles in art, moral ideals, and religious beliefs. These were largely fanciful and wholly subjective. Once National Socialism established itself in Germany, the racial theory was developed by what purported to be scientific anthropology, especially under the direction of Hans F. K. Gunther, who was made professor of social anthropology at Jena. 24 In general, no biologist or anthropologist not already committed to the theory was ever convinced either that there are biological criteria of racial superiority or that racial characters are correlated with culture, and these propositions have been refuted times without number. Unfortunately, scientific refutation is almost powerless against a theory that depends on the will to believe. This does not mean, of course, that it was not sincerely believed. Antisemitists are sincere enough, but only that irrationalists make a virtue of wishful thinking. Even the notoriously fictitious protocols of the wise men of Zion were sufficiently believed so that Goebbels could write in his diary, "The nations that have been the first to see through the Jew are going to take his place in the domination of the underscore 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 World 25. Yet it is quite certain that the National Socialists used race prejudice quite cynically for ulterior purposes. They practiced what Thorstein Veblen called applied psychiatry. The practical effects of the racial theory on National Socialist policy were threefold. In the first place, it led to a general policy of encouraging increase of population, particularly of the supposed Aryan elements, by subsidizing marriage and large families, even though the need for territorial expansion was at the same time urged on the ground that Germany was already overpopulated. The policy eventuated in a virtual encouragement of irregular sexual relationships and illegitimacy. In the second place, the racial theory produced the eugenic legislation of 1933. Ostensibly this was designed to prevent the transmission of hereditary disease, but in practice it represented a general policy of sterilizing or exterminating physical and mental defectives. Apparently this policy was pursued with barbarous severity. In the third place, and most characteristically, the racial theory produced the anti-Jewish legislation of 1935 and 1938. This legislation also purported to aim at increasing or maintaining purity of race. By it, marriages were outlawed between Germans and persons of 1/4, or more, Jewish ancestry, the property of Jews was expropriated, Jews were excluded from the professions and from business, and they were reduced to an inferior civil status as state subjects rather than citizens. These measures culminated in a policy of outright extermination, which Hitler predicted in 1939 would be the result of a new war, and of reducing Jews not exterminated to forced labor. 26. The anti-Jewish policy of National Socialism can only be described as the acme of inhumanity in a century that has not been notably humane. Though it originated in anti-Semitism and would have been impossible without that prejudice, the racial theory could be applied, and, as Hitler's policy developed of X underscore 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 ponding German territory toward the east, it was a pie to other peoples. Thus in occupied Poland the Ukrainians were given preferential treatment as compared with the Poles, though they were not given equal status with Germans. The Poles retained at least nominal freedom, and the Jews were reduced to virtual slavery. What the racial theory implied in general was a gradation of civil and political status, with power and privilege reserved for those counted as racial Germans and with various subject peoples ranged in a descending series under them. In short, it meant, as Hitler had said in Mein Kampf, a master race with auxiliary races to serve it. But since race, as the theory used it, was fictitious, this meant in fact that a National Socialist government could suppress and exploit on racial grounds any group that it chose. The ulterior purposes that the racial theory and anti-Semitism served in National Socialist philosophy are more speculative, since they fall within the cloudy region of mass psychology. It seems clear, however, that they did in fact help to solidify National Socialism in at least two ways. First, anti-Semitism made it possible to transmute a variety of hatreds and fears and resentments and class antagonisms into the fear of a single tangible enemy. The fear of communism became fear of Jewish Marxism, resentment against employers became hatred of Jewish capitalism, national insecurity became fear of a Jewish plot to dominate the world, economic insecurity became hatred for the Jewish control of big business. That all these allegations of Jewish dominance were fictitious was irrelevant. The Jews were in a position that fitted them ideally to play the part that the racial theory assigned to them. They were a minority against whom there was a long accumulation of prejudice. They were strong enough to be feared but weak enough to be attacked with impunity. Considered in this light, the racial theory was merely a psychological device to unify German society by redirecting all its antagonisms toward a single enemy that could be easily exterminated. To this must be added the fact that Jewish property supplied substantial rewards for the party and its supporters. In the second place, the racial theory supplied an excellent ideological support for the particular form of imperialism that Hitler's policy contemplated, namely, expansion to the east and south at the x-910 pence of the Slavic peoples. It was only in this region that compact Jewish communities existed, and anti-Semitism as a psychological force was hardly distinguishable from a belief in the racial superiority of Germans to Poles, Czechs, and Russians. The racial theory, which had often been allied to pan-Germanism, could easily be used to foster the idea of a Germanic state in Central Europe surrounded by an expanding ring of non-Germanic satellite states. Thus the racial theory joined hands with the second element of National Socialist ideology, the idea of soil which was the natural supplement to the idea of blood. Lebensraum. The National Socialist theory of territory or space, like the theory of race, was put together from ideas that had been current in Europe for a century. Fundamentally it was merely an expansion of plans for a powerful German state in Central and Eastern Europe. Like the racial theory also, it was not exclusively German. In fact, it was a Swedish political scientist, Rudolf Kjellén of the University of Uppsala, who expanded the plan into a philosophy and gave it the name under which National Socialism popularized it. Geopolitic. Point 27. In origin, Kjellén's geopolitics was a development of an old subject, political geography. Its fundamentally sound scientific idea was that a realistic study of the history and growth of states must include such factors as physical environment, anthropology, sociology, and economics, as well as their constitutional organization and legal structure. To this theoretical interest, geopolitics always added a political interest in the power relations between Russia and Central Europe, which was sufficient in itself to commend it to Hitler. The idea which became distinctive of National Socialist imperialism was supplied by an English geographer, Sir Halford J. Mackinder. Earlier imperialist theory, like that for example underscore 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 of Admiral A.T. Mahan, had depended largely on the history of the British Empire and had therefore stressed in the main the importance of naval power. Mackinder in 1904 put forward the idea that much European history could be explained by the pressure of landlocked peoples in Eastern Europe and Central Asia on the coastal peoples. This vast area he called the pivotal area or the heartland, the core of the world island, Europe, Asia, and Africa, which makes up 2/3 of the world's land area. Australia and the Americas are merely outlying islands. Consequently, if any state could command the resources of this territory and thus combine sea power with land power, it could dominate the world. Mackinder summed up his argument in a kind of aphorism: who rules East Europe commands the heartland. Who rules the heartland commands the world island. Who rules the world island commands the world. 28. His immediate purpose was to urge the advantages to England of an alliance with Russia. The National Socialist version of geopolitics was associated especially with the name of Karl Haushofer, though many other German writers and scholars had a part in it. To the theory of the subject as it had been left by Kjellén and Mackinder, Haushofer added little of scientific importance, but he and his associates accumulated vast masses of information from all parts of the world about geography or social, economic, and political matters. What tied this miscellaneous material together was not its scientific organization but its possible use by a military general staff to lay out lines of strategy or by a government that was bent on extending its power. Haushofer also made geopolitics into an effective organ of propaganda designed to make Germany space conscious. These two characteristics were in general what distinguished geopolitics from political geography. According to the definition of the subject formulated by the editors of Haushofer's Zeitschrift für Geopolitik, it was the art of guiding practical politics and the geographic conscience of the state, practical politics being in substance imperialist expansion. Underscore 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 underscore. Mackinder's idea of an empire based on land power became the theory of German politics that Hitler outlined in Mein Kampf 29, reportedly under the prompting of Haushofer. The pattern of British naval imperialism is outmoded, he said, and the fundamental error of the Second German Empire was in choosing the policy of expanding its industries and its exports instead of expanding its territory. The most decisively important events in 1,000 years of German history were the colonizing of the Ostmark and of the area east of the Elbe. France is decadent and racially Negroid. Accordingly, the National Socialists will terminate the endless German drive to the south and west of Europe, and direct our gaze towards the lands to the east. We can think primarily only of Russia and of its vassal border states. Such a project was designed to attract East German Junkers, who had always favored expansion of the army, but it held out a prospect of world power that attracted also West German industrialists, who were the exponents of naval expansion. Thus it offered something to both branches of German imperialist thought. The alleged arguments by which the theory of Lebensraum was supported in Mein Kampf and other National Socialist propaganda were, like the racial theory, a curious combination of sentimentality, bad science, and questionable economics. The sentimental appeal was addressed especially to a long-standing German tendency to idealize the medieval empire, which existed long before the American continent had been discovered, and to the myth that all the cultural achievements of Central Europe, or even of pre-evolutionary Russia, were the work of German minorities. Hence the Germans were the natural leaders and rulers of this region. The supposedly scientific argument of geopolitics was really a biological analogy. States are organisms, and so long as they live and retain their vigor they grow, when they cease to grow they die. This is asserted to be a natural law of the Volk, which no treaty or international law can restrain. The institutions that a Volk creates are merely aids to increase its power. If civilized peoples permit legal underscore 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 boundaries to curb their growth, they merely resign the future of the world to the lower races. The culturally superior, but less ruthless, races would have to limit, in consequence of their limited soil, their increase even at a time when the culturally inferior, but more brutal and more natural, peoples, in consequence of their greater living areas, would be able to increase themselves without limit. In other words, the world will, therefore, someday come into the hands of a mankind that is inferior in culture but superior in energy and activity. 30. The economic argument for imperialism was probably the most effective. By conquest foreign markets can be captured and prosperity ensured. This was really the point of Hitler's repeated complaint that Germany needed more land. Probably the clearest statement ever made of the true meaning of Lebensraum was contained in the remarkable speech which Hitler delivered in 1932 before German industrialists of Dusseldorf. The success of the speech probably marked the turning point in his political fortunes. German prosperity and the relief of unemployment, he said, depend on foreign trade, but the idea that one can conquer the world by purely economic means is one of the greatest and most terrible illusions. It was not German business which conquered the world and then came the development of German power, but in our case, too, it was the power state, Machtstaat, which created for the business world the general conditions for its subsequent prosperity. There can be no economic life unless behind this economic life there stands the determined political will of the nation absolutely ready to strike and to strike hard. Behind all imperialism stands the will of the white race to exercise an extraordinarily brutal right to dominate others. The white race, however, can in practice maintain its position only so long as the difference in the standard of living in different parts of the world continues to exist. If you today give to our so-called export markets the same standard of living as we ourselves possess, you will find that it will be impossible for the white race to maintain that position of superiority which finds expression not merely in the political power of the nation but also in the economic fortune of the individual. 31. Underscore 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 underscore. 2 years earlier Hitler gave the following grandiose picture of a world ruled by the white race. Our task is to organize on a large scale the whole world so that each country produces what it can best produce while the white race, the Nordic race, undertakes the organization of this gigantic plan. That must not, it is true, be bound up with any exploitation of the other race, for the lower race is destined for tasks different from those of the higher race, the latter must have in its hands the control, and this control must remain with us in common with the Anglo-Saxons. 32. Lebensraum and the racial theory in combination represented merely the crudest possible form of exploitative imperialism, a frank admission of all that even Lenin could say about it. Such a goal, held by a nation with the resources of the world's heartland, would mean universal empire. Short of that, it might in practice have worked out to regionalism and a division of the world into a few great orders or spheres of control, each dominated by a great power. This was the meaning that National Socialists attributed to the American Monroe Doctrine. They liked to describe their own plan as a Monroe Doctrine for Europe. Between regions the relations would be merely those of power. Treaties would be only temporary compromises at boundaries where the balance of powers made brief points of calm. Within each region the dominant power, in theory a superior racial group, would assign to subject peoples their economic functions and their political status. Jurisdically the plan would work out to systems of folk law and extraterritoriality, every individual carrying with him the law of his status. Something like this was in fact imposed on the Polish and Russian territory that Hitler conquered. International law would simply vanish, since there are no equal rights of persons or minorities and no equal rights of nations. Such a system, if realized, would be far more like the ancient Oriental empires than like any system of modern nation-states. Totalitarianism. Both Italian fascism and German National Socialism were intrinsically efforts to submerge all differences of class and group in the single purpose of imperialist aggrandizement. The myths underscore 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 which constituted their philosophy were designed to further that purpose. Hence the practical outcome of both, however rationalized, was the totalitarian internal organization of the state. For reasons already explained, the National Socialist theory of the racial vogue provided a more adequate philosophy for such a movement than Mussolini's pseudo-Hegelianism, but in either case the outcome was the same. Government may, indeed must, control every act and every interest of every individual or group in order to use it for enhancing national strength. Government is not only absolute in its exercise but unlimited in its application. Nothing lies outside its province. Every interest and value, economic, moral, and cultural, being part of the national resources, were to be controlled and utilized by government. Except by permission of government there could be neither political parties, labor unions, industrial or trade associations. Except under its regulation there could be neither manufacture, business, nor work. Except under its direction there could be neither publication nor public meeting. Education became its tool, and in principle religion was also, though neither fascism nor National Socialism succeeded in getting more than unwilling acquiescence from the churches. 33 Leisure and recreation became agencies of propaganda and regimentation. No area of privacy remained that an individual could call his own, and no association of individuals which was not subject to political control. As a principle of political organization, totalitarianism of course implied dictatorship. It rapidly brought about the abolition of German federalism and of local self-government, the virtual destruction of liberal political institutions such as parliaments and an independent judiciary, and the reduction of the suffrage to the level of carefully managed plebiscites. Political administration became not only all-pervasive but monolithic, as National Socialists like to call it, the implication being that the whole social organization had been reduced to a system and all its energies directed single-heartedly toward national ends. As a matter of fact, this description of totalitarianism was largely fictitious. There was, of course, an absolute concentration of power in the underscore 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 -916 leader, that is, on the highest policy-making level. But the leader's power depended on his personal ascendancy, and the administrative organization by which a policy had to be carried out was in fact a confusion of private empires, private armies, and private intelligence services. In truth, irresponsible absolutism is incompatible with totalitarian administration, for in the uncertainty of politics, the danger of arbitrary change, and the fear of personal revenge, every man whose position makes him either strong or vulnerable must protect himself against surprise by reserving from the common pool whatever power he has managed to acquire. Thus there is, in the end, no common pool at all. 34. If this was true on the administrative level, it was doubly true on the constitutional or legal level. National Socialist totalitarianism never achieved a rational division of functions in any branch of government, or an organization into governing agencies with legally defined powers that acted predictably according to known rules. These bureaucratic qualities, which far more than political liberalism had been principles of German constitutionalism, were in fact destroyed by the rise of National Socialism to power. Existing administrative and judicial agencies were left standing, but they were infiltrated by party personnel, often for the express purpose of breaking down their customary procedures. They were supplemented also by a bewildering array of new agencies that partly took over old duties and partly took on new duties as occasion arose. Hence Goebbels, who alone among National Socialist leaders had any claim to intellectual clarity, complained that we are living in a form of state in which jurisdictions are not clearly defined. As a result, German domestic policy completely lacks direction. 35. National Socialism in fact completely wrecked the German ideal of a Rechtsstaat, an orderly constitutional system, which was the one constructive principle in the German idea of the state and the basis of its military power. National Socialist totalitarianism was in truth a jumble of legal powers and political functions. Thus, for example, there could never have been any clear constitutional theory of the National Socialist Party or of its relation to the government, though it was by law the only party permitted to exist. Legally the party was a corporation, but it was certainly not amenable to any legal or political control, and its acts were indifferently legislative, administrative, and judicial. Similarly, the elite guard, Schutzstaffel, the storm troops, Sturmabteilung, and the Hitler Youth, though they were nominally agents of the party and not of the government, all had legislative and judicial powers and enjoyed extra legal privileges. The judiciary, on the other hand, completely lost its independence and security, while at the same time judicial discretion was extended practically without limit. The law itself was made studiously vague, so that all decision became essentially subjective. The Penal Code was amended in 1935 to permit punishment for any act contrary to sound popular feeling, even though it violated no existing law. Similarly, a journalist might lose his license for publishing anything that confused selfish with common interests, that might weaken the unity of the German people or was offensive to the honor or dignity of a German, that made any person ridiculous, or that was for any other reason indecent. Obviously no rational administration of such statutes was possible. Equality before the law and due process were supplanted by complete administrative discretion. What totalitarianism meant in practice was that any person whose acts were regarded as having political significance was quite without legal protection if the government or the party or one of their many agencies chose to exert its power. The results were similar in the social and economic structure. Totalitarianism undertook to organize and direct every phase of economic and social life to the exclusion of any area of permitted privacy or voluntary choice. But it is important to observe what this type of organization concretely meant. First and foremost, it meant the destruction of great numbers of organizations that had long existed and that had provided agencies for economic and social activities. Labor unions, trade and commercial and industrial associations, fraternal organizations for social purposes or for adult education or mutual aid, which had existed on a voluntary basis and were self-governing, were either wiped out or were taken over and restaffed. Membership became Vir. 918. Twilly or actually compulsory, officers were selected according to the leadership principle, and their procedures were decided not by the membership but by the outside power that the leader represented. The leadership principle meant merely personal power or the power of a clique, so that organizations which had been self-governed were subjected to regimentation and manipulation. The result was a paradox. Though the individual was organized at every turn, he stood more alone than ever before. He was powerless in the hands of organizations of which he was nominally a member and that claimed to speak for him and to protect his interests. But with respect to those interests he had nothing to say. National Socialism poured scorn on democracy and capitalism as forms of atomic individualism, But totalitarian society was truly atomic. The people were literally the masses, without information except what propaganda agencies chose to give them and without power to combine for any purposes of their own. In respect to economic organization, there was superficially a considerable difference between Italian fascism and German National Socialism. In accord with ideas long familiar in Italian syndicalism, fascism took the form of what was called the corporate state. In Germany, the corporate state was talked about in the earlier days of National Socialism but was dropped along with the other socialist elements of the party's program. The idea of the corporate state was simple and long antedated fascism. It was merely that industries should be self-governing corporations conducted jointly by workers and owners, who should negotiate wage contracts without resorting to strikes or lockouts. The corporate apparatus was brought into being piecemeal in Italy over a period of 14 years. It consisted of vertical syndicates of employers and employees in the main branches of the economy organized locally, regionally, and nationally, and of horizontal corporations also uniting both employers and employees in the several industries. The system headed up in the Chamber of Corporations, which was not created until 1939. In theory, the chamber constituted functional representation by industries on lines long advocated by syndicalists and guild socialists. In theory also, the syndicates were autonomous unions of employers and employees for collective bargaining. In fact, 919. Though membership was not compulsory, dues were withheld from the wages of members and non-members alike, and wage contracts were binding on non-members. In Germany, the Labor Front was a division of the party and was not organized by occupations except for administrative purposes. Membership was compulsory and occupational unions were abolished. Hence the Labor Front made no pretense of collective bargaining. Wages were adjusted by labor trustees chosen by the government. Employers' trade associations were not destroyed, but they were combined in national groups organized according to the leadership principle. Ostensibly, therefore, the Italian system was one of self-regulation by associations in which employers and employees were equally represented, while the German system was an outright regulation of industry by government. In reality, both systems were ways of bringing the economy completely under political control. Both management and labor lost their freedom of association and independence of action. The supposed equality of labor and management in the Italian plan was never actual. In both countries, ultimate control was in the hands of persons appointed by government, or by the party, which amounted to the same thing, and such persons were in general much closer to management than to labor. In both countries also, the general tendency was to increase the size of industrial units and to absorb small independent producers into cartels. The one substantial benefit that labor received was full employment, but as a whole it got a smaller fraction of the national income. In short, both in its fascist and national socialist form, totalitarianism had the characteristics and the tendencies normal to a controlled war economy, which essentially was what it was. The control which totalitarianism exercised over the economy was extended as a matter of course to the press, to education and scholarship, and to art, indeed to every part of the national culture that the party had any interest in controlling. When Goebbels' ministry was created in 1933, it became responsible for all factors influencing the mental life of the nation. No channel of influence was to be neglected, as Hitler had said, from the child's primer down to the last newspaper, every theater and 920. Every movie. Instruction in every subject, including science, was to become a means for the promotion of national pride. And it must reach its culmination in branding, through instinct and reason, the race sense and race feeling into the hearts and brains of the youth. No boy or girl must leave school without having been led to the ultimate knowledge of the necessity and nature of the purity of the blood. 36. This was the program as it was projected and as it was carried out, at all levels of the educational system and in all fields of intellectual work. In respect to art, an important textbook on law declared, "The totalitarian state does not recognize the separate existence of art. It demands that artists take a positive position towards the state." 37. Many plans existed for new Teutonic cults to replace Christianity or for purifying it of supposed non-Aryan elements, though for reasons of prudence the government never identified itself with any of these. What Rosenberg called the old vicious freedom of teaching without limitation disappeared from the German universities, to be replaced by true freedom, the freedom to be an organ of the nation's living strength. Jewish scholars were displaced, faculties and students were organized according to the leadership principle, and the purpose of German higher education became, in accord with National Socialist principles, the training of a political elite. In this respect the typical educational institutions were not the universities but the technical schools and the party leadership schools. Social studies, like history, sociology, and psychology, became substantially branches of propaganda adapted to elaborating and spreading the racial myth. Possibly the apex of absurdity was reached when a treatise on physics declared that science, like every other human product, is racial and conditioned by blood. 38. Underscore 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 National Socialism, Communism, and Democracy. Any account of the political theories of the recent past must end with a comparison of National Socialism and Communism and of both with liberal democracy. For these three have been rivals for man's loyalty, each has exacted from its followers miracles of effort and sacrifice, and National Socialism has been destroyed by a temporary alliance between the other two. But this alliance, which existed precariously under the pressure of war, dissolved in a rivalry sharper and more bitter than the rivalry which preceded it. Indirectly, also, World War II had two consequences which changed forever the environment in which a European political philosophy must operate. For under the artificial stimulus of the war science created weapons which once for all made war, in the past the ultimate instrument and arbiter of statecraft, an agent which no responsible statesman of any philosophical conviction dares use. For with these weapons the gamble between victory and defeat becomes the certainty of destruction for both victor and vanquished. An appeal to force which in the past could be conceived as risking the success of one civilization in favor of another becomes for the future the probable destruction of civilization. And second, the war ended the disparity of power between the European and the non-European peoples which had been a controlling factor in European politics since the 16th century. For the future the nations of Asia and Africa must be dealt with as at least potentially political equals, and the building of modernized political and economic structures for these nations becomes a matter of universal concern. The contrasting views of politics embodied in National Socialism, Communism, and Democracy thus become relevant to a wider range of problems than ever before. Many of the similarities between National Socialism and Communism lie upon the surface and are manifest. Both throve on social and economic demoralization, which was partly an aftermath of war but which reflected also inherent maladjustments of Western society. Both were political dictatorships. Both discarded with scorn the parliamentary aids to deliberation and negotiation which centuries of European political experience, under the guidance of liberal principles, had created as stabler. 922. And more workable substitutes for dictatorship. Both were obliged to reinstate the purge as a political institution. Both tolerated only a single political party which was allowed to maintain its own coercive apparatus. According to the theory of both, the party was a self-constituted aristocracy which has the mission partly of leading, partly of instructing, and partly of coercing the bulk of mankind along the road that it must follow. Both were totalitarian in the sense that they obliterated the liberal distinction between areas of private judgment and of public control, and both turned the educational system into an agency of universal indoctrination. In their philosophy both were utterly dogmatic, professing, the one in the name of the Aryan race and the other in the name of the proletariat, a higher insight capable of laying down rules for art, literature, science, and religion. Both induced a frame of mind akin to religious fanaticism. In strategy both were reckless in their assertions, boundless in their claims, abusive toward their opponents, prone to regard any concession on their own part as a temporary expedient and on a rival's part as a sign of weakness. The social philosophies of both agreed in regarding society as in essence a system of forces, economic or racial, between which adjustment takes place by struggle and dominance rather than by mutual understanding and concession. Both therefore regarded politics as merely an expression of power. Despite these manifest similarities, however, it is certain that communism was on a far higher level, both morally and intellectually, than National Socialism. The difference is apparent in the lives of the two men who became the symbols of each. Both Hitler and Stalin were tyrants. On the score of personal wickedness there was nothing to choose between them. But as far as concerns the values of civilized politics, Hitler was a nihilist. No constructive idea or policy can be connected with his career. He was an unmitigated disaster for Germany and for Europe. Stalin used to the full the methods of brutality and terrorism, yet there can be little doubt that historians will describe the quarter century of his rule as a period in which Russia not only became a great political power but was transformed economically and socially into a modern nation. For good or ill, the emergence of communism has added a permanent 923 new factor to the history of modern politics and modern civilization. This difference between the careers of Hitler and Stalin corresponds, moreover, to a difference between the philosophies that each represented. National Socialism was at bottom political cynicism, the willingness endlessly to manipulate human nature by emotional intoxication and hysteria, not to realize a value but to aggrandize a self-styled elite which in truth was a gang. Communism was fanatical, but on the whole it was honest, and at least initially its underlying purpose was generous and humane. The theory of National Socialism was an incongruous mixture of myths and prejudices scratched together ad hoc without regard for truth or consistency. The Marxism to which Lenin fell heir had behind it not only a European tradition but 2 generations of socialist scholarship which could claim both moral and intellectual continuity. It had been born of a conviction which came to be shared by democracy, that the first impact of industrial technology and capitalism was dehumanizing and socially demoralizing, and its ultimate aims had been those of democracy itself. National Socialism, on the contrary, was a scheme of economic imperialism which gilded exploitation with the sentimentality of a grandiose national mission. Its end was in keeping with its sordid morals. Defeat in a war which its own purposes made inevitable became as nearly as possible total destruction, and a National Socialist government which had become a kind of Oriental despotism could not even resign power to leave intact the national economy and the national political structure. Yet despite their great and authentic differences, the philosophies of National Socialism and Communism had one characteristic in common. Both have the authentic mark of fanaticism. At some point they became intellectually unapproachable by one who was not a devotee. Both demanded a surrender of critical judgment to blind faith and set up a barrier to communication between insiders and outsiders, or between leaders and followers. They did this, to be sure, in quite different ways. National Socialism made a barrier with the spurious claim to purity of race, the myth of an Aryan science and art incomprehensible to non-Aryan peoples, and similarly it drew an impassable line between the elite and the masses. Such philosophy as it had was overtly 924 irrationalist, depending on an insight which could not be rationally criticized but must be simply apprehended. Communism too sets up a barrier which in effect becomes impassable. For by a spurious kind of rationalism, dialectical materialism became an evolution to end evolution. Short of its mystical consummation in a classless society, civilization is divided between capitalist and socialist civilizations so hostile that they coexist in a state of war that can end only in domination, and peoples are divided between those dominated by the proletariat and those dominated by the middle class. Mastery of the dialectic becomes in effect an esoteric knowledge possessed only by Marxian adepts above the criticism of the masses they lead. Government both for National Socialism and for Communism is the control of society by an elite which alone has access to truth and which therefore has the privilege of dictating both behavior and belief. For anyone bred in the rational tradition of Western philosophy and modern science, it is impossible to take seriously this claim to a higher form of knowledge. For it violates the procedures which experience has shown to be the conditions on which alone scientific knowledge is possible. These procedures do not consist in the possession of a new or arcane type of insight, but in the use of public standards of verification and in the free exercise of criticism between investigators, none of whom lays claim to final authority. What such investigators possess is not a higher type of insight or doctrine but a set of operations that in their use are inherently self-correcting, so that errors of observation and failures of inference are successively eliminated. The National Socialist claim to a race-bound faculty of perception or insight is on its face a charlatan's claim, as Marxists are the first to assert. But Lenin's claim for the dialectic that it is a unique type of logical method is in substance the same kind of claim. For it turns the possessor of dialectic into an adept, and it turns Marxism into a species of magic, a key that is to unlock all doors, which is the very opposite of science or rational knowledge. It was the sense of possessing a magic insight that lay behind the utter arrogance of Lenin's prophetic utterances and his strangely inhuman project to create a party that should monopolize the direction and control of all social and cultural progress. For it was a proposal to organize the one thing in the 925 world that always defies organization, namely, originality and discovery. The hollowness of this sort of claim is disclosed by looking at the actual information that alleged higher forms of knowledge bring to light. It usually turns out to be about as significant as the pronouncements of spiritualistic mediums. The one tangible proposal that communism made was the transfer of property rights in the means of production from private to public agencies. By this change it proposed to create not only a totally planned economy but also a society from which the exploitation of one human being by another was eliminated. All human relationships were to be raised to a higher moral level. In point of fact, the separation of legal ownership from effective control over industrial operations became, by a normal development of large-scale industry, a commonplace of such industrial systems. The control of industry by a class of managers who legally own no more than a small fraction of the assets became as characteristic of capitalist as of communist economies. Socially this may be important, it may produce far-reaching results which are either good or bad. But one thing is sure, it quite certainly does not work an ethical miracle. A working man who bargains with a manager instead of an owner, or one who bargains with a government commission instead of a private corporation, does not for that reason find that the negotiations are conducted in a spirit of perfect sweetness and light. There may, to be sure, be differences, and the differences may be socially, economically, or even morally important, but if so, the differences consist in quite tangible changes in actual effects. They do not consist in the fact that the system has been transformed by some kind of dialectical mystique. The socialist expectation that abolishing private ownership would somehow change the moral character of human relationships is essentially the hope for a panacea, which is the counterpart of the belief that there is a magic kind of knowledge. It is of course true, and in fairness it should be said, that socialists have no monopoly of this kind of thinking. There have been liberals who used private enterprise system as if it were a talisman. But perhaps a liberal might claim, with due humility, that the liberal tradition has not on the whole fostered a belief in miracles. 926. The excessively dangerous consequence of believing that a society must be put together according to a single organizing principle is that the relation between societies is then thought of as a contest between incompatible systems. International politics thus becomes a competition between systems, each of which, by the internal logic of its own structure, must aim to become all-inclusive and so must bend its energies toward destroying its competitor. Thus the world is divided, in Lenin's terminology, into two rival camps, the communist societies associated with Russia and the capitalist societies associated with the United States. In essence also the leadership on both sides is conceived as simple dominance and coercion, so that the resulting concept of international politics becomes that of two power blocks locked in an endless struggle each to destroy the other. The very belief that this is inevitably so has in large part created an international situation in its own image. Yet from any human or reasonable standpoint the situation so pictured is almost wholly fictitious. The actual societies, as communities of human beings, are not totally different or incompatible. The technology of communist Russia was borrowed and remains in fact the technology of the non-communist West. Repeatedly the imperatives of this technology forced communism to adopt practices and forms of organization like those of non-communist industrial societies. The science on which the technology depends has no relation to the dialectical materialism which Marxian metaphysics imposes on communist belief. So far as prediction is reasonably possible, the two systems are committed to an indefinitely long period of coexistence, for even if every consideration of intelligence or morality were left out of account, neither could destroy the other without destroying itself in the process. Neither system on any probable conjecture is going to become universal, for even if international politics were ruled by the insane ideal of world dominion, either China or India would be a more likely long-run contestant than Russia or the United States. And neither is in actual fact a system, for any form of economic or technological organization is at most a factor in a culture whose unity, however great, could never be forced into the mold of a system of logical abstractions. If communism were indeed to introduce a new golden age of Russian literature and art, this would no more. 927. Be created by the despotism of Lenin's party than the golden age of the 19th century was created by the Tsarist despotism. The systems are in truth two abstractions, and the image of a world divided by a controversy between two logical categories has the unreality of a nightmare. The fundamental problem is neither logical nor technological. It is the moral problem of human beings obliged to meet and conduct their transactions in situations such that simple coercion is beyond the reach of either party, and in relationships for which the customary institutions of their tradition provide no procedures to regularize the transactions. In a limited sense it is a problem of creating or inventing viable institutions, but in a larger sense it is the problem of finding in the meantime a reserve of goodwill and good faith that will permit the institutions to establish themselves as the customary media of peaceful and orderly methods of political, economic, and social intercourse. Except in its magnitude and its urgency it is not a new problem but one which has been repeatedly met in the history of civilization and which within limits has sometimes been measurably solved. The solution, to be sure, is not one that can be reduced to a system or a formula, for it is in substance a moral attitude or temper of mind in which men with opposing claims meet to consider and if possible to compose their differences. In the long history of the democratic political tradition this attitude has been expressed in many philosophical idioms. Aristotle suggested it when he said that the distinctive capacities of the human animal consist in the possession of language and a perception of the just and the unjust. For these capacities underlie the human ability to form communities different in kind from the societies of gregarious animals, and these communities create the possibility, also, of a relationship different in kind from that between master and slave. For in them men can meet as citizens, as free men and equals, between whom differences of rank and authority can be matters of mutual acceptance and conviction, of mutual respect and self-respect, rather than matters of coercion or deception. The same underlying moral attitude was expressed also in the idiom of all the theories of natural law or natural right, which so often in the history of Western politics served to create a medium of communication when customary. 928. Institutions were lacking or inadequate. For however it may have been formulated, the idea of natural law expressed the conviction that men can meet in a spirit of fairness, of mutual goodwill and good faith, to press their own claims with a degree of self-restraint and with a due regard for the legitimacy of other persons' claims. The belief that some such attitude is humanly possible, and that as an attitude it must underlie the effective operation of any set of political institutions, was ingrained in the long tradition of Western humanism. Its absence from the conception of Lenin's party, with its arrogant claim to a universal and esoteric knowledge, was what repelled even convinced and dedicated Western Marxists. In one fashion or another all liberal democratic political movements have tried to institutionalize this conviction, acknowledging at the same time that no institution can fully embody it. No honest exponent of liberal democracy will claim that democratic governments always exercise their power with a due regard for the principles they profess. He can honestly claim that these principles, measurably realized in democratic government at the top of its bent, are the best that the wisdom of the democratic tradition has created to humanize international politics.